Morning all. Just one moment while we begin.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. It's February 1st, 2022.
Through the chair, I think Julie's ready to make the announcement whenever you are.
Okay. Julie, go right ahead. Sigue nomás. Con su anuncio. No puedo oírla. Pero si Julia está, nosotros estamos aquí para la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores el 1 de febrero 2022 y vamos a estar con el Pledge de Allegiance. So I'm going to ask Bob Pittman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to now go around on a roll call. So, Marcy, if you can.
Supervisor Gorin,
Present.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Here.
Supervisor Corsi,
Here.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Present.
Chair Gore,
Here.
County Administrator Cheryl Breton,
Here.
and County Council Bob Pittman.
Here. And after we get through the approval of the agenda, I'm going to just want to thank everybody for your patience, but we're going to take about a 5-minute break and make sure we're all sitting here. So Supervisor Corsi, appreciate your attendance, and know we'll see you here in the chambers in a heartbeat. Before we move into that, I just on the record want to do one more thing, which is I want to ask for everyone to join me in a rendition of Happy Birthday for Marcy Wolchek, our clerk of the board. So ready, begin.
Happy birthday to you. Cha cha cha. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Marcy. Happy birthday to you. Yay.
I would demand
Thank you.
a re-sing by professional chorus if I were you.
Did you see our dear protectorate, our deputy over here just looked at us like there's a pack of coyotes. Oh, okay. We have so you know, in these there's no hope. Wow, tough crowd. Happy New Year. So I know folks are waiting, but we're going to go through the approval of the agenda, and we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to go back to our legislative affairs update. Supervisor Corsi, if you want to head on in, we're good to go. So I will just look to say on the approval of the agenda, item number 2A has been added to the consent calendar by addendum. Item number 3A has been added to the closed session calendar by addendum. Looking to see if there's any comments from my supervisors. I see none. I see none online. So I'd like to go into a roll call vote for the approval of the agenda.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. So for everybody out there, get ready. In a few minutes, we'll get started, but we're just going to recess here for a hot minute. Thank you.
And hello all, just one moment. Excellent. Chair Gore, we're ready to resume when you are.
Thank you very much. So we have a couple items to go through. The first one is going to be a board update on legislative affairs, our strategic plan, and climate action and resiliency. I say a couple items because even though this is listed all as number one, this is the entirety of our morning session. So right now it's 9 a.m. Our goal is to work through these items from now until noon or about 11:30, 11:45 for the board to break into closed session. At that time, I will go out and ask for public comment on closed session items for which we only have one. Then we're going to be back in the afternoon. We have at this point only, excuse me, 2 afternoon items, board assignments and discussion of ad hocs as well, and strategic plan pillars, which will, there'll be a little bit of comments on that and follow-up based on our strategic plan conversation this morning. And then the 3A supervisorial district staffing. And then we'll get into the afternoon calendar. 3:30 is public comment on items not listed on the agenda. So pretty straightforward. I want to first pass it over to the legislative affairs update team, and then we will move into the other 2 items.
One quick correction, Chair Gore. There are actually 2 closed session items. One was added by addendum. So you've got the consideration of public appointment for
Thank
the
you.
Director of Public Health Services, plus a general labor item.
Thank you. I see we have Marissa Montenegro who will kick it off, and it's great to see Karen and Paul and all of the associated names next to Karen's name. Marissa, do you want to kick us off?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Sure. Okay. Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board, County Administrator Bratton, and Council Pittman. I'm Marissa Montenegro with the County Administrator's Office, here to provide a legislative update. I have our state and federal lobbying firms here today to provide you with a recap of 2021 and to highlight opportunities that we see in 2022. These are the teams that have been working with staff on several county initiatives, in addition to seeking out solutions to fill identified gaps. I'm going to provide an overview of the presentation, and then I'll hand it over to staff or to our firms for an update. Can you all see my screen okay? Good. So we'll start with a state update from Shaw, Yoder, Antuish, Melzer, and Lang. We will pause for board questions and comments on the state update. Then we'll hand it over to Vance Floyag and Associates and Thorn Run Partners for our federal update, and then pause again for questions. I'm going to hand it over to Karen Lang from Shaw, Yoder, Antuish, Melzer, and Lang for our state update.
Good morning, Chair and members. It's great to see you virtually. Thank you for having us this morning. I'm going to go over 2021, and I'll hand it over to Paul to talk about where we see the 22 session headed. For the benefit of the public, we're sort of just past halftime legislatively. Literally yesterday was the last day that the legislature could take action on what are called 2-year bills. There was one that got a lot of news coverage yesterday that was not actually taken up. That was the single payer proposal, AB 1400, that was on the floor of the assembly yesterday, and it did not have sufficient votes to be approved. But that was the last day that they could take up bills like that were introduced in the first house and then held. Now we're getting to the part of the legislative cycle where the legislature is going through what the governor proposed as part of his 22-23 budget, and members are introducing new legislation. So we're in a lot of reading and asking a lot of questions mode as lobbyists to see what is ahead for us in 22. And I get the privilege of going over what happened in the legislature in 2021. Of course, we spent a lot of time working with your delegation on many of these things to elevate your concerns and also try to tackle questions and concerns about various proposals as they popped up. 2021 was a little bit different than we thought it would be, even in light of COVID. We were expecting it to be a little different, but by the end of the bill introduction period, it was still very clear that they were not going to be able to conduct business as normal. And so legislators were asked to hold all their bills but 12. And so legislators could only move 12 bills to the second house, which kind of exacerbated the 2-year bill issue that we just got passed, because members were limited on the number of bills they could try to push forward. As a point of context, assembly members can carry, I believe, 50 bills, 50, in a 2-year session, and senators can introduce 60 bills. So it really was a huge culling of certain members' legislative packages. So, you know, there were definitely important bills that moved forward, but much of the action last year really was around the budget, because the policy committees could only meet maybe once or twice because of the requirements regarding social distancing and just the lack of rooms in the state capitol that could accommodate big committee hearings. And so the budget cycle, honestly, we had 4 budget cycles in calendar year 2021-22, because we started out, we didn't know how California was going to do financially in light of the pandemic, and then it seemed like it got a little bit better, and then it got a lot better. And so the legislature passed 4 series of trailer bills, and certainly I'm not telling Mr. Gore anything he doesn't know as the president of CSAC during all of this, but of course with counties being on the front lines of delivering services at a time when services were in huge demand due to COVID, counties really had a lot of skin in the game when it came to the state budget in 21-22. What we tried to do in our report to you is restructure how we reported to you this year, consistent with the policy pillars that you have identified. So we were trying to put them in the buckets in writing that you have identified as priorities as a board. So it's a little bit different than our normal way to present, but hopefully this makes some good sense. Of course, we were in the middle of a drought in 21-22, and it doesn't look to be getting much better based on news this morning. The governor did include in the final bill package an enormous amount of funds devoted to alleviating drought and providing funding for water resiliency. Certainly, counties are in the middle of implementing SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. There was a significant amount of money over to DWR to assist the GSAs comply with SGMA. It's $120 million. The application cycle was open in the fall, I believe. DWR is working through the applications now and will hopefully award those dollars soon. There was money for water efficiency and enhancement that went to CDFA, $130 million to DWR for flood protection purposes. Certainly Sonoma is all too familiar with flooding as well as drought. $115 million for groundwater cleanup and water recycling, $100 million to the Conservation Board for stream flow programming to try to comply with some of the environmental flow requirements that are coming online. Money for the PFAs, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it correctly, but there's a product that goes into the foam that firefighters would spray, especially at airports. It helps keep fire from spreading. There's a content in that material that is like, it's a forever chemical, it never breaks down. So there's some funding to address that issue. Money for the border rivers to try to clean those up, and additional $30 million for urban streams and rivers. So money. And some of this money is not even out the door yet. And so I would, you might be wondering where your share of it is. It is taking time for the State Department and agencies to put together the criteria to get this money out the door. So you might see some of it sort of break loose right before the next budget is approved. It's because they need to do things slowly and carefully to make sure that the money goes out fairly. So that's, I'm going to move away from resiliency on disaster recovery and resiliency with water and the environment, and moving on to COVID. Certainly, there was quite a bit of money devoted to local governments dealing with COVID. You had a lot of public health support coming in terms of testing and the governor's investments in the testing programs to try to keep a handle on the crisis. But one thing that I wanted to observe is that there was public health money for public health departments to deal with COVID, but only a promise of an investment in public health in a future year for everything else that public health does. The governor did include it in the proposed 22-23 budget, which I'll talk about. But it was sort of befuddling that there wasn't more money invested in public health overall in this current budget year, and hopefully that is righted in the next budget year. Certainly housing and homelessness is a huge issue facing cities and counties all over California. The governor made historic investments, in legislature along with him, historic investments in housing and homelessness, $2 billion over 2 years to local governments for sort of more flexible programming, $224 million to counties. That's the money that I think you're kind of used to seeing from the COC era, $224 million there, 240 to COCs, 336 million to the largest cities in the state, and then additional money for cities, counties, and COCs that is sort of a top off, I would say, for projects that weren't funded under any of the other pots. There's sort of some discretionary money that counties can pursue, and as well as cities and COCs. And then, of course, the governor's signature program, 1.45 billion with a B, money for Project Home Key and for the public's benefit. That is funding for cities and counties to acquire existing units of housing, notably motels have been a preference there, to convert into permanent housing. Unfortunately, there's not programming money that is guaranteed to go along with it. That message of needing programming money has been received. I'll let Paul talk about it, but I didn't want to skip over that without mentioning it. In addition, and I'm going long, behavioral health, certainly along with trying to address the need to create more roofs for people, the behavioral health gap in funding and services has been acknowledged in the legislature. The governor put a historic amount of money into the behavioral health continuum, some for schools, some for Medi-Cal, a little bit for public health, and then 300 million for public hospitals related to behavioral health. One of the things that will play out over a certain number of years will be constructing mental health beds, and that will, you can't make this come online overnight, but there was a significant investment for public health, for mental health beds. And then again, for Paul later, the workforce that goes along with it is also critical. And then I will try to wrap up finally, roads and infrastructure, certainly an enormous amount of money from the state budget going into infrastructure, $1 billion for transit and rail, money for the 2028 Olympics down in Southern California, for those of you that are fans, active transportation, grade separation, all of them got major investments in funding, as well as about 475 million, but this is part of a multi-year investment to reduce litter and sort of clean up the state highways. The governor's office is crystal clear. Folks are frustrated with seeing it's on the side of the roads. I would say one of the things you'll see people fight about in 22-23 is high-speed rail funding. It remains a sort of controversial topic in the legislature between the, one house and the governor's office. And sorry, goodness. And then very quickly, I'm just trying not to bore you too much. Certainly a lot of additional funding for climate action, and we've been trying to keep track of that as much as we can and push it out to your staff whenever there's additional grant funding that's becoming available. GGRF certainly had quite a bit more money than I think folks were anticipating. The cap and trade auction was very successful. Money for the conservancies, which Sonoma would be able to apply for coastal conservancy funding. So there's additional funds there to deal with climate change. And the last one, and I'll stop talking, recycling and the circular economy, and then also the organics diversion. Those are all things that the legislature touched on in 21. There's money for the circular economy that's in our existing budget. I think you're going to see a lot of discussion in 22 about helping counties navigate the organics diversion, because it's a requirement and it takes a lot of funding and programming that I don't believe counties have really a substantial amount of access to right now. So I think you're going to see that discussion come back. And then trying to reduce plastics and make the circular economy more effective and efficient. There was funding in there to kind of get it started. You're going to see that spill over into 2022. I'm happy to answer any other question or any questions on this. I'll hand it over to Paul to forecast 22. I apologize for talking so long, but there's just so much money. It's almost hard to communicate it concisely. So thank you for listening to me, and I'll hand it off to Paul.
Thanks, Karen. Good morning, board members, staff, members of the public. Thanks for letting us present to you today. I am going to try to do more of a look ahead. Before I do that, couple sort of business items, if you will. I want to say kudos to staff for understanding your vision and your passion and your desire to get money to address needs in Sonoma County. We've implemented, working with Marissa, a lot of systems that are making sure that no NOFA, no notice of funding availability goes unturned in California. And it's really been a really great thing. And likewise with the buckets and your priorities and just the way we're organizing things these days for you and with you. On just overall the state budget, want to make sure, especially for the public's benefit, folks know that when you see this surplus is $46 billion, very, very quickly, 26 billion of that comes off the top. And most of that is new money that has to go to Proposition 98. Some of that is the governor's decision to put more money one time into PERS and STIRS. And then some of that is under the Constitution, the ceiling being raised, if you will, to put more money into the various rainy day accounts, which the governor then does. So really 26 of the 46 billion, I'm going to say the surplus is 46, really kind of goes away by virtue of those three things. With respect to the remaining 20 billion, that is discretionary money that the governor could program. For that $20 billion, I want to make sure everyone knows that only 85% of that, per the governor, is excuse me, not only 85% of that is proposed by the governor for one-time spending. Sometimes one-time spending can get a little confusing, and I want to make sure, again, especially for the public's benefit, a lot of times over the last couple of years, we've had money appropriated once that could then be spent and allotted over 3, 4, sometimes as many as 5 years. 5 years is getting out there a little bit, but it's really still at the end of the day a one-time appropriation, even though the money flows over several years. That is the case in this budget. So again, 85% of that remaining 20 billion in discretionary money is really technically one-time money. Today's a big day. And if you're a geek, you're a public policy geek in California, which we are. A lot of budget trailer bill language will be released. That always happens on February 1st, not all of it, but a lot of it. So for some of these things where board members, staff, the public might be wondering, that sounds good, but what does the governor really intend there? We'll know more today. Obviously, we'll be getting that to staff. And then last but not least, in our look ahead, we do not incorporate elements yet of the federal infrastructure package. Obviously, your federal lobbyists can talk about that at the appropriate time. When that money starts to flow through California government, we will, of course, provide updates on that through staff. So the governor focuses spending in 5 areas: fighting COVID, combating climate change, homelessness, the cost of living in California, and public safety. A lot of that jives with your identified priorities. So quickly, because I know board members, we've always had a real interactive session with you all. Starting with drought, the governor proposes another $750 million to address drought needs. When he did that on January 10th, we were just coming out of those huge storms, a lot of snow in the Sierras and elsewhere. It looked like maybe the drought might be coming to a close. Obviously, it hasn't rained in, I think, 3 weeks at least. There's another snowpack survey today. I think that money actually for the various drought-related purposes probably some form of it stays in the budget. Also parks, which over the years has been very, very important to Sonoma County. The governor proposes a fairly good sized, I won't say large, but good sized additional investment in state parks, and then more work on broadband, just making sure that that money gets out to communities, especially the more rural parts of Sonoma County. So moving on, this is probably going to be, this is COVID. I want to say this, the governor's proposing $1.4 million for additional efforts to address COVID-19 testing, tracing, vaccinations, et cetera. We do expect early action, possibly next week. Now that we've gotten past that bill of origin deadline that Karen referenced, we may see early action next week on a COVID paid sick leave bill. We may also see action on this $1.4 billion in additional spending to address COVID that the governor proposed just only January 10th. But again, we may see that action on both those in the next 2 weeks. There is $300 million to buttress county public health departments. The governor keeping his promise there by and large that he made to CSAC and the health executives last summer when that wasn't included in the budget. There's a lot of money for job creation, job growth. There's a lot of money for workforce development, a lot of money. And I think you're going to see the legislature really focus on that this year, even though the governor made the proposals that he did in the January 10 budget. We still think legislators are going to put in bills to, frankly, supersize what the governor's proposed and go well beyond it, because that just increasingly is an issue in California. The private sector, the public sector, throughout all the county disciplines, all the county departments. So we are encouraged by that. On housing, another $2 billion proposed to address housing needs in the state of California. We think actually that number may go up when all is said and done. That's been the case over the last couple of years with housing, and as I'll mention here in a second, homelessness. The legislature has actually been able to get the governor to go higher. So another $2 billion on housing. There are some discussions amongst housing advocates that Karen and I are privy to. They're not necessarily enthralled with exactly what the governor's proposing and the different pots and the different amounts that he's proposing in the housing arena. So we do think there is going to be some back and forth there. But again, we think that number goes higher. On homelessness, another $2 billion to try and get improvement there, to get people housed, to get them some circumstance that isn't chronic, abject homelessness. We think this administration is you're going to see an emphasis. It may come out as early as today in the trailer bill language, but we do think the emphasis for the majority of the new $2 billion for homelessness is going to be on addressing substance abuse and severe mental illness amongst the homeless population in California. We keep hearing the hummingbird model in San Francisco held up as possibly an example that is a relatively high rate of success. Folks can Google it, including the public. You can just Google hummingbird San Francisco, get a sense of what may be coming in terms of direction on that additional funding. Realignment numbers are up. In addition to realignment numbers being up or projections being up, Sonoma County is really kind of being at the forefront and at the beginning of the county medical services program. We definitely need to note that the governor is proposing to provide money through Medi-Cal to really kind of ensure medically the last remaining large cohort of individuals and families in California currently without guarantee of health insurance in California, and that is undocumented persons age 26 to 49. The County Medical Services Program, CMSP, actually has a program, Path to Health, Camino de la Salud, that is right now providing services to that population. We think the governor's proposal will go forward. If anything, we think the legislature is going to convince the governor to implement it sooner than 2024, possibly 2023, possibly even sooner. Whenever it happens, that is going to obviously mean that CMSP probably will close down the program that is currently running. CMSP is going to do some introspection and figure out how I can continue to best serve the 35 member county. So that's a significant proposal statewide and also very specific impacts to Sonoma County. Couple more things, and then we will wrap up and take questions. I mentioned the federal infrastructure bill, the money that will flow to the states. Not going to get into the federal advocates bailiwick here too much, but that money is going to flow over 5 years. And that's, I think, the most important thing. We keep getting a lot of questions about when are the big checks, the one-time checks going to arrive? When are we going to be able to do that for roads, do what we want to do for bridges? It is going to be metered out. And again, the federal advocates can speak more about that. There is a lot of new money proposed for transportation writ large, including transit. But if there's one, there's probably two catch-me's, if you will, in the governor's budget for counties. And this is one of them. The governor proposes, what I mean is the governor proposes to suspend the increase in the gas tax that is scheduled to go into effect July 1st. That will materially, it is estimated, lower the price of gas in California by 3 cents. It's about $500 million. The administration has tried to assure local governments so far that there are some ways to backfill that loss out of other state transportation accounts. But I think you're going to see a lot of opposition to that proposal. There's a lot of concern. Obviously, Sonoma, with all its roads, this is concerning financially, and we'll see what happens there on that. But a big coalition that includes organized labor is amassing to have that conversation in greater detail with the administration. There's a lot of money for, as I mentioned, to address climate change. That includes wildfire and forest resiliency, and that is on top of the money that was in last year's budget and on top of the money that was in the budget before that. Obviously, there's a north wind blowing as I speak in downtown Sacramento, and we haven't had rain for weeks. So we're really kind of never out of danger anymore, and the governor recognizes that, and he continues to propose additional funding to try to get us set up in the state as best we can. So let me stop there, Mr. Chair. Happy to take questions. We hope you will ask questions, and look forward to the back and forth. Thank you again for letting us present today.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Paul and Karen and Marissa. I'm going to pass it over to the colleagues, but first, Marissa, I want you to let us know how you are working with Paul and Karen and our departments and our board, and how you want to approach this year as we identify all these opportunities, because we have legislation that is focused on certain issues of social importance, right? Or community respect, and we have issues of immigration and other things like that. But then we also have, basically this year of surplus and last year, and how do we make sure we're actualizing and getting as much leverage on the ground? So can you just talk to us through this update and how this informs the ledge platform, and how you're working with department heads or need us to support you in the CAO's office to go after these different pots?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Gore. A couple of things that we do to push out information as timely as possible is one, a weekly update on emerging issues, what legislation we're seeing, what updates and intel that Paul and Karen are sharing, in addition to meeting with all department heads several times a year. We've just implemented that this year for just a FaceTime session to identify next steps. Any direction from your board is always appreciated, and we provide those updates during our weekly sessions, and then also during updates to your board. So those are several of the ways that we're providing the information. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it's a start. It's also, when we look at these lists of all these different items and how much money is out there, the key is that we have some odd 26 departments, 2 independent agencies that we are the board of. And so I think the request is to make sure that you're running account on making sure that we're going after those in the most opportune systems possible. And then that is potentially something that's integrated into our discussion about our upcoming budget deliberations and money we might need to set aside. We do have all the time, all of us talk about leveraging dollars. I can tell you when we look at the next item, which is funding items, having those be able to leverage on top of state and federal funds is going to be important. So not asking for you to give any more detail than that, just maybe work with, through the CAO's office and through the different departments and the ad hocs to get out there and make sure that we're confident that we're going after that all of our departments are doing that as well. So I'm going to pass it to my colleagues. Anybody want to start? Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you so much for the update. And I just have a couple of questions. One is looking at our challenges with implementation of TMDL. The board did approve moving forward with hiring a staff position to assist us with this countywide effort. And for many, many years, the state has always said, hey, when it gets time to regulating you, we will make sure that there is funding available. And yet, unfortunately, most of those funding pots are typically, just under allocated, right, and over requested. And so where are we in terms of supporting not just, we were able to secure a grant for just looking at the feasibility study side of things for, a couple of disadvantaged communities in West County, but that doesn't help us with the broader countywide picture, which we also did allocate some general fund to look at, or really most importantly, the implementation of solutions. So I'm just wondering if there's any update or any advocacy that we can undertake to try to make sure that once we identify the needs and when the state is ready to sort of lay down the law and say you must comply, that there is assistance for disadvantaged homeowners.
Marissa, would you like me to take a first stab at that? Thank you, Supervisor. It's a great question. And I would note also there was actually another bill introduced this morning by Senator Hertzberg on sort of the local funding piece for these types of requirements on what's in the stormwater. The water board is where the funding for these kinds of grants would come from. What we've been experiencing, Paul and I both, is when we go talk to a state department or agency to advocate for funding, we need to show our work as far as the ability to spend that money in that budget year. So when Paul and I will reach out to the water board, hearing what you're saying, Supervisor, it would be great to know what your fiscal year 22-23 needs are relative to that compliance. And then if you are getting closer to understanding the full freight cost in an out year, communicating that back to the Department of Finance and the Water Board so that they understand there is a need for this county in order to comply with this requirement. This is what they believe it will cost. Is the state budgeting enough for jurisdictions to be funded as they should be to comply? And so some of it is, it's a bit of a chicken and an egg problem where you need study money to know how much what it's going to take to comply. And then we have to go start advocating for the next year's budget allocations from the Department of Finance to make sure there's money parked in that department when it's time for you to apply for the funding for compliance. It's frustrating because there's no guarantee the money will be there in a future year, but that's how it's seemingly been working, notably because these reserves and the surpluses, well, really the surpluses, are continuing to be treated as one time. And so it's almost like these additional investments are one time and they're not really forecasting too far out for what they can spend since they don't know how long this run will continue. So giving Paul and I the dollar amounts is critical for us to be able to advocate that there's money there for you and educate the staff that that's the size application that would be coming in.
Can I just add to the chair? We've been having some incredibly productive conversations for clients with the water board, with the chairman, Joaquin Esquivel, with multiple staff persons. And we've actually had a couple supervisor recently where like problem solving actually started happening right there on the Zoom. And so as soon as we get the signal, we're happy to initiate that process for you as well on that issue.
Great. So maybe it's something that we can follow up on. We're not ready for the implementation funding yet, but what we really do need is some funding to assist with the countywide assessment because it goes beyond just, these couple of communities in Lower Russian River area and really is going to be impacting parcels and throughout the different supervisorial districts. Next question, and it's not quite a statewide question, but it's a Bay Area question, which is that I met with the Sonoma County Black Forum and Bar High yesterday, talking about the needs of the Black community as it pertains in particular to housing and homelessness. They are disproportionately impacted when it comes to lack of home ownership and also just kind of overrepresented, unfortunately, in our unsheltered population in Sonoma County. And so I'm just wondering if that's on your radar. There is kind of a growing movement for looking for, I believe it's a $500 million ask for financing in the Bay Area. And I'm just wondering if that's on your radar and certainly something that I believe we would support as a county.
It is on our radar. We think actually there's a fair number of legislators who want to move on that. Also to the chair's comment after I spoke on immigration and just racial equity in general. We think those are also areas where there's a critical mass of legislators that want to push the governor with an eye towards the May revise. So on all those fronts, Supervisor, we think more than what is in the January 10 budget proposal can end up in the eventual budget as adopted.
Thank you very much. And just a sort of request for follow-up. This wasn't something, it's something that I support personally. I don't know if it sort of would be incorporated into our legislative platform as something that we could automatically support, but if we can, I would love to be able to take that position of support as a county. And if not, I would ask through the chair to maybe bring that back for consideration because I think it's very important to us here in Sonoma County. Those are my questions. Thanks, Chair Gore.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Supervisor Gorn.
Good morning to both of you. Thank you for being with us this morning. Obviously, you followed the discussion last week, long discussion regarding the SDC. Thank you so much for all of your advocacy and work behind the scenes in facilitating that conversation and planning effort. We are going through the EIR scoping, but my comments really focused on a couple of things that you might be helpful with. We have a need to expand the crisis stabilization capacity in the county. We have a small unit on the site that could be almost immediately usable. And so I would love to explore the possibility of potentially partnering with the state to receive some funding to reopen that at the appropriate time to expand our capacity for crisis stabilization. I know that regional center clients also need that, but I'm thinking specifically of the general population of Sonoma County. Secondly, bold move, we want a climate center. I've talked with you about this on the center, a great location for that, path of fires and bay level rise and a number of things. Doug Bosco, former chair of the California or the Coastal Conservancy, would like to consider moving part of their function to the SDC, which meshes with that initiative. So any funding that you have or could identify to start that process of thinking about how do we fund operations, how do we get funding to rehabilitate some of the buildings, would be gratefully appreciated. And my final thought about the SDC is Bill Dodd sponsored a legislation regarding a fire management training facility. I don't know whether it's appropriate there or at Los Gulicos because CAL FIRE is moving forward with a lease for a camp at Los Gulicos. It is of interest to figure out if in fact we could place this somewhere either on the SDC and or Los Gulicos. I'm in conversation with Ben Nichols. So we'll try to quantify exactly what that looks like. Is it too big? Is it, appropriate somewhere else? So we have that as an interest, also roads, bike paths, you name it. Thank you all. I look forward to a time when we can actually meet you in person.
Mr. Chair, would you like responses to those?
That'd be great.
Okay. So on CSUs, it's a good example when I said no NOFA goes unturned. Karen mentioned the $3 billion in last year's budget. That's going to go out in 6 waves. And wave 1 is out there right now. And the kind of thing where we're saying to staff, this NOFA is on the street. Are you going to apply? If you're not, why not? If you are, that's great. Let's talk about that. And so we do think on the CSU, there is opportunity there. The state wants to talk to counties right away that are willing to create more beds, psychiatric beds in California. It's vitally needed, and the state will sort of drop everything it's doing, legislative and administrative, and talk to the counties that want to do that. If there's any hindrances to that, Karen and I have been working with the chair of the Senate subcommittee, Susan Eggman, who's very, very interested and wants beds right now in California. And so that's on the CSU supervisor. On the other climate and regional centers issues that you raised, I was going to say kudos to your state legislative delegation till the end, but you mentioned Senator Dodd. Obviously, you've got an amazing state legislative delegation. We're super happy. I'm sure you are too. Your other state senator, obviously promoted to be majority leader of the Senate. Working with them and the administration, there is actually a proposal in the state budget. We may have, hopefully later today, as I mentioned, more details on it, to cite a new North Coast Emergency Operations Center. And we've gotten that on everybody's radar screen, and we think there's something to play with there down the road. So I want to give you a very specific example on that, Supervisor. I think there's going to be other opportunities in this budget to do some of the things that you talked about on the STC footprint. I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you so much. Just put those things on your radar. And obviously, I'm going to be continuing to follow SDC and appreciate all the help. And the suitcase is full of cash that you can identify.
Well done. Thank you very much, Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Paul and Karen and Marissa. Last year, there was some legislation in play regarding the safety of farm workers working in disaster zones and evacuation areas. It got watered down. It turned out to be limited to just farm workers working with livestock, not with plants. This is an issue that the county needs to deal with in some way, but it's also an issue for the state, particularly for OSHA, EDD. These are safety issues, labor issues. But I'm wondering a couple of things. One is, are you hearing any broader desire to see this revived to include plant crops as well as livestock? And how can we encourage that to go forward?
I can jump in there, and frankly, I'm like frantically scrolling through my emails because there is a bill to expand the ag pass that I believe that's what you're talking about, AB 1103, to get through disaster zones to check on livestock. There is a new bill, I want to say, or excuse me, a budget proposal on it to fund the training curriculum for that. I will take a look and see if the trailer bill language references expanding for plant crops. I believe that your county neighbor to the east of you had a similar interest in it. And so we can dig in a little bit, Supervisor, to see if there's opportunity to expand it to plant crops.
Karen, did you say that there's a new bill, or this is a?
I apologize. When I was scrolling through all the budget change proposals, the administration, Department of Finance has a budget change proposal to support implementation of 1103, which is the livestock pass program that we're talking about right now. I can certainly inquire with the Department of Finance to see if there would be any willingness to expand it to cover plant crops, as long as they're going to do a trailer bill to implement the implementation. We may be able to have a conversation about expanding it to cover plant crops at the same time, since it will require legislative language to implement the law. It sounds odd to say, but there has to be department staff funded at the Department of at CAL FIRE to do the trainings for these things. And so that's going to require legislation. So we may be able to have the conversation with finance about it if a member does not introduce legislation to that end. But you are one of at least 2 counties I know of now that have supervisors interested in expanding the Ag Pass.
Okay, please let us know what you hear.
Sure.
Supervisor Rabbit.
It's good to see both of you, Paul and Karen. Thank you for your work. Very much appreciated. Strange times we're in all the way around, not only the pandemic, but also the amount of one-time funds being expended and spread about, as it were. At the same time, acknowledging just the number of different issues that we're dealing with statewide and here locally. Certainly the pandemic, through the housing crisis, homelessness, so on and so forth. So very much appreciate that. I think my questions have been really answered. There's some of those issues like the Ag Pass piece. If we were to, do something at the local level that really is quite honestly better off being drafted in Sacramento statewide, especially since some of those issues are already regulated at the state level and just need to have that extra enforcement around it or reinforcement, and or we don't allow people in those areas whatsoever. And I know that there's issues that we're going to have to deal with on that going forward. So I do appreciate that. Appreciate also I was going to ask what the tenor of the legislature is going to be this year. It used to be when times were quote unquote a little more normal, there were certain subject matters that were going to be highlighted in any given year, whether it was housing or whether it was drought. Now it seems like everything, we have crises across the board and we still need to address those. I do hope on the drought piece, and I know that, we get affected in so many different ways, whether it's the groundwater management piece that's really coming to a head in terms of how we go about implementing that, which really means, are we going to be charging local residents a new fee for something that they've had forever on their own dime, and how that's going to sit versus obviously taking advantage of the drought situation to make us more resilient going forward, coupled with all the wildfire and vegetation, healthy forests, healthy woodlands pieces as well. So really do appreciate, it's less a question and more just a thank you for the advocacy, for staying on top of all of these issues going forward. The resources seem to be plentiful, but the problems sometimes exceed that still, which is a bit frustrating for sure. It makes one wonder what the future looks like if there aren't these massive surpluses at the state level, what then we're going to focus in on. So thank you.
So
So through
Supervisor
the
Clark
chair,
stepped out for a minute. Yeah, Marissa, go ahead.
thank you, Supervisor Corsi. I just wanted to respond to a couple of comments about the legislative platform. So the current platform, the 21-22 platform, was created in line with the strategic planning effort. And that's where we were able to really align with those general pillars and goals. This next effort will kick off at the end of the summer. We'll kick off our 23-24 legislative platform development, and we'll be working with department heads and your board in honing in on some of those strategic objectives and other issues that we'd like to define a little better in the platform. So I just wanted to give that update. I think that we have a general idea, and we're just getting a lot more specific feedback on the items that we'd really like to specifically advocate for, which I heard in a lot of your board's comments today. So I just wanted to let you know that planning is moving forward in the next few months.
Perfect. Just for my part, a couple things that I think are relevant, not as much questions, but just follow up. Number one is is any concurrence, I think, from Paul and Karen on this item, but we had a call with Anamata Santos last night. You know, one of the things that we're tracking is the vaccine, not money, but vaccine mandates, masking mandates, other things like that. So one is that the governor's mandate for vaccines for schools, they told us that it's still along the regulatory process, which is different from the ledge process that Senator Pan and others are working on. So their proposal would still be set up for vaccine mandates for next school year, probably starting with the older kids like high school and others, and then working its way back. And the regulatory process obviously could change if there are legislative changes that are proposed by Senator Pan's bill to remove personal exemptions. The governor's proposal still would hold those personal exemptions in place. Any comments on that? On if you if you think that's going to keep moving forward, if there's political will there or not?
Karen, can I go just real quickly first?
Sure.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I know this is vitally important to the county and to the public. You know, we've stayed away so far in our presentation just talking about sort of political upheaval. Supervisor Rabbit touched on a little bit. There's redistricting, but there's also just, if I may, I mean, every passing day, it just gets a little stranger in Sacramento. What I mean by that is yesterday, the third legislator in 3 months resigned in their office. And we now have the second legislator, and a lot is happening in the assembly. Second legislator who not only announced the resignation, but effective immediately. So we have multiple vacancies in the Democratic caucus of the state assembly. And at some point that may come into play. So kind of, like I said, stay away from broaching that topic so far in the presentation, but given your question, Mr. Chair, given that these bills, let's be honest, can be controversial, you know, Karen and I are increasingly just wondering how many members, especially in the assembly, are we going to have as the year goes on, especially when you're talking about supermajority vote bills, 2/3 vote bills. The developments that we've seen over the last couple of months really can start coming into play. So I just wanted to sort of start with the politics in Sacramento, and I'll hand it over to Karen.
The vaccine legislation, I think will have when hearings are set, it will be a very tough environment like a physically tough environment to be in. There are groups that are very active on this subject that attend hearings virtually and in person. Sometimes not even in committee hearings where they're hearing issues related to public health, and they show up to discuss these things. So I'm not sure what the path holds for more legislation on vaccinations. It was my understanding that the governor's executive order relative to school vaccinations was tied to the vaccines being approved for regular use and not only under the emergency authorization. And I don't believe that's changed. There was an editorial in the Sacramento Bee over the weekend to that effect. So the regulatory process will develop, but then it seems as though oftentimes the governor is also fairly inclusive of local school board policymaking. It's hard to predict on this topic, given how personal it is to parents, what really is in the future for us on this specific illnesses vaccines. I wouldn't want to be reckless enough to try to predict it.
I think that's fair. I appreciate you. You know, so they said that they're going to probably be in mid-February just reviewing where they're at with masking and other things like that. So we don't anticipate anything until, you know, end of this month or forward. And then I just, you know, one thing of point, Marissa, that was in the ledge package talking about for this current legislative cycle coming up was a potential 482 million for resilient forests and landscapes. That links in very much with something we're going to talk about during our priorities, but also our veg management dollars, our BRIC grants and other things. So wanted to make sure we're tracking that. And then obviously seeing the money coming continually on homelessness to the counties, the COCs and the cities. I think it would be good for us to have, Marissa, I think once we get through our committee assignments, our ad hocs and our strategic planning pillars and all this stuff, is to have a reboot and for you to consider meeting with different members of different committees to make sure that these kinds of priorities are embedded into their work, whichever two supervisors are working on different things. There's going to be a lot of follow-up this year, and it's not just going to be about what we do, it's going to be how it links to the state. So without further ado, Marissa, I'm going to pass it back to you, Paul, and on behalf of Karen Lang and Associates, her name is Shaw, Yoder, Antwith, Schmeiser, and Lang. Pleasure. Good to see you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Gore. I will go ahead and start the presentation again. And we will invite our federal teams to present. We'll start with Van Scoyac and Associates.
Thank you, Marissa, and thank you, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Steve Palmer with Van Scoyac Associates. My colleagues Carol McDade, Holly Strain, and David Haynes and I are happy to be here today. Wish we could be there in person. We want to just kind of highlight the issues that our firm works with advocates for the county on, and that is transportation, which I'll cover, healthcare, which is Holly and Carol, and then tribal and appropriations, kind of giving an overview of appropriations, which will be David Haynes. So with that, I'll kind of jump into the transportation issues. And we're going to do it a little bit differently than Paul and Karen did, and that is we're going to go through these issue areas. Since we work on unique areas, we're going to touch on what happened this past year and then address what we see happening this year in each of these areas. So in transportation, the significant bill was obviously the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which was enacted finally in November then after being negotiated by a bipartisan group of senators. It really did not have much input rather from House members. It was something that the House passed its own bill. It included a number of earmarks that did not make it into the final bill, quite honestly. The Senate negotiators were not necessarily the traditional committee chairs and ranking members, but rather a group that wanted to see infrastructure investment legislation passed. They put forward, there were about 20 of them, 10 from each party. They put forward a bill, passed the Senate, and finally passed the House, as I said, in the fall. It includes, I'll just say very broadly and set the stage for Paul Schlesinger and Thorn Run folks, includes not just transportation, but it included clean energy, water issues, resilience, and environmental remediation and broadband. So a number of broad areas of federal investment are included in this bill. I really want to just touch on transportation to give you a sense of what kind of money will be available. And I really want to emphasize what Paul Yoder said, and that is that this funding will be happening over this year and the next following 4 years. It's really important to remember that as the county looks at its priorities and its project needs, that it's not just a one-time deal. It's not like the Recovery Act of 2009. We really are looking at projects that will be funded over the next several years. And when I talk about these funding levels, for example, the RAISE program, the old Tiger Build Grant program, which is for broad application of transportation infrastructure projects, that's going to be $1.5 billion this year, next year, and the following 3 years. So it's a total of $7.5 billion. It's a lot of money, but it obviously is a significant increase, a 50% increase over funding in the last year. And that's the key part here. I'm not going to give you a lot of the funding levels. I'm going to give you some percents because I think that's probably more relative in the relevance of what kind of funding will be available for the county in the coming 5 years. And that is for roads and bridges, for example, and obviously that's a priority for the county. It's a 32% increase in funding each of the next 5 years. So it won't be 32% each year, but it's 32% over last year, and that funding level will be sustained each year. And why is that important for the county? Well, obviously the roads are very important in maintaining those and rebuilding those, but there are a significant number of bridges that are of critical concern to you all. and the county. And the bill provides $40 billion over 5 years for bridges. Now, 29 billion of that is going to flow through Caltrans. So on an annual basis, about $5.5 billion will flow nationally through state DOTs like Caltrans. But there's also a $12 billion, again, 5-year program that is competitive grants available for the counties, cities, states to compete for, other parts of the governmental entities. And that's going to be that's a new program. That's an example of where this program really highlighted a need that wasn't being addressed before. And that is the competitive grant program aspect of bridges. I skipped over one thing I want to highlight too, and that is that in the formula funds, each state is going to have a requirement that at least 15% of its bridge money go to off-system bridges, those bridges that are maintained by Sonoma County. And that's going to be a significant issue because we worked on behalf of the county in this bill, but also too, even as far back as the FAST Act 5-6 years ago, to try to make sure there was funding for off-system bridges. And that has been addressed in this bill fairly significantly. It's not limited to 15%. It can be increased, but a minimum, there's a floor there. Transit is going to be a total of 43% more than was provided this past year and in previous years. There's a huge increase for rail. And why is that important for the county? Obviously, SMART is a significant element of the operations within transportation operations in the county. But also, too, there's money for a significant new program for competitive rail grade crossing projects. So that is a new initiative that the county can compete for as well. Airport funding, that is essentially double. And there's a new grant program, again, for access to airports, for surface transportation access to airports. This past year, we worked with Congressman Thompson in terms of trying to get an earmark for the access to the airport, for road improvements into the airport. We weren't successful, and he submitted it, but he wasn't successful in getting that funded in the appropriations bills. But we are now in a position to be able to compete for that $1 billion a year money for a project like that. And obviously there are things, climate change, electric vehicle chargers and other programs. Overall, the Department of Transportation is going to get $100 billion worth of competitive grants. And I want to emphasize that because, before I go into looking ahead for this year, I want to just emphasize too that a lot of these new programs, this $100 billion in competitive grants, are being delayed by the lack of a full year appropriations bill. David is going to talk at the end about the outlook for appropriations, but we're now 4 months into the FY22 appropriations process, and there is no legislation. And all the funding for the new programs is held up until there is a full year appropriations bill. So when I talk about these new programs, the rail grade crossing, for example, or the competitive bridge programs, those cannot get started until there's a full year appropriations bill. So even though there is advanced appropriations, which are guaranteed appropriations made available by the infrastructure bill, they can't start these new programs until they have a full year appropriations. But I started to say, looking ahead to this year on transportation, it's really about competition for grants. It's really about these competitive grants, this $100 billion that DOT will administer over the next 5 years. The good news, and I mentioned a number of different categories, the good news for the county is the priorities that this administration is espousing in terms of these competitive grants are very, very similar to what the county's priorities have been. And that is climate change, resilience, innovation, equity are all benchmarks that the Biden administration wants to see in grant applications. And they obviously want to see good paying jobs too, which is an issue, particularly now, given the Great Resignation or the changes in jobs that people are going through. So it's going to be a landmark historic year in terms of funding appropriations projects. And again, I think Paul will talk about some of the other aspects of the infrastructure bill. But I will turn it over to Carol and Holly now, let them talk about some of the healthcare issues, and happy to answer your questions after our presentation is done.
Thank you, Steve. This is Holly Strain with Capital Decisions Van Scoyoc, and I'm going to start on the healthcare front and then kick it over to Carol. As Steve, outlined last year, obviously we had the infrastructure bill on the sort of brick and mortar side of things. The social infrastructure bill that was supposed to follow that, the Build Back Better bill, has obviously not gone particularly well. And I believe this morning Senator Manchin even told reporters, well, it's dead. And so I do want to say, though, looking forward to next year, that I think that there are still opportunities, or this year, that there's still opportunities for pieces of that package to pass. I think there's broad support for some of those. For example, among Democratic priorities for the child income tax credit. And so, as we're thinking about this year, there's still opportunities for packages like that to move, but maybe on a smaller scale. But backing up to last March, we had the 5th COVID package passed, the American Rescue Plan Act. We included some details on that in the end of the year report that we provided, so I won't belabor all of them, but I'll just go over a few of them briefly. It had billions of dollars in it for addressing COVID response. For example, $47.8 billion for testing and tracing, $8.5 billion for vaccine activities at the CDC. Then it also had significant funds for addressing homelessness, $5 billion for supporting communities to provide safe services and socially distanced housing, $100 million to support households residing in USDA subsidized rental properties, and $100 million for housing counseling. So that was obviously significant amounts of dollars that were flowing from the federal government starting last March. So we had that, the American Rescue Plan Act, we had the brick and mortar infrastructure package that Steve just talked about. And then unfortunately, the Build Back Better bill so far has been on ice, I guess, as you say, but I think that there's opportunities this year for smaller pieces of that to pass, just perhaps not as a behemoth package. Last year, and other good news though for the county, Steve mentioned earmarks. The county was successful in having Congressman Thompson submit a request to fund the Access Project, and that was included in the House passed bill for $1.6 million in the House passed Labor HHS bill. As Steve mentioned, David will talk in more detail about where we are with appropriations, but needless to say, we're really hopeful that that package will be in the final bill that will be enacted hopefully later this month or next month. And even though that package hasn't been passed, the FY23 process is about to get underway. And so I would say that that's another area of opportunity for the county and I know Marissa's been working on what the priorities are for this year and what projects you might want to submit to members as that process starts later this spring. I also just want to note, and I don't want to steal Carol's thunder, that there's been significant interest in mental health lately. Just as we're sitting here right now, the Senate Finance Committee just announced that they will have a hearing next week on the Surgeon General on youth mental health. The Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee had a hearing on mental health this morning, and the House Ways and Means Committee has scheduled a hearing on mental health for tomorrow. So that is an area where there's significant focus, and I will kick it over to Carol to talk about that a little bit more detail.
Thank you, Holly. Good morning. My name is Carol McDade, and I am a principal with Capital Decisions, one of the Van Scoik companies. And I'm grateful to the board members, the staff for the county, and the members of the public for hearing us out today and allowing us the opportunity to represent you in Washington. I'm going to talk a little bit about what went on in terms of behavioral health this year. Holly just referenced it, so I'm not going to go into agonizing detail. You've also been provided in your board packet materials today a more detailed summary of behavioral health activities. But obviously, when there are great crises, there are great opportunities. And unfortunately, sadly, we've got great crises in both mental health, children's mental health, and substance use disorders. And as a result of that, the Biden administration provided just shy of $4 billion in additional funding for mental health and substance use disorders, much of it through the federal mental health and substance use block grants. So that money should be flowing to the counties shortly. Some of it's already gone out. And that's on top of COVID supplemental dollars that also went to fund mental health and substance use disorder projects. Holly mentioned the county was successful in obtaining House passage of their Access Project earmark. And I think that while the Labor and the appropriation process in general has not yet been completed for last year, and we're just starting to work on the following year. We do think that's a highly fundable project, and we're very hopeful that that will get funded. As I look at opportunities for next year, I heard Supervisor Gorin mentioned to your state advocacy team her interest and the county's interest in reopening and revitalizing the crisis stabilization resources the county has. I think that crisis services in general are a great focus in Washington right now. There is a 10% set aside required in the federal mental health block grant for crisis services. And when I say crisis services, I'm talking about community-based ones that Supervisor Gorin was mentioning, as well as mobile crisis services and the rollout of 988, which is going to go into effect in July. And that will provide, hopefully it will allow the county's EMS, fire, and police personnel not to get tied up all day waiting for a psych bed to open up at a local hospital. And instead, when an individual or business or whatever calls 988, trained personnel dealing with mental health and addiction crises will be dispatched to those scenes rather than tying up police and EMS. I also think a big opportunity that will be under discussion this year in Washington is sort of health and behavioral health care at home. And I don't just mean telehealth, that we all know has become one of the new ways to extend the delivery of healthcare services, but I'm talking about everything from hospital-based care to mental health and addiction treatment occurring in the home. And I think this will be a new frontier that will help serve the citizens of the county and also make healthcare more affordable and extend the county's healthcare workforce. Also, the intersection between substance use disorders, and in particular stimulants and methamphetamine, and the unhoused, I think is going to be great focus and interest in Washington, and I think the county may be able to take advantage of that. In terms of, I think there will be opportunities in the SAMHSA reauthorization bill to take a look at the workforce and how we could address severe workforce shortages throughout the entire continuum of the mental health workforce. And finally, I think that there may be additional earmarks that the county will want to submit. And in particular, I think that crisis stabilization project that was mentioned might make a fine earmark request if the county decides to go in that direction. So let me stop there and I will turn it over to David Haynes. And after David's through, we'll be delighted to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Chair and supervisors, it's great to join you today and participate in the county's federal 2021 legislative end of session report. My name is David Haynes, and I'm going to address tribal affairs and briefly touch on appropriations. While the infrastructure and COVID-19 relief, as you were hearing from my colleagues, were the focus last year in Congress, including in tribes, fee to trust reform and carcieri fix continues to be a possibility in Congress. In December, the House passed HR 4352 to allow the Secretary of the Interior to take tribal lands into trust for all federally recognized tribes, regardless actually of when they were recognized. The legislation passed in the House on a final vote of 302 to 127. And while consideration in the Senate right now is unclear, we continue to carry the county's message on the need for local government and county engagement and involvement, for that matter, on fee to trust issues, including any fee to trust reform. During our conversations with tribal affairs staff, congressional staff continues to emphasize the congressional focus on COVID-19 response and infrastructure, the issues that we mentioned earlier. And within infrastructure, broadband and improvement of tribal roads continue to be a focus. But they have left the door open in our discussions for fee to trust reform to come up this year, particularly in the Senate. This could occur through legislation I previously mentioned, HR 4352, or other legislation that could be introduced as well this year. We also continue to work with the county staff to try to help tribes around the county with federal economic development assistance. And as we think about tribal affairs, it's also worth mentioning that the administration continues to focus on infrastructure for tribes, improvements to public safety for tribes, as well as inclusion and outreach for tribes. The inclusion and outreach has become a major priority for the administration. At this point, let me shift over to the appropriations process. I know you've heard a little bit about it, but let me dig into it a little bit more for you. The fiscal year 2022 appropriations process negotiations continue as the federal government is currently funded under a CR, continuing resolution, through February 18th. As Holly mentioned earlier, the access earmark is still a part of the appropriations debate, the House HHS bill. But lawmakers need to soon make an agreement on the policy riders and top line defense and non-defense spending levels in order to finish the appropriations bill. And if they have any hope of finishing in the next 2.5 weeks prior to the February 18th deadline, those 2.5 weeks are going to move quickly. So talks of another short-term continuing resolution are happening, and a very real possibility if an agreement does not come together in the next 2 weeks. But with the deadline looming, members in both parties are interested in a bipartisan omnibus where they would group the appropriation bills together in order to complete the FY22 appropriations. Steve mentioned this, but an appropriations deal needs to come together for funding to be released in the FY 2022 on any of the new programs created last year. So I think that's important to highlight again. But as Congress continues the negotiations on FY 22 appropriations, we've heard that the release to Congress of President Biden's FY 2023 budget is expected to be delayed until at least next month, or potentially longer if the 22 appropriations negotiations go any longer. But in the president's budget, to Congress, we expect that the president will emphasize helping disadvantaged communities and other priorities that are in line with the president's Justice 40 initiative that we've discussed with you in the past. As you would expect, Congress will shift their focus in the future from FY22 funding, and Holly mentioned this earlier, over to FY23 funding as the year goes on. And earmarks, once again, will be part of the appropriations process. I know it's a little complicated to start thinking about FY 2023 as Congress hasn't finished the current fiscal year appropriations, but it's really important for the county to continue to consider priority projects for potential earmarks ahead of the process starting. And we're going to continue working with county staff on this process, and Marissa as well, in identifying priorities and identifying projects to pursue earmarks for the county. Democratic leadership will have the goal to complete the FY 2023 appropriations process prior to this year's August recess and ahead of the midterm elections. But if history is any indicator, that will certainly be difficult to achieve as we see fiscal year 2022 appropriations still ongoing in February now. And so supervisors, with that said, we are happy to answer any questions you may have, and I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Obviously, we have some big things that are coming in terms of implementation, and then in terms of opportunity. I want to pass it to my colleagues and start with Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much, and thank you all. It's good to see you, and thanks for the work. Very much appreciated. Steve, I was going to just talking about transportation funding in general. It's great to see, obviously, all the pots being refilled and the opportunities being there for us. Of course, serving on the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, always trying to make Sonoma County and the North Bay in general more competitive is sometimes a challenge, just because of the population, the density, the demographics being different, and the criteria that you mentioned is that set? I guess what my question would be on a lot of this is, through all the, and knowing the appropriations aren't quite there yet, is there still a level of rulemaking, or because these are kind of filling pots of existing formulas, not so much, with the exception perhaps of the additional bridge dollars? Is everything else just going to fall into line with what was? And the opportunities will be there because there's just a bigger pot of money to go after, and hopefully we're as competitive as we can be?
Supervisor, that's a great question, because it's a mixed bag is the short answer. All of the, on the highway side, all of the programs that were in the last authorization bill, the FAST Act, are still in place. These new programs and the competitive grant programs really still have to be defined. They really haven't, they haven't come out with any kind of identification of what the criteria are, eligibility will be, or, basically said they have to go to the South Bay as opposed to the North Bay. They wouldn't get that specific. I'm being a little flip. But a lot of those new programs still have to be worked through the Administrative Procedures Act in terms of getting public input and in terms of how they would set those programs up. On the transit side, the majority of the transit programs are existing programs because there was just the give and take between the bipartisan senators was such that they didn't want to really create any new initiatives in transit. And kind of the same on airports. They felt like other than the airport access program, which is a new grant program, like that criteria is supposed to come out from the FAA in terms of eligibility and project definition will come out this month. But they are moving fast. They're under the pressure of the White House to try to get this money out, which means they're going to define these programs as quickly as possible.
That's great. And I wish them all the best and get it out as quickly as possible. On the airport, I know in the past, our location of our airport in proximity to San Francisco, Oakland, and the major metropolitan areas, we were at a bit of a disadvantage, as I understood it, in terms of acquiring some FAA monies, because as opposed to being more remote or more rural, I think we've all flown into airports that are, I think of Bend, Oregon, or Redmond, whatever that airport is that has, it looks like it could be an international airport as opposed to, what we make the investments in here locally. Has that changed at all, or is it really just the access piece that's added to the on the airport side of things?
The only new element of airports is the access element. Let me rephrase that. So essentially the airside grant program for airports was doubled. It's gone from $3 to $6 billion a year. The terminal and airside access is really the new grant program. I kind of skipped over that and just highlighted the airport access, but it really is focused on terminals as well, which will help the county. And that's the program that has the program eligibility will all come out later this month. But I misspoke when I said it's just access. It's really terminal and access.
That's great. And that works out well for our county here. So I'm glad to hear that. And again, I appreciate all the work. I'm glad that you're also representing SMART. And I know that you didn't mention it, but besides wanting to fulfill the what the voters voted for initially and get ourselves all the way up to Cloverdale, the freight issue, anything just because I know that freight is also, it hits some of our issues here as well in terms of climate change and wanting to make sure that we keep those cars off, or trucks off the freeway. Anything real quickly on that?
Not Supervisor, nothing specific. I have been talking to the staff there though about the possibility of looking at a raise grant. Again, they were part of the Caltrans submission to get them up to Windsor, which wasn't successfully funded this past cycle. They're looking at the possibility of a raise grant or an infra grant which is more focused on freight that could help them address some of those freight issues.
I appreciate that. And to David, I know that we've been involved with fee to trust reform, I think, in this county pretty closely, as certainly in my entire tenure here, with our tribal relations, which are actually very good, and we've been very consistent. And actually, I think we brought that to the state and testified in Congress a few times regarding fee to trust reform, and also just making sure that local governments are noticed, that any developments, the offsite impacts are properly mitigated, and we're just part of that discussion, which I think is something that we all still obviously support. I realized when we were at the CSAC meetings down in Monterey that I was told that there was a couple different CRE fix bills proposed, and obviously the one now sits over in the Senate. Any indication of whether that will move or not, or is it because this happens semi-regularly, I think, over the years, but I'm not sure. Eventually, I think something will happen, apparently. Do you think that will be this year?
Supervisor, thanks for your question. And you're exactly right that we've heard this song played before. We've heard this scenario. We've seen this scenario play out before. I do think that there is still, even though we've seen it before, there is a growing interest to do something on carcieri. I mean, if you look, I purposely included the vote count in the House, 302 to 127, just to highlight that there is growing interest to address this issue. With that said, the Senate has not committed to, or they have not set any dates on consideration. So it's certainly possible that this bill or other ones that are considered in the House could once again pass in the House and then sit in the Senate. But Senate staff has been very clear with us to let us know that it remains a possibility that could be considered. Now, I know that's not what we want to hear. We want to hear more absolutes, but that is where the Senate's at right now.
All right, I appreciate that. Thanks again for the work, and thanks for those answers.
Thank you. Supervisor Corsi. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to go back to Ms. McDade's discussion about the emphasis on mental health, and particularly on crisis care and response in Congress right now. I just want to note that we've got a mental health sales tax that passed in 2020. We allocated about $1 million of that toward 4 cities in the county this past year to participate in a pilot program on crisis response that sends mental health workers and paramedics to crisis instead of law enforcement. It is a pilot program. Really interested in looking at ways to sustain that and expand that to the whole county at some point. So just want to put that out there so our antenna is up on any opportunities.
Very good. Consider them up, and I also think that something in this crisis area might be ripe for an earmark request.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Anything from my colleagues? Supervisor Hopkins?
Thank you. I just wanted to check in on advocacy with FEMA. Pretty disheartening to hear that it sounds like we are not alone in counties that are abruptly being dropped after having projects approved. FEMA seems to be now trying to find technical reasons to reject projects at the last minute, which really threatens our ability to reopen critical evacuation routes around the county. So I'm just wondering, is this a trend that you're seeing? I've heard from our Transportation Public Works Director that we are seeing this trend in other California counties that originally had projects approved by FEMA. They go through all of the environmental and engineering permitting hoops, and then at the last minute, FEMA seems to want to reject the design when literally, we should be ready to go and to be able to actually get shovels in the ground and start fixing this. So I know this is something that Marissa has been tracking, and I'm just wondering what we can do to try to fix this fundamental problem at FEMA.
Through the chair, Supervisor Hopkins, we've been working on this issue with our next firm that will be presenting, Thorn Run Partners. Paul, I don't know if you wanted to respond to that question, or if we can wait until after the presentation.
Thanks, Marissa. Yes, Paul Schlesinger, thanks for the opportunity. I don't know if this is a way to segue into our 5 to 10 minute presentation, but we have been working on this, although there have been other problems with FEMA reimbursement over, dating back to the wildfires. The reimbursements from some of the 2018 flooding is an issue that, frankly, we're just becoming more aware of. We had a terrific briefing with the Public Works folks, I think just on Friday, and it's something that we're certainly looking forward to getting into and working on with them and with you all in the weeks and months ahead. They made an incredible case, to us. Of course, you all pay us to think that their case is incredible, but in this case, it really was. It sort of defies reason as it was laid out to us, and I think it's something that we're going to be able to work on directly with FEMA and through our delegation to try to remedy.
Thank you. And follow-up question, is there any sort of nexus or coordination or collaboration between the Department of Transportation and FEMA? Because a lot of these issues are really critical transportation issues, for our rural residents. And similarly, I know it's something that we've struggled with in Sonoma County is when we have a disaster and then we've got all of our disaster response debris removal, right? Our roads get torn up, and FEMA has been increasingly resistant to returning those roads, even to the, quality that they were at prior to the disaster. And so I'm just wondering if there's any appetite for kind of a federal fix on that question of, maybe there's some percent or there's a, particular formula that is allocated to help, roads get back to standards. But it's funny to sort of have all these billions of dollars going into the DOT and we can't get broken roads, right, that were impacted by a disaster back up to even a basic standard or being able to use them for evacuation routes for our next disaster. So is there any kind of, cross-pollination between those agencies or recognition that some of this is really, should be of interest to the DOT as well?
I'm not sure that there is a lot of cross-pollination, but I would say, in addition to the difficulty with FEMA reimbursement, and I think we're all aware of the problem from the 17 wildfires where OES is, Cal OES is not agreeing with the county, which really damages our ability to get anything done at FEMA on some of what Cal OES is saying was pre-existing damage to the roads. But what, a great thing that was in the infrastructure bill, and one of the things I was going to lead with, and I don't know if I should just again, sort of segue into our presentation, but working on recovery issues, we had been working along with the city of Santa Rosa and their folks here in town since 2019 on securing a provision for the infrastructure bill geared at recovery and resiliency that includes a lot of what you're talking about, and we're successful at getting, getting that in there. I think a lot of folks looking back at the infrastructure bill and particularly the transportation titles of that would say that the resiliency issues were really a hallmark of that bill. We had devised a program going to 2019 that was, we had this regimen that was going to be a big pot of money that could only go to communities that had experienced disasters in the previous 5 years. And we were going in, as a matter of fact, right before COVID, but my last trip to the Hill before the pandemic and everybody went home was with the Santa Rosa lobbyists meeting with the Senate committee staff on our provision. And indeed, what wound up in the bill was, I think, $1.4 billion over the life of the bill. There's a formula component, there's a discretionary grant component to do to work for resiliency and response and recovery. A lot of work on evacuation routes, that stuff that we had worked on, including with Congressman Garamendi from the Greater Bay Area, to secure that. Senator Padilla, at our request, at your request, had a provision in committee markup. He serves on the Environment and Public Works Committee that writes the infrastructure bill. And he put in a provision to make clear that several very large programs could be used for vegetation control and management. That was on behalf of Sonoma County. But recovery, response, resiliency really are a center point of a lot of what the bill's about. A lot of the other programs, in addition to the one that's specifically designed for that purpose, which is called the Protect program, have provisions that, for example, require the MPOs, in our case, the MTC, to have a disaster recovery and resilience plan prepared. And that should work in our favor over the coming years. So that's a long answer to your question, which is, although I don't know that DOT and FEMA really work together on our specific issues, or even work together on the broader big picture issues, we've been targeting them separately, and I hope that FEMA is going to come around on some of our specific issues and experiences over the last few years, and that this new program at DOT is going to make things a lot better moving forward.
Thank you. Supervisor? Keep going.
Thanks. I just have one last question, which is really sort of describing this exciting opportunity through the DOT and that transit and transportation funding. We've got a few different items coming up that seem relevant when it gets to our climate resiliency fund. There's a proposal for fare free transit. There's a proposal for a couple of solar projects that could potentially be coupled with EV projects. There's also a number of kind of bike proposals, not all of which were recommended for funding. And so I think this is more of a request to staff, which is, I've also asked for this at SCTA. How can we make sure that all of the supervisors and all of the communities are aware of the different funding deadlines? It looks like the RAISE grant applications are due in April. Which ones are we moving forward? I know we have a couple of applications that have been submitted to active transportation grants in the past in West County, one of which is now shifted into the 3rd district. But how can we kind of make sure that we're trying to get all of the possible pots of funding for the projects that we've identified? I know that Supervisor Gorin is very passionate about Arnold Drive and sort of some of the East County bike corridors. How can we make sure that all of these are going forward? And so just, I guess, kind of a request for Marissa or the CAO's office, to make sure that everyone's aware of what are the projects that we're going to be asking for money for and what's the potential timeline for notification on the decisions.
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. In legislative affairs, I think that our task is really highlighting the opportunities that will come to our office. And we are working with our partners, which I think that you'll hear from later today, on identifying what Sonoma County is best prepared for. And then we're reporting back to your board. We will definitely work within our teams to highlight as we move forward.
Great.
Supervisor, if I may, this is Steve. We always try to make sure that the county is aware through the staff of the grant opportunities when they come out. The difficulty will be that as I mentioned, a lot of the money that is gone through the Federal Highway Administration, or released by the Federal Highway Administration, goes to Caltrans. They then set those deadlines. So it's going to have to be a collaborative effort that we all work together on to make sure the county knows the deadlines and what's coming at them at certain times of the year.
Well, I would add to that if I could, and I'm not certainly going to steal Steve's thunder on the transportation side of things, but we have sent around to through Marissa, in addition to the many summaries on the various provisions of the IIJA or bipartisan infrastructure bill, whichever you want to call it. The various discretionary grants that are going to be available through various programs, and an expected timeline of when the discretionary grants, which by and large are grants that we can be applying for, are going to be coming out. I mean, obviously, with regard to new programs, it takes months and months for the department to gear up, including just doing hiring. I mean, one of the things that's been said is that DOT has to hire a bunch of people, which is going to be made more difficult by the failure to pass an appropriations bill. But it takes months to gear up on that. But the DOT and the White House, they are openly discussing a timeline for when various grants are going to be available, not just through the department, but through the other departments that got money through the infrastructure bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Gorin, you have anything before I?
No, I think my questions have been answered. Thank you so much. I look forward to the time when we can actually visit Washington. Other members of our board are coming to Washington. I'm not, I'm participating virtually. So thank you, Marissa, and all of the folks working on the wide world of lots of different issues.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to Paul. Paul, you had said 5 to 10 minutes. We're going to, since we've been going back and forth, just ask you to hammer us hard and see if there's any questions. Please keep it succinct as possible, but we appreciate you and all the time you spend with us here and with Marissa and out in DC.
Thank you, Chair Gore. I think I can keep it to 5 or 10 minutes because we just, in answering that question, discussed part of what we were going to say. But I do want to point out, I have with me today Jim Davenport and Greg Burns. They are with me at the firm of Thorn Run, and I thank the board for sticking with us when we changed firms a few months ago. And I would just say one of the reasons, that the principal reason that I did that was because of the support and assistance that I knew I was going to be getting from these two folks. This firm does a lot of things beyond local governments, but we kind of have our own little team within the firm. And I'm guessing that if you were to ask Marissa behind our back, she would say that, you know, we've been able to provide the county with a lot of additional useful information and assistance that maybe we couldn't have done quite so well previously. And I know Jim and Greg, in addition to talking for a minute or two, will be available to answer your questions. You know, Karen said at the outset a while back this morning that the state budget, which started out the year looking kind of dire, was getting better and better and better. And I would just suggest that, you know, perhaps a big part of the reason for that was that last March, Congress did pass the $1.9 trillion ARPA bill that included $195 billion to states, $60 billion to counties. That was on top of a bill that passed very late the previous year, the CARES Act, that was, I think, $2.2 trillion. So the fact that the state budget started to improve and indeed look pretty good, I think is in part thanks to, you know, the money that's been coming from Washington. We really went over in answering Supervisor Hopkins' question, a provision that we had truly been working on and that the county was at the absolute forefront with working with the city on resiliency in the transportation sector. I can tell you that when we started working on this in 2019, we thought we were a voice in the wilderness. And it wasn't for 6 or 8 months that we understood that that we weren't, that there were other people coming along as well, talking about some of the same general issues we were. You know, I would never want to say that you know, these multi-billion-dollar provisions were in the bill solely because of the work of Sonoma or solely because of the work that we were doing back there. But I would say that I think coming out of our experience with the 2017 wildfires, we may have been the first people up there talking about it. And you know, now it's going to take some work to make sure that we're also in a position to take advantage of it. But there is no question, things like evacuation routes, things like vegetation control, they are going to be a greater focus for funding, and they are things that we fit in. You know, our needs dovetail now with some aspects of federal law on that. You know, I will take just a second to talk about other provisions that are in the infrastructure bill that was enacted, I think, on November the 15th. First and foremost, Congressman Thompson's office, he's a senior member on the Ways and Means Committee. He had been pushing his green tax bill for several years, and he used the infrastructure bill as a vehicle to get that done. That extends and increases tax incentives for things like, the solar tax credit, the wind tax credit, some tax credits for industry that get cleaner. So Congressman Thompson, who was part of our really super 4-member delegation, that was his stuff that's in there. On the transportation side, I'd already said how Congressman Huffman and Senator Padilla especially were so very helpful on it. Senator Padilla, of course, came out to the county, I think it was last August, as part of his tour looking at disaster-related needs. He's introduced bills out of that, one of which happens to be getting marked up in committee tomorrow on the Senate Homeland Security Committee. Other provisions that were in the infrastructure bill that is now law, I think it was $65 billion for broadband, which was something we were particularly following and will need to continue to follow to try to make sure that some of the problem areas in the county are addressed with that funding. Money for drinking water, money for EV charging stations, legacy pollution sites, resilient infrastructure. Funding for all of this was in the big infrastructure bill. I probably shouldn't do it, but I'll take 1 second just to talk about a bill that wasn't enacted, the Build Back Better Act. And I would do that only because it got so much attention over the course of the last year. Of course, the House, it emanated from the White House. The House passed a $3.5 trillion bill. This was, I think there was a misunderstanding about what it was at the outset when they were calling it an infrastructure bill. It was really a social infrastructure, a human infrastructure bill. But the House passed a bill of $3.5 trillion. The Senate was cutting it in half. Of course, that bill was evolving, is dead now, and I think whatever comes out of it will be whatever President Manchin thinks is acceptable to him. I'm just going to talk for a second about the appropriations measures leading up to now, and then turn it over to Jim Davenport for a minute. But during the previous,
I'm gonna have to ask you to speed it up. I'm not trying to be rude.
Well, I would just say that in the previous,
a lot of this we can deal with the ledge update through Marissa, but we do have to allocate about $15 million in spending, and we're going on to about an hour and a half for 45 minutes for this item. Marissa, please.
Supervisor, I'm just going to thank our state and federal partners for coming out today to provide your board with an update. We're going to be tracking the rest of the board meeting to make sure that we are identifying opportunities for advocacy and funding to opportunities that we know are on the board's radar are the county government center work and the Sonoma Developmental Center, really looking at state and federal funding for those items, in addition to what we'll hear later today. I am appreciative of the board's feedback on the updates that you received today. We'll be working on the platform later this summer, as I mentioned, and we'll stay tuned to your direction throughout the rest of the retreat.
Well, I thank you, and I thank the patience for those on. And Paul, I want to offer my apologies and look forward to following up with you potentially with, I know Supervisors Rabbit and I will be out at the NACO Ledge Conference. Looking forward to getting to know Jim better. Jim, I know we didn't give you a chance to own the mic, but Marissa, I appreciate you and the follow-up that we have and everybody who chimed in today. And much respect. We've gotten a lot of things done and we will continue to do so. So thank you all very much. And I am going to allow the board to take 5 minutes to use the restroom or allow. You can use the restroom anytime you want. But we're going to take 5 minutes, allow Crystal to get set up. The goal for us, just for the board, is that we're going to go through, we have the strategic plan update and the climate. We're going to go through as much of this as we can. We do have to break at closed session at noon for about an hour. We have to hold on to that. If we need to come back afterwards and get into our afternoon calendar, I think we have the time to do that. I know we do. Currently, we're set for 3:30 for public comment on items not listed on the agenda. So I think just an understanding that we'll go through those presentations and get as much as we can done now before noon. Thank you.
there. Just one moment, all. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And confirming sound with my colleagues in the chambers.
Yep.
Thank you so much. We're ready to continue.
Okay. We're back for our presentation from Policy Grants and Special Projects Division, Crystal Carey-Harrow and Yvonne Shu. We're going to get into the Sonoma County 5-year strategic plan. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board, County Administrator Bratton, and Council Pittman. I'm again Crystal Carey-Harrow from the Policy Grants and Special Projects Division. I'm pleased to be presenting to you an update on some of the work that's taken place following your board's approval of a new 5-year strategic plan last year. So just a quick outline of what we'll be covering. In addition to the update, we'll talk a little bit about what implementation progress reporting looks like, and then go into the funding requests for the year 1 strategic plan funding allotment. Just a quick slide showing where we've been and how we got to today. Your board approved the plan in March of last year, approved the funding for $5 million for the funding for strategic projects in June at the budget hearings. Things kicked off in earnest in July, and over the fall and months, implementation leads did a good job of developing plans while getting your input through the board liaison meetings and check-ins. And that brings us to today's update and funding recommendations. So you've seen this slide before. I really just am including it here to reorient the public to the 5 strategic plan pillars. That's healthy and safe communities, organizational excellence, racial equity and social justice, climate action, resiliency, and resilient infrastructure. And the other reason I wanted to put this slide up too is just because you can see all the names there on this slide, all the people involved in what is a considerable amount of work effort leading up to where we are today. Starting with your board, thank you for giving us input. I think the implementation leads found it really helpful to be able to check in with you through the process of developing the plans. I want to also thank the leads themselves. These are the people who are the committed workhorses who are moving the work forward. Special thanks to my analyst who did the work of coordinating across the different departments, leads, and parties, and to the steering committees for their partnership to date. So moving on to the implementation plans themselves, leads have prepared one plan for each objective, and each has what you would expect from an implementation plan: the approach, major activities, key timelines, phasing, and milestones. But we additionally asked that the implementation leads address their approach in terms of advancing racial equity through their efforts, and also to speak to climate impacts and considerations. They were also asked to describe how they would engage the community and city partners through implementation. And I specifically included this box here for plan principles because you'll see these things across all of the detailed implementation plans that are attached to the item. And that is geographic equity, leveraging funds, and partnerships with city and community stakeholders. The final component on the list here, metrics, a major category in itself. Yvonne, if you could advance this slide. Of course, critical to monitoring our project. And so staff have identified quantifiable metrics and measures to track projects that will be used as indicators to demonstrate how we're doing at achieving the desired outcomes. In some of the plans, you'll see that there are a number of many metrics because of the many different programs that we have. And there's still a little bit of to do to refine which of those metrics and measures will be shared publicly on a strategic plan website, which I'll mention in a few slides. On this next slide, I've just included a couple examples of the metrics that you'll see in the plans. Number of departments that engage in demographic analysis, staff completing no wrongdoing training, and greenhouse gas emissions reductions. Another of the principles is, of course, the city partnerships. The county administrator's office did reach out to the jurisdictions to see and understand how they would like to engage in implementation of our plan. The respondents you see listed here. And of course, this is not a one-time thing. We'll be continuing to engage the cities and to understand how they want to engage further. And of course, this is an ongoing thing. It's not as if we're asking once. On this next slide, I'm just showing a few examples of some of the where we're taking advantage of existing coordinating structures to partner further. Good one is the continuum of care, where we're working together on going after state and federal funds, the mobile crisis programs, working with several jurisdictions, and ongoing collaboration with the Regional Climate Protection Agency as they work together on countywide greenhouse gases. Leveraging funds, again, another principle of our plan. We heard a lot this morning from discussions about how we're all trying to align to make sure that we're taking advantage of any opportunities and kind of getting pre-positioned. And I will say that my sense too is that we have increased our capacity to go after this funding in a couple of different ways, both with grant-focused positions within the departments, with my own team in terms of how we're organized, where each analyst has a sort of pillar lane and is responsible for tracking those funding streams. It's a big difference from when we had just one grant analyst doing all of those things. This grant steering committee continues to meet to make sure that they're coordinating across departments to effectively go after scope and go after funding. Chair Gore, you mentioned this morning how Marissa will need to be engaged in understanding what our RFPs come forward. And we're going to become best friends with Marissa because we know she's one person, and we're going to try to help with that communication chain through to the departments to help make sure we're pre-positioned and can take full advantage of those opportunities. So moving to the implementation timeline. Oh, actually, just wanted to mention one other thing. We have now additional contract services, grant services supporting us. The enhancement is really that our contractors in the past, we'd reach out them to ask for grant writing support and listing what opportunities are available, but now they are tracking for us in advance of giving us the information exactly which strategic plan objective is aligned with that funding stream. And that kind of takes some of the homework out of breaking down and being able to communicate directly to the department what sources are available. Okay, so implementation timelines. The detail on the slides here in the next few slides is kind of hard to read. It's attachment 2B to the item, and we're using the standard stoplight colors to indicate where things are funded. On the next slide, you'll see that even though you can't see the detail, what I wanted to get a sense is that there's a lot happening, there's a lot funded. We heard, I think we understand that from state level funding, perhaps a lot more funded here than we would expect to see, and it sounds like there's more support coming. On the next slide, the main differences here and what these reflect are the department's priorities and their phasing, but it also reflects, of course, funding availability, other project dependencies, and to a degree, staff capacity to do the work. So I think that's evident in the racial equity, just at a glance. Small team, mighty team, getting funding, getting going, but not so much funded quite yet. And then on the infrastructure, the next one is infrastructure or climate action resiliency. Well, we've got a whole brand new division in CAO who's going to be very much focused on working to get funding for some of these objectives, hopefully starting this afternoon, but also moving forward as some of those later years are not funded. And then we heard a little bit more from our lobbyists too about what's coming forward in resilient infrastructure funding. Sometimes some of these colors you can see, these are major dollars. And so we're going to be tracking those really closely to make sure that we can take advantage of those opportunities. Okay, next slide, please. Just a quick note on, obviously, we do have a strategic plan website, and we're going to be developing that in a couple of different phases. The first phase, Yvonne, if you want to advance that slide, is where we are today. We've got a website. It's branded consistent with our strategic plan. It's got some basic information. ISD has helped us make it look user-friendly. But phase 2 really starts after today, where we're going to be posting so that the public has access to the implementation plans, and preliminarily, at least a summary of what the work is and the approach for each of those plans are, so that we can, they can understand what we're trying to accomplish. And phase 3, we're going to be working more towards that metrics and dashboard, and we're hoping to have that up and live by the end of the calendar year. Next slide, please. So just a quick note on, obviously, we'll be reporting how our progress is being made over the 5-year plan, starting with the website and the dashboard, perhaps working with you as board liaisons again to follow up on status. The county administrator's office is also tracking board items where there's alignment to the strategic plan, so that later on we can report what specific investments over the course of the year have been made in support of those objectives. I anticipate we'll have some kind of an annual report, more formal, around this time next year. We'll continue to be sharing information and getting input from our employees. And the last bullet here is just the email that will give members of the public and even our own employees opportunities to give input to the plan as we go through implementation. And that is strategic plan at sonoma-county.org. This slide is out of place, but it's really the conclusion of just a general update. But I think what we'll do is just go ahead and move to the funding requests. And so repeating again that your board set aside $5 million for year 1 strategic plan projects. We received 27 proposals from the departments overall. You can see it's oversubscribed by about $700,000. I listed here the rating considerations, and that's basically my team put together some criteria and looked at how to rate the projects that we receive. Similar themes from our principles, racial equity, and our strategic plan values. And then of course, just operationally, do we think it's feasible? Can it be done? Are there dependencies? So in summary, you'll see the distribution of proposals and requests across the different pillars, with one line item there for multiple pillars, as there are many intersections across our strategic plan pillars. And then on the next slide, sort of in the order of our ratings, a number of the specific projects that were proposed. This you'll see more of the detail on attachment 2C to the item. A couple things I'll highlight. There's about $750,000 for community engagement related activities. It's a lot for just this $5 million pot, but some of the differences in the projects are related to what you see there rated as number 2, community satisfaction survey, which we have not done as a county in quite some time, and I think it's a priority now to do that. That involves having a consultant and some community engagement components. The other is the proposal from the Office of Equity to do, as they are lead on developing a countywide strategy for community engagement. And then the other one is on my own team's need for some special project community engagement, for example, that we saw on for redistricting, where we don't have the capacity, or maybe it's most effective to be done through contracts. And so that is reflected here on the need for community engagement capacity overall. I will say that both the Office of Equity, Paul Gullickson, who's also leading some of the outreach, and our teams are working really closely together to make sure that we will be using those resources really effectively and developing a shared work plan so that we can communicate effectively to your board what activities are happening around community engagement and our overall countywide strategy. I've been asked to also mention that there is an electronic vehicle proposal here, but you'll also see a larger project for electronic vehicles on the climate resiliency list as well. These are two different things. Our climate division just pulled this one off of their list because they thought this was the more appropriate funding source for it. And this is sort of an initial consulting and a little bit of maintenance, whereas the project on the climate list is more heavily infrastructure and new work compared to the maintenance on this one. So we've got a couple pages here of projects that's down to a total of 4.9 plus million. And then, I'm also showing on the next slide the list of the other requests that were made that were over the allotted budget that we set aside. So hopefully not too quickly, but that is where we're presenting to do in terms of our funding recommendations. But of course, for your board's deliberation. And if I could answer any questions at this point, those are the some total of the slides that I have to present for you this morning.
Thank you very much, Crystal. I appreciate it. I see some of my board members have their binders, and I'm sure those who don't have it online if they need to. So reminder that underneath tabs 7 and onward are the actual full funding requests. If any colleagues want to go back and look at an item and pull through and see what the full thing is outside of what we have before us. I think, the first thing I want to encourage colleagues to do is to identify items that they have questions on. And so, instead of going through a list one by one and us all kind of cutting it up and down, is for us to go through this list and for each of my colleagues to kind of either ask initial questions, broad-based questions, or questions about specific proposals. Then we'll go to public comment and bring it back to the board for a deliberation. The other thing to note is that we, that last sheet that had the stuff that was shaded, the 741,000 of additional that was listed, but is above and beyond the 5 million that we've allocated. I kind of want to, ask questions about those projects as much as you want, but I want to have a conversation with us about afterwards about, is this something that we're going to look at bringing back in April for budget discussions? If we like those priorities, are we going to talk about our contingencies from this year? So I just want you to understand that's kind of where I'm tracking to, but I'm totally open to that being a different conversation. So Supervisor Gorn.
First of all, thank you to Christelle and your many, many folks who've been creating the criteria for evaluation, poring over all of the proposals. And it's taken quite a long time. Probably, I think we've been briefing with you for 4 months, maybe. And thank you for all of that. We did receive an inquiry from Stephanie Larson of UCCE regarding her 2 proposals that she had submitted for consideration, I think. Were those 2, and I know they were listed on our materials. One was a food program, and I think one was grazing and vegetation management. And I guess I want to know, but at some
Supervisor, if I may, I just understand that those are a part of the climate discussion.
Yeah.
My understanding, the strategic plan. So we'll go into that climate discussion second. If you
Okay.
want any more from Crystal, definitely on this. So Crystal, I'll pass. I didn't want to interrupt you on that, but
Thank you.
my understanding
I
is that
thought we
those
were
are for-
talking overarching, but
Okay.
that's great. So you know where my questions are, and I'd like to know when the appropriate time comes around,
Good.
how are we considering those?
And I think as appropriate, if that's something we want to identify, as you say, is that, appropriately, here's strategic plan, but I'm also already talking about contingency. And that could be something that I put a note down to bring up during that climate discussion and then for us to follow up on. Perfect. Thank you. Supervisor Gorn, anything else you'd like to, on these specific projects, any questions? And Supervisor Gorin, you are on, I believe, both climate action and resiliency and the safe and healthy communities, right? Okay. Supervisor Hopkins? Okay. Supervisor Rabbit?
So again, are we talking above and below the line or that comes later?
We'll talk above and below the line later, just if there's anything for
Okay.
specific
No.
projects that you want to bring up. Supervisor Corsi?
No, I don't have any questions. I just want to recognize the amount of work that's gone into
Yeah.
this. Amazing job.
Yeah, and likewise, that was you all and your staff and with us, a lot of work. The one thing I wanted to, first of all, I appreciate you getting into the discussion about the climate action and resiliency area, and that it's okay if this crosses over with our climate expenditures. There are certain things, these aren't mutually exclusive. So I appreciate you bringing that up. The other thing that I want you mentioned the need to coordinate these community outreach dollars. We have not only the money that's dictated here and discussed here, we also have ARPA funds, as you mentioned before, that are going through the Office of Equity, focused on a communications plan with that. I'm interested, I'll frame this as a question, if we're funding 5 different pots of community outreach with consultants and with us in multiple departments, should we have a community outreach working group across the county departments that make sure that we aren't tripping over each other, or that if one group that's focused on a specific outreach portion of the population, that they're achieving those gains in another? And can you talk to me if that exists, or if that's something that you think we need to bring together if we do end up funding all these efforts?
So our Office of Equity Director, Alegria de la Cruz, and I have had some discussions to recognize that there's a lot of money, there's a lot of, not a lot of specific shape to what is community engagement, but certainly one of the first things we understand we need to do is get together the people who are doing community engagement within our own county, look at some of the structures that have been really effective, and then from there have our consultant move forward. And so some of these asks for community engagement and outreach funding, some are for specific efforts like the language access policy, but we are thinking about what is that broader look, and very intentionally not trying to duplicate efforts so that we're using our resources efficiently. That plan is not yet in place. Actually, the director, de la Cruz, is working on an RFP at this point for the first step of that. But we hear you, and we recognize that these different asks need to make sense for everybody to understand where we're putting our dollars.
Well, and obviously the 5 of us are directly engaged with our offices every day in community engagement. So I'm not going to talk about specific things that we're going to approve or not. There's going to be a lot of money no matter what going to this. I would just encourage you all to think about how you have a working group that you have internally and how you update us and engage our offices. If we're doing any kind of community engagement, the in-reach and the outreach that we do in the community should be there. So even if you need to engage the district directors on this as you formulate those plans, that'd probably be a great thing to do. That's
Thank you for that suggestion.
And then the other one is a lot of these are about linkages. The other one is just on climate and climate action and resiliency. We also have a wildfire preparedness and resiliency outreach and engagement. This really links with our BRIC grant, $50 million from the federal government. So, the question once again is how are we going to make sure that these things integrate with larger efforts? And I guess one thing when we come back that I'm not going to ask you to answer this, but today we're also identifying, as I mentioned to Marissa, assignments, ad hocs, priority areas where the pillars are going to go forward. And I think it'd be appropriate for us to have a discussion and a review. And for some of these things that are of interest, like community engagement, we might even consider once you have a plan together, a consent calendar item that we can all see that updates us on community engagement or other things. If there's no questions, it doesn't look like from everyone here. I do want to go to public comment and bring it back to the board. And for those who are listening, this is public comment on the strategic plan priorities. This is not on the climate item. However, for those of you who have been patient and are online, our goal is that we move through this item and that we do a staff presentation on climate. And what I would do is switch it up to, before we go to questions from the board, I would go to public comment so that those folks don't have to wait another hour if they've already been waiting for that long. Want to hear their voices. So Marcy, if you can, this is for strategic plan items. And
Thank
we're going to do a minute and a half.
Thank you. Confirming that there are no commenters in the chambers.
No, we do not.
Excellent, thank you. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you are a phone-in attendee to raise your hand and comment on the strategic plan component of this item number 1 that is before the board. And thank you all. If the first commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Is that me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great. Hi, this is Thomas, and thank you for this. Is a lot of information in one little bit. It's like a machine gun. I would ask, and this I believe is regarding strategic planning, though it does have to do with climate. The first is water. Where are you going to get the water for late November, December in order to deal with all of the issues? And I believe that's Scotts Dam and Potter Valley groundwater management, and then continuing right on down the system. So organics. I would point out the one. Well, I'll save that for climate. Organic recovery. There's a food recovery program, and I'd like to talk to whoever is in the ad hoc regarding what's that is going to be, because there's not really a program, and I have a program that can fund itself. The SDC Coastal Conservancy was great. That really is a fantastic thing. Hearn Avenue overcrossing, really important. I'd like, if possible, that you could ask the Office of Equity to look into that, because that's a real equity question. And if that bridge is removed, it'll be removed for about 2 years. And I would point out that FEMA was originally for the interstate. I mean, that's the interstate highway system was for FEMA. Why doesn't transportation and FEMA work together? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next commenters are Zyra, then Kirsten and Jenny.
Hey, good morning, everyone. This is a comment for the strategic plan item. Happy Lunar Year as well to all those who are celebrating, as today also marks the first day of Black History Month. I do appreciate the city engagement piece in this presentation, and kudos to staff for presenting this. Also, centering racial equity has been long overdue, and it looks like your racial justice pillar is underfunded. So maybe take a look at that. And when we talk about resiliency, looking at that 5 for 5 campaign for our farm workers, the pay inequities such as like the living wage ordinance, we have seen your diversity statements, and what we need is your diversity policies put in place to end performative allyship. These racial disparities have been known, and the data gives community a voice. So the data that came out from the Sonoma portrait is quantifiable evidence. That's the power of data, and how we use this information and how we use this data to advocate for resources and change. We can start by supporting Black organizations in our community and engage in intentional partnerships and assist in their mission work to support and uplift the needs of the Black community and collaborate on policies that close the desperate gaps. Something that wasn't not brought up was that the California Assembly passed the CLEAR Act and now moves to the state Senate, where Senator McGuire will have a say. And that's AB 655 to combat the infiltration of extremists in our law enforcement agencies. And also environmental justice is rooted in Black history. Thanks.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning, this is Kirsten Lange. This is the first day of Black History Month. And while it's great to see social media platforms riddled with quotations and citations of our landscape history makers, it is important that this county steps up and recommits to the racial equity pillars and earmark the dollars to support the work to truly finance it happening in actuality. Is incredibly apparent from the portrait of Sonoma that the disparities are real, particularly in the Black community. You are more likely to have a shortened life because of the difficulty and the systemic inequities that exist in this county that are prohibitive for longevity of life. Let's listen to that. Let's think about that. And let's finance programming, work collaboratively in a trauma-informed lens with community partners to uplift the work that needs to be done. Let's make sure community engagement is funded so that the ideas and brilliance of these folks working hard in the streets are also financially compensated for that time, especially if you're not going to hire them to add to the expertise of the institution. It is important that you utilize this data and stake change. If you do not, you are saying you are okay with the status quo, and the status quo is both poor and an indication of a lack of care. No matter how woke or how liberal you'd like to see yourself, you have the opportunity to make policy and invest in that change. I yield my time.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
My name is Jenny Blaker, and I have some questions about the Climate Resiliency Fund, or questions and comments about the summary of potential projects, 5 of them in particular. I'm not quite clear whether I can speak to that now or whether I should wait until climate discussions later.
I'll defer to our chair.
Thank you for calling in. We're going to have that presentation immediately following on our climate fund and recommendations.
Thank you so much. We'll continue with the next commenter. This is June, and then Blake and Regina.
This is June Verschares. And good morning. It's great to see the good work that's gone into the strategic plan and to see equity and climate emphasized where they are. And there's some really great recommended projects here. I do want to call out there's some glaring contradiction in the proposal, the resilient infrastructure for over $800,000 to buy a county vehicle of a gas guzzling large RV. This is not the phase money that would be serious about climate change going forward for the future. We really have to get off our reliance on fossil fuels. And that's a huge chunk of money. It's really disappointing to see that the proposal for the entirety of the environmental justice planning process was below the cutoff for funding, and it really should be prioritized to receive funding. And I know there's concerns about costs for the satellite office, but really the RV is not cheaper. It's externalizing costs onto our future and the pollution and emissions into our community. And we need to be innovative and find another way to do that, continue partnerships, and allowing staff to go out in electric vehicles, if there's to clinics and homes, and other ways of doing that until we establish satellite offices. Thank you so much for considering that. I hope you won't contradict the plan with that purchase. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Blake. If you can please unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Blake Hooper. The recently released portrait of Sonoma County makes it clear that race is a key factor in quality of life in Sonoma County. When the Board of Supervisors are directing staff or consultants to watch programs at the state and federal levels, the board needs to direct them to pay attention to racial equality programs. Staff can't read your minds. If you'd set this direction, you'd have heard about the CLEAR Act, which is an important step to improving racial equality in our county's experience of law enforcement. And if we're going to talk about wildfire preparation and funding, we have to take action in protecting our farm workers. There was a vote last year that was inexcusably punted to just after June of this year. And Supervisor Rabbit, you should be ashamed for assuming that this item needs to be dealt with by Sacramento because it will upset landowners. Please don't pass the buck on human life. Talk is cheap. And speaking of lip service, SMART had the opportunity to get a Cloverdale extension on MTC's 5-year project plan. You sat on both MTC and SCTA's board. You allowed SMART to be left off the MTC's 5-year project plan, a critical step in getting funding for that expansion. Alameda and San Jose got their rail plans back on the 5-year plan when President Biden was elected, and it became clear there would be more transit dollars. Sonoma County deserves better and not to be left out in the cold. Thank you.
Regina, if you are able to unmute and begin, please.
Yes, good morning. I'm Regina Brennan from the 5th District. I'd like to thank the leadership team for providing us with the report, A Portrait of Sonoma. It highlights the Human Development Index, also known as the HDI. It's a measure of well-being that considers health, education, and earnings. For Blacks in Sonoma County, the picture is bleak. For example, from 2012 to 2019, the HDI score decreased for Blacks from 4.68 to 3.99. Sonoma County Blacks live on average 3 years fewer than Black Californians, and Sonoma County Black residents have a lifespan of 10 years shorter than any other racial and ethnic group in the county. 2 in 3 Asian and white households in Sonoma County own their own homes. This is double the rate of Black households. Blacks and Native Americans are overrepresented in the unhoused population. Blacks have been disproportionately affected by decades of institutional racism. Discriminatory policies created and implemented by both government and private sectors have brought us to this point. Legislative action referred earlier by Supervisor Hopkins would create a regional Black housing finance pool as advocated by the Black Housing Advisory Task Force that's better known as Black Hat. We urge you to support it.
Thank you so much for the comment. Michael, then Demetra, and then Woody.
Hi, my name is Michael. I'm part of the Sonoma County Tenants Union and a resident of Sonoma County. I'm also calling to draw attention to the Portrait of Sonoma that was recently released. The report that it gives on the well-being of Black and Native people in this county is absolutely terrible, and it's not surprising as well. It's something that we know very well, that there are very few Black people who live in this county, and there's a reason why. There are reasons why. A lot of it has to do with the housing discrimination and the housing, the historical housing discrimination that's happened in this county. So I really recommend that the board partner with community groups like the NAACP, the Sonoma County Black Forum, other community groups, and find some real solutions to these issues. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take a lot of investment, but I think you can't avoid doing it. It's something that has to happen if we're to live in an equitable society, which is allegedly one of the goals of this board. So please listen to others on this call and support and invest in equity in this community. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and begin.
Good morning. This is Demetra Smith. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So on the first day of Black History Month, the narrative that there are no Black people in Sonoma County can no longer be upheld. There are over 10,000 of us, yet it took much advocacy for us to be included in the 2021 Portrait of Sonoma after the complete erasure of the 2014 report. The data in this report upholds and reinforces everything that we have been saying. We are disproportionately affected by systems that were set up by design to marginalize and disenfranchise us. There can be no true equity work in Sonoma County without the acknowledgement and dismantling of these systems and the active, intentional inclusion of investment in Black futures. The fact that Blacks and Native Americans are disproportionately represented in the unsheltered community, that our youth are not properly educated by schools, and that the toll of interacting with these oppressive systems results in a literal shortening of our lives by 10 years, more than any other racial or ethnic group, is evidence of the devastating effects of racism. This is why counties and cities around the country are declaring racism a public health crisis. In the ongoing national and local reckoning with the generational effects of racism, this discussion must translate to tangible policy changes which address these deplorable conditions. We need to not survive, but thrive. I urge the board to step up and work with NAACP and the Sonoma County Black Forum to address this. Thank you.
Okay, if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Woody Hastings, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Woody Hastings. I live in unincorporated Sonoma County, speaking today for myself, not representing any organization. There are some good things in the implementation plan and recommended projects such as adding solar and battery storage on county buildings, maximizing our use of local energy resources, enhancing community energy resilience is directly correlated to the origins of the available funding. I'm particularly concerned about a couple of specific items in the implementation list. The county is doing some really good stuff on greening its fleet, but there is a glaring contradiction in proposal RI 1.4 with the approved funding for over $800,000 to buy a large recreational vehicle. The purpose is worthy, intended for community support services in remote parts of the county, but to be consistent with your own climate emergency resolution, it's my assertion that no discretionary public dollar should be misspent on fossil fuel equipment, especially something of that magnitude. It's one of the biggest expenditures in the list, if not the biggest. Has consideration been given? I know consideration has been given to fixed office locations, but has staff considered a fleet of EVs? And then another item, I see I'm running out of time. The other item is number 16, which is supposed to be about rooftop water catchment. It includes a large 3,000 gallon water tank. So just concerned about that as well. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair Gore and board. And that will conclude this part of public comment.
Thank you very much. And for those on public comment, I want to pass it around to my colleagues and see who's ready to jump in on any of these items. To my right and my left. Supervisor Corsi. Thank you. I think it's a good idea to look at EVs for the satellite services solution. But I also feel like if the vehicle that we need, if we can't find an EV, this is a worthwhile program that addresses equity issues in the community, getting those services out where people live and where they need those services to be. But absolutely, let's look at what alternative fuel, alternative vehicle possibilities are. Just, listening to the comments and looking at the things in front of us today just highlights the importance of coordinating and integrating the efforts of the strategic plan, the climate action plan, and the very clear call to action represented by the portrait of Sonoma County. It's hard to talk about any one of these without getting into the others. But the efforts that the community is asking for are here in these plans. We just need to make sure that all of it is aligned within our organization. And I know we're all conscious of that. I just want to make sure that the community knows that also. These are not separate. They are and must be aligned. Thank you. Others of my colleagues? Supervisor Hopkins?
I actually just want to second everything that Supervisor Corsi said, because I was thinking the exact same thing, that we have our ARPA funds, we have our strategic plan, we also have our climate resilience funds. And I think that we're all getting at the same thing and sort of looking through, different potential funding streams to achieve that. So I just want to thank all of the public commenters for that call to action. And I look forward to continuing to move the needle. We also ultimately have some general fund contingencies that could be looked at for some of the additional unmet needs. And we could work with our department head leaders, including Alegria de la Cruz, if there are unmet needs in her office to support these initiatives going forward. So thank you, Supervisor Corsi.
It also makes me think about after we get done with budget and get into July is this time where we rehash what's our calendar for the rest of the year, and obviously working up towards budget, but it also makes me think about some updates on these alignment of all these programs that we're doing, all this historic money we're putting on the ground that's coming from the state and others. Do I have comments from Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Rabbit, before you go, I want to call something out. You didn't punt any vote. We as a board are taking an issue. There was an accusation. I thought it was unfounded. I just want to call that out, but that's there as what it is. We're going to have a conversation later about ad hocs. There's going to be an ad hoc that focuses on this issue. It's not a simple vote. It's a compounding issue if you're dealing with safety of getting states and others involved. And then other stuff out there. I just want to call that out, that if anybody wants to call in and kind of attack one person or use this forum to play politics, I personally don't support that, but that's what public comment is provided there to do. So I'm just going to say that. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. And a wise woman just said, talk is cheap and civility is free. So I think the more that we can work in that vein, the better we will be as leaders here in this county. It is easy to stand on the side of the fence and throw rocks over the top. It is much tougher to get yourself in the nitty-gritty of policy and really prioritizing going forward. I also want to second what my colleague Chris Corsi said regarding, especially around the portrait of Sonoma. It is timely that that portrait came out as we were working through our strategic priorities, and especially on focusing on the disparities that are within that document. From the first document, there are many things that were improved over the course of time that we should acknowledge, dive in deep to find out how those actually move the needle. But what we also know is that those disparities are still there, that we need to make sure that we can focus on those, and we need to make the investments that are really, truly going to move those forward. So I do appreciate that. If it is time, there's one thing below the line that I've talked about in the past that I'd like to just bring up and have a little bit of a discussion. And that is the Clean Commute Incentive Program. And it became apparent as we worked through Supervisor Corsi and I and myself through the County Government Center program that with 4,500 employees or whatever we have right now, 2% of them use public transit to get to work. 2% out of 4,500, the largest employer in the county. And that, obviously we live in a county that first last mile, that convenience of getting on that public transit is part of the issue. But it doesn't mean that public transit is the only way to go forward. It doesn't also mean that the only solution to that is to give a cash incentive to every employee, but it really can be a commute program. And I say this because my wife participates in one. Actually, I should say did until yesterday when they took the last of the van pool away. Probably this is UCSF, which interestingly enough, with remote work, those that were continuing to be essential workers going to work somehow fell off the radar, and they missed having enough people to do that. But in this county, I think that it doesn't take much to move in a direction to have a commute club, as it were, where employees participate. It's not totally subsidized, but it is incentivized through, I do think there's some, if it's cheaper to carpool to work together than it is to take your own vehicle, and we can move people in that direction, I think it's worth investigating further. I think the number here, and correct me if I'm wrong, the number here is really an incentive to all employees, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily the only path forward to get people to move in that direction, especially given wherever our new county government center is going to be, getting people out of the single occupant vehicles and into cars together, especially those working at the same location in the same hours, living in relative same locations, would be beneficial. Thank you.
Supervisor, do you have anything on the other items up above?
The only other one and I know that it's a zero-sum game, so I want to recognize that too.
Yeah.
If we were to do something with Clean Commute, I would say, as I looked above, the employee engagement survey was $150,000. which seems like a larger number. I know that's perhaps over the course of time, but is there something that can be worked out to incentivize a program that may have great benefit to the health and safety and well-being of our employees as well? So I just want to put that out there.
And it's a good point that we can either look at shuffling these now, or we could also, the items below the line, we don't just commit them contingencies. We could also come back during our April 3-day budget workshop where we have a full picture of contingencies and other things like that. So that's just for comments from the board as well of anything that's out there.
Just one last thing, because you touched on it earlier with the communication piece. You know, earlier this year, we had a remote town hall meeting that was held in another location that was a hybrid meeting. And it became apparent that those are difficult to pull off still, that we don't have all the equipment that we need in order to make that happen seamlessly. We had technological difficulties with sound and the audience, the room versus those that were joining us on Zoom. And you know, we're nearly two years into COVID, but I do think that hopefully as COVID, if we can get COVID behind us in some form, the hybrid approach to meetings or the Zoom approach to meetings is going to continue. And I do think that we need to make sure that we invest somewhere, somehow, whether it comes out of this source of funds. I don't think it matters as much, but I know that we need to make that investment so that we can hold those meetings and really make sure that we're reaching as many people as possible. Thanks.
Well put. Thank you. Supervisor Gorn.
Just want to, just want to echo Supervisor Rabbit's comments about employee incentives for commuting. I think this will be really important as we consider moving downtown. We're going to need to start shifting that behavior. It's one of the primary reasons for moving downtown. And I know Keysight Agilent has been working on incentives for employees for years. I think we got a couple of free movie tickets for all of Joe's bicycling, rain or shine, but you know, whatever, the recognition is good. And I would just repeat the question and consideration of the couple of UC cooperative extension suggestions. Especially the second one, they did modify the request to something lower, about 130, 150,000. We are having real food insecurity in the Springs, and we use our TOT community investment funds for food for all distribution. And here is a network that proposes to outreach, collaborate, and to create more of a system for some of the volunteer efforts in other parts of the county. So I think it would be a good thing to invest in some way.
I appreciate that. I think I'm glad you brought that up. I think, and so I will bring it back next. But hey, these swing together as we've talked about. So I appreciate and I actually agree with a lot of your comments. So look forward to getting there. Anything else, Supervisor Hopkins?
No, I look forward to supporting Susan when we talk about the climate one, but then I did want to echo Supervisor Rabbit's support for those two items. I do just think it's very, very important to have the capacity for hybrid meetings. And I also think that the Clean Commute Incentive Program is an opportunity to set the tone for all businesses in Sonoma County to consider these kinds of incentives. But I would be interested in kind of how do we look at the big picture? You know, instead of trying to move things above and below the line in this, can we talk about contingencies? Can we talk about the Climate Resilience Fund? How do we look at the sort of big picture budget scope?
Well, you guys are, you all are right on. And I want to thank those who called in and agree with the conversation. Supervisor Corsi, as you talked about, my goal with the Satellite Service Center would also be to identify opportunities for EV partnerships. So if staff is looking at this, there's $800,000. Bring us back options for what we need to do to make that commitment. But at the same time, if this is also a short-term program to try and lead us to other kinds of service centers. We can't start service centers right now, and that is a commitment from this board. So I think there's a way to look at that. The other thing I would say is that the one that I was really looking at, and I'm glad you brought it up, was technology for teleworking and hybrid meetings. Supervisor Rabbit and everybody, When I worked, I mean, and this is 10 years ago, 8 to 10 years ago at the federal level, you know, we had the ability to do a lot more telework. Obviously, we had offices all around the country. So there was a necessity of it. But as we know right now, we're also reviewing telework policies and other things like that. Some of us in our offices are buying owls out of our own office funding to use and to try different things out. But we also talked about this with respect to Supervisor Hopkins, your favorite account that I can't remember what it's called, the education in government or communications in government. So, you know, I think there's a couple ways to go at this, but I see also that, you know, the 150, I would look to my colleagues and see if you want to move the 150 from the employee engagement survey down to the clean incentive program right now and bring all those other ones back. But no matter what, I would love for us to look at either all of the ones in white, or if there's a simple change, and look at those being an approval, and then coming back and put these other ones on the list for review during contingency discussion. And so, you know, however we want to either deliberate, or if somebody wants to lean in and provide a you know, a motion, I'm good with either. And it sounds like we have a lot of support, which I'll just say, Crystal, it is amazing to spend $5 million on individual projects and have a lot of support for things. I mean, we see priorities in here for racial equity and social justice. We see them for climate action and resiliency, for infrastructure. So, you know, this is starting by saying kudos. Supervisor Corsi.
I have a couple questions before we go on here.
Yeah.
One is, and it may be the fund that you just talked about. I'm wondering if there's other ways to pay for telework and hybrid meetings, like with franchise fees from the cable.
Okay.
Anyway, I wonder if there are other ways to pay for that. And then on the employee engagement survey, before we move that off the list, I would appreciate a little more information from staff about why this is above the list or above the line and not below.
I'll ask if Christina Kramer, who's the lead for this particular objective, is available to be elevated as a panelist. But if, as she comes on, we do have a goal for becoming an employer of choice, and we have not yet done an employee engagement survey for some time, as I understand it. And there's an interest to, in the same way that we are doing the community survey, get that input from our own employees in terms of training, professional development.
Crystal, I'm here.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the questions, and particularly with the estimated funding for this project. Employee engagement surveys we need to carefully plan for those, and they need to be analyzed. They're sophisticated. It's not something that you would just develop yourself through an internal survey monkey. So typically they are planned and administered by a vendor who specializes in this, and then the analysis. I would say that probably the estimate is on the high side, and we were being conservative with the estimate. Also, the timing of this objective, to be candid with you, we have it planned for summer of 2022. Having an employee engagement survey with COVID still happening and being close on the heels of COVID, it is something, this is a 5-year plan. If we did it at a later date, so we can have more consideration, I think that would be acceptable. I would recommend that we keep it as a priority and objective, but the timing is flexible.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the timing issue, particularly after we heard last week from our polling firm on the fire measure that everyone in America is cranky right now. And I would suspect that Sonoma County employees are no different from everyone else in America.
Correct.
With that being said, are there you know, it sounds like we're talking about then is moving, per Supervisor Rabbit's suggestion, the clean commute incentive up, replacing coming back down with the satisfaction survey or the employee survey, and passing, unless I'm hearing something different, the items and bringing back this conversation about the other ones during contingencies and potentially all the way into budget, depending on how we want to review them. Unless I'm hearing something different.
And I think that's fine from my perspective. The two programs that I mentioned, and maybe others, it would be really important to reach out to them and say, where are the avenues for collaboration?
Yeah.
Vegetation management, we have a number of programs for vegetation management. Why aren't they working with the other entities on that? Food, that is a need for all of us. Where's the collaboration? Be specific. And how immediate is the need for each of these or other program issues?
Good. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, I think you summed it up right. And I think, as Christina said, I mean, part of it has to do with the dollar amounts. I think there's value in a survey. Timing is important of when you put that survey out. You know, again, I'd like to know where the 150 figure comes in and how that, if that can be, you know, smaller than that, we can do both. But I do think that there's ways that we can kind of strategically move forward on both those items.
So if that's where we're at, I'd be looking for a motion in a second on potentially the items in the white and that one switch.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
I will just go to my colleagues right now. Say, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Please record that. And so what we have is a motion to approve with one change only, Crystal. So one is please go back and tell your staff thanks. And then the other thing is a commitment to come back and review this as other priorities identified during our conversation, April 25th through 27th, 3-day workshop. And at that point, we decide if we either want to look at contingencies from this year or if we want to push that forward into a budget discussion in June. But I think you heard loud and clear, there's also an interest. So by the time you come back to talk about technology for teleworking and hybrid meetings, their desire to dig a little deeper into that one and work with us as supervisors. So thank you very much, and we'll let you step off.
Thank you so much. And we'll also come back with more detail on a potential electric vehicle for that.
Thank you. Thank you to the community for reaching out. So this climate item, as I mentioned before, we're trying to get into closed session. We have something we have to do by the time we get to, we have somebody waiting for us right now, and our plan is to come back out at 1. So Barbara, what I'm going to do is, since we've had people waiting for 3 hours for public comment, is I'm going to do 2 rounds of public comment. So what I want to do, first of all, is I know people are already preloaded. So instead of you doing your presentation right now, I'm going to ask for you to come back and do the full presentation, and we'll do a public comment item later. Okay, we'll do the normal item after we get closed session. What I'd like to do right now, though, is open the item. And I apologize to individuals out there, but I really want to ask you, if you've been waiting, I want to give a minute to about 15 minutes for folks to weigh in on things you've been asking for, and then we're going to bring it back to us. So I really ask you not to raise your hand if you can wait until we have the full presentation. But once again, we have individuals who have been sitting on their computers. So what I'm going to do is go straight to closed session for 15 minutes, 1 minute apiece. And please do not raise your hand if you can wait until an hour from now and come back to us, and we'll do the full item. Okay, so Marcy, I'm going to pass it over to you. Barbara, thanks for your patience.
Thank you. So following that direction, if you fall within the category of needing to make comment at this moment and unable to upon the board's return, if you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And thank you so much. We have a couple hands. So Woody, if you can please begin.
Okay, presuming you can hear me, Woody Hastings, live in unincorporated Sonoma County, speaking for myself. Before COVID, I was a regular transit rider. I rode the number 20 bus from Sebastopol to my home, to my office in Santa Rosa. And one of the things I observed is people struggling to pay their fare. It's a hindrance to using transit, whether the cost for people of limited means or because of the hassle. So I strongly support Climate Mobilization's call for fare-free transit pilot to see if making something like that permanent could be part of the transformation we need to achieve sustainable mobility in the county. And I want to reiterate my earlier statement that may have been in the wrong slot about item number 16 in the CARE list, described as drought resilient rooftop water catchment, but it includes the purchase of a 3,000 gallon water truck, presumably conventional gas or diesel powered vehicle, to increase seasonal grazing. I'm at a loss to understand how that connects to rooftop water catchment. Those two items should be broken out, and public dollars should not be misspent on obsolete gas powered vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter, Joel, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Joel Batterman. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa in County District 3, and I also wanted to urge the supervisors to consider spending funds for climate resiliency on fare-free transit and improved Sonoma County transit service. I want to particularly emphasize that the current zone-based fare structure really creates a heavy burden for riders. If you were crossing all 5 zones and back, you would be facing almost a $10 fare. So I really hope that we can make transit more affordable. It's been incredibly successful in improving ridership in the Santa Rosa city bus system, and we need to improve the county system as well with more frequency and more affordable fares. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Melanie, if you can please unmute and begin.
Oh, good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you so much for accommodating those of us who've been on and have to get on to other meetings. I'm Melanie Bagby, council member from the city of Cloverdale, and I serve with some of you on the SMART board as well as Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and of course on NRA, which will soon become let's see, what is it? The Great Redwood Trail Authority. So I'm kind of, I may be located on the outer limits of Cloverdale transportation, but it really underscores what I see from my perspective in Cloverdale is that how underserved our rural areas are, and how important it is for us to look at our transportation system as a complete system in Cloverdale, in Sonoma County. So I'm advocating for fare free for all of Sonoma County Transit. It has made a huge difference in the testing that we have done, and I think it's the next step and the right way to spend our transportation dollars.
And the next commenter is Justin. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Justin. I hope you can hear me. I live in the 5th District. I'm a father of 4, and I believe in building a robust, fare-free transit system that gives us all an alternative to driving. 2 of my 4 children are young adults. They want to work, save, spend, and go to school, and generally live their best lives. Because there is not an adequate, simple, and free transit system, they drive everywhere. And because they are fortunate enough to have access to cars, they also drive their friends to and from school, work, doctor's appointments, etc. This is costly monetarily. They gotta drive, work. They're burnt out. The way I see them living, it's not a good life here in Sonoma County. And it's no wonder to me that low-paying jobs are hard to fill, not to mention, the danger of being on highways, and of course, increased emissions. A free fare transit system would increase bus ridership, simplify the process.
And thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. And thank you all. Chair Gore, that concludes this portion of comment.
I want to thank you all very much. We will be back 1 p.m. or 1. Our goal is to get back at 1. It's in between 1 and 1:15 is when we will be back here to start the climate item. Barbara, you will be up and ready to go. And I really want to thank everybody. We wanted to provide you an opportunity, but you did a spectacular job of for those of you who can wait until the afternoon. I think it's going to be helpful to have you hear the presentation before you weigh in. So looking forward to your input. Thank you very much. We're recessing into closed session. And before I do so, I need to ask for comment on closed session items.
Thank you very much. Confirming that there are no members of the public in the chambers to comment. I'll wait for that, but for now, if anybody in Zoom would like to comment, please raise your hand. These are for, thank you. And the numbers are number 2 and 2A on the closed session calendar. Thank you very much. I see one hand raised. And Chair Gore, I will confirm the time with you, please.
Minute and a half.
Thank you. Excellent, thank you. Jenny, if you can please unmute and begin.
I apologize for this, but I'm actually calling on behalf of a friend who is trying to figure out how to comment by phone, and I can't find any instructions on how to comment by phone.
Jenny, if you're able to email bos@sonoma-county.org, we will get in contact with you and assist you for the next portion of the meeting.
Thank you very much. And what time will we be restarting?
In between 1 and 1:15.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you. With that, that will close public comment on the closed session calendar.
We are recessing. Come back at 1 or 1:15. Marcy, do you have us loud and clear?
I do. In just one moment, please. We're going to take down the slide and assign the afternoon translators, and then we'll be ready to go. And Daniel is the other. There we go. Excellent. Thank you so much, Jamie. And yes, we are ready to continue.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And for those of you who are online and watching and joining us for this presentation, we just went through our strategic plan, investments, and focus area. Now we're going to go on to the item we had also that was set for the morning calendar but moved into the afternoon. So this is the Climate Action and Resiliency Division presented by Barbara Lee, our Climate Action and Resiliency Director, and Anna Yip, our Climate Analyst. So Barbara, if you're ready, I want you to jump in and we will go through your presentation, questions by the board, public comment, and then deliberations. So thank you very much.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and also Administrator Bratton and Chief Counsel Pittman. My name is Barbara Lee, and I'm the new director of your Climate Action and Resiliency Division in the Administrator's Office. Anna Yip, a climate analyst with the division, will also be presenting today. And it is truly a pleasure to be before you today with updates on our climate action and resiliency activities and to present to you some recommendations for funding climate action and resiliency projects in the coming year. Your board demonstrated the importance of climate action and resiliency last year when you established the Climate Action and Resiliency Division. We're charged with supporting the climate action and resiliency pillar of the strategic plan that you just heard about, coordinating efforts on climate and resiliency across county departments and agencies, and prioritizing the county's actions in support of climate action and resiliency. Most importantly, probably we need to bring funding into the county so that we can achieve all of these important goals. As you are aware, I think the Energy and Sustainability Division will be joining the Climate Action and Resiliency Division next week, and we see that this closer collaboration will allow us to hopefully increase the reach and effectiveness of energy and sustainability efforts in the county, and evaluate broader opportunities for synergy and efficiency and effectiveness in the future. And we'll be coming back to you in 6 or 8 months with some recommendations for the longer term. Just 2 other points. An important element of what we're doing is embedding climate equity in all of the work that we're doing. And in the year ahead, we look forward to collaborating with our partners both inside and outside of the county. Quick update on some of the activities that we've been doing. Your board last fall authorized the the Natural and Working Lands Adaptation Plan that the Climate Action and Resiliency Division is undertaking with the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District. We have technical and implementation advisory groups meeting on that now and shaping the plan content, and we expect to be able to share a draft of that plan in April. We very much appreciate your support earlier today and look forward to working on that detailed greenhouse gas emission inventory for the county's municipal operations, as well as a zero waste plan for the county's municipal operations. And next week, your board's going to consider an opportunity to join the Geothermal Opportunity Zone, spearheaded by Sonoma Clean Power, to explore the potential for new low water and low emission geothermal development in the county. Today, your board's going to hear about the staff's Climate Action, Resilience, and Equity, or CARE framework, and consider allocating some of the $10 million in climate resiliency funding that your board dedicated to projects proposed by county departments when you met last May. Turning now to the Climate Resilience Fund, we appreciate your board's strong leadership on climate action and resilience, specifically from the Climate Ad Hoc, who helped bring the development of county climate and resiliency projects from the spaghetti on the wall meetings through the town hall and to the form that they're currently in, and also from your board as a whole for dedicating those funds for county departments and agencies to take action on climate and resiliency. And also we appreciate the direction you gave to staff at your meeting last May to improve the scoping of the proposed project as well as their supporting information. Anna spent significant time over the summer and fall supporting and collaborating with departments and agencies to carry out that board direction. So looking now at the framework, staff developed the Climate Action, Resilience, and Equity, or CARE framework. Next slide, Anna, thank you. To fairly and meaningfully evaluate what is a very wide range of project types and to rank them based on how well they advance your board's priorities based on the ways that you've communicated to those and using the climate and resiliency funds that the projects have requested. Those policy priorities are embedded in the Climate Action, Resiliency, and Equity framework, and we're using them now to evaluate project proposals that were first considered by the board last May and to guide development of new projects and refine currently proposed projects for later reconsideration. We will refine and update the framework to reflect input from partners, evolving local priorities, and federal and state grant criteria. The CARE framework evaluates a wide range of project types based on how well they advance the climate action, resiliency, and equity elements of the project, promote strategic alignment with your board's priorities, and leverage outside funding. We also look at how much county funding is needed to achieve the benefits of the project. The framework performance criteria consider how significant is the activity that's the focus area of the project and how well does the project address that activity area. Projects are ranked by their performance in each of the policy priority areas and by different measures of their cost and their cost effectiveness. There are two components to the CARE framework. First, evaluating performance against the policy criteria, including how well the project advances those CARE priorities, how well the project supports other strategic plan pillars, and how well the project leverages outside opportunities and funds. The results of this analysis give us performance points awarded to the proposed project. Second, these performance points are divided into the amount of county funds requested by the project, resulting in overall performance cost. Projects are ranked based on their performance cost. The first part of the framework evaluates the policy performance of the project. The CARE elements evaluated include greenhouse gas mitigations by the project, how well the project builds climate resiliency, alignment of the project with the climate action and resiliency pillar of the strategic plan, and whether the project was designed using climate-specific plans, tools, or models. The framework also considers co-benefits of implementation of the goals and objectives of other strategic plan pillars. And lastly, the evaluation considers strategic leveraging, the amount of committed non-county cost sharing, the potential opportunities if the project is a gateway project enabling important future projects, if it demonstrates an expected return on investment, and if it effectively builds and leverages outside partnerships. And then Lastly, we look at alignment with federal and state grant criteria. The framework evaluates both quantitative and qualitative criteria for projects. The quantitative criteria include, for example, the amount of CO2 equivalent emission reductions, as well as project costs and committed cost sharing. Qualitative criteria are evaluated using rubrics and scales that assess performance, such as gradations from excellent to poor, whether the project implementation is complete, partial, or not at all, and whether the project significantly improves, doesn't affect, or disproportionately negatively impacts a condition. Each element is scored, and the performance score is the sum of all of the policy element scores. So here's a breakdown of how the points are awarded for each policy element. Advancing care counts for 75% of the total project score, or up to 75 out of 100 possible points. This includes mitigation and resilience, which receive up to 40 points, implementing the CAR pillar, which receives up to 10 points, design with plans, tools, or models is worth another 10 points, and advancing climate equity receives up to 15 points. The framework awards 5 points for alignment with other strategic plan pillars, and the remaining 20 points are awarded based on strategic leveraging, including 10 points for committed cost sharing with outside funds, 5 points for opportunities from those gateway projects, return on investment, and leveraging partnerships, and lastly, alignment with federal grant criteria, which is worth another 5 points. The second part of the framework evaluations focuses on project costs. The framework considers both total project cost and the amount of county funds requested to achieve those policy benefits. The county cost is divided by the performance points the project has received, and that results in a performance cost. This is a measure of cost effectiveness based on how many county dollars are needed to achieve how much benefit against your board's priorities. Projects are ranked based on the performance cost of the project. So let's pause here and see if there are any questions. We can dive deeper into how each of the policy elements is scored, or we can move now into the recommendations we have for your board on allocating the climate and resiliency funding.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate the inroads on this. We're going to have it keep it to questions right now, per my predecessor, Supervisor Hopkins, go around. So I'm looking to my left and my right and seeing if anybody has any questions before we go to public comment. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. And thank you so much for the excellent presentation. My question is could you dive into a little bit with respect to the performance points, and sort of how that might track to, say, metric tons of greenhouse gas reduction equivalent per year or over the lifetime of a project?
Sure thing. For looking at greenhouse gas mitigation, there's a total of 40 points awarded. 25 of those points are scaled based on the magnitude of the greenhouse gas reductions achieved by the project over the expected project life. Then we also look at, thank you, Anna. Then we also look at the quality of those greenhouse gas reductions. And that's an assessment of things like the timeliness of the reduction, how as the permanence of the reduction. And that part of the evaluation is worth 10 points. And then lastly, we consider co-benefits, and those are worth 5 points. And you can see on the right-hand side of the screen a list of the co-benefits. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess just a follow-up is, do we have actual sort of CO2 emissions reductions for the lifetime of each project in the packet that we're looking at? Because I didn't actually see that in the sort of project descriptions. Some of them had some CO2 equivalent emissions reductions and some of them didn't. I did some back of the envelope calculations that I'll get into in deliberations, but I'm just curious if that information is out there independently.
So through the chair, the answer to that question is no, not all projects either embody or described the greenhouse gas reductions that would occur from the project. And as I mentioned earlier, between when your board gave direction last May to try to beef up that part of the scoping of the project, Anna worked over July through September with the departments and agencies to try to improve the information available for our review when it came time to actually rank these projects. Not all of the projects actually will achieve a measurable amount of greenhouse gas reductions. Others we would expect will achieve or would achieve those reductions, but they were not able to provide us any information on which to base that analysis. And when we scored the project, we did work completely from the information provided in the project description.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I look forward to the conversation later.
And just restating, thank you to the county administrator. Barbara, you still, before we go to public comment, you're going to go through also the recommendations after we do our questions on the scoring right now. So anybody else on the
That is correct.
to the recommendations? Okay. We don't have any other questions right here on this. So continue.
Okay, we'll give Anna just a moment to pull up her next part of the presentation, and I am going to just tee that up for you, looking at
I've got the recommendations presentation ready to go. Did we want to comment on the first part of the presentation, or do we want to do it all together at the end?
I think that they are.
Please go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you very much. Anna, let me just say again how much we appreciate your board's leadership, and I want to acknowledge the tremendous hard work Anna put in to working with the applicants from the departments and agencies in putting together as complete a picture as we could get for these projects. And she's going to describe now the recommendations we have for funding.
Thank you, Barbara. So yes, I'm going to jump into our recommendations. And as a little bit of a refresher, I have some background here on the slide in front of you. Barbara already went over a bit of it. And so to save time, I'll just touch on some of the points here. So again, 10 million was allocated to the Climate Resilience Fund in the May 11th board meeting from the PG&E Settlement Fund. Priorities have been developed by the Climate Ad Hoc alongside staff, partner, and public input. And projects were created for county departments and agencies and were designed to focus on near-term implementation, achieving multiple benefits, and to maximize the leveraging of outside funds. As we've heard time and time again, we're really looking for the best bang for our buck here. Now, after the board meeting in May, your board directed staff to refine and rescope the potential list of projects, which we did over last summer and fall, which has led to the current list of projects you have in front of you. We've got 19 total projects to consider today, with a total of $12.7 million in total requests. Now, here we have a very high-level overview or snapshot of all of our 19 potential projects. We have 7 potential infrastructure projects, 5 studies or plans, 4 pilot projects, 2 projects focused on funding limited term full-time equivalent positions or FTEs, and 1 project that fell into its own little category of model ordinance and software. And again, this is an overall snapshot of all of the projects we're considering here today. So now to dive into the staff recommendations. first and foremost, we're recommending that your board reserve roughly 50% of the fund, or $5 million, for leveraging future grant funds in a second round of funding. Now that would leave your board with roughly $5 million to allocate here in what we're calling round one. We've based our recommendations for this round one around a tiered structure. And in tier one, we have 10 projects that we are strongly recommending for funding. These are the top 10 projects that are ranked in their overall performance cost, which, as a reminder from Barbara's presentation, we got from dividing performance scores from the CARE framework into county cost. In tier two, we have 2 projects that are recommended for funding. These projects found themselves a little further down in our ranking because they have a significantly higher county cost associated with them, but they both scored relatively well in the framework and are both infrastructure projects, which we know are inherently expensive. In tier 3, we have 1 project to consider for funding. It has an overall relatively low score from our CARE framework, but it's a planning project that could lead to further downstream impacts that were not fully accounted for in its score. It's also a relatively cheap project. We recommend that your board direct staff to support departments and agencies whose projects were not selected in this round one to refine projects and potentially leverage outside funds. And then we recommend that your board reconsider the remaining projects after refinement and potentially other projects in a round 2. So now here you see a snapshot of the recommended CRF expenditures. If you look at that first row, you'll see our tier 1, or our strongly recommended projects. Remember, this tier encompasses the top 10 projects ranked by performance cost. Now, if all 10 projects were funded, this would result in a total allocation of just over $3 million, leaving us with just under $2 million to spend, assuming your board carries forward with our first recommendation to only spend half of the fund here in round 1. Taking a step down to tier 2, our recommended tier, we had 2 projects. And remember, these were the 2 more expensive infrastructure projects. Those 2 added up to a total of $1.7 million, or just over. And assuming your board funds both tiers 1 and 2 fully, that would bring the total allocations to just over $4.8 million, leaving just under $200,000 to spend. And then bringing our last tier of projects to consider for funding, we have a planning project, which came in at $250,000, which, if funded alongside all other projects in tiers 1 and 2, that would bring your total allocations today to $5,052,148. This would leave approximately $7.7 million in project requests for further refinement and leveraging outside funds in round 2. So here you see 10 projects that are ranked in our tier 1, which we strongly recommend for funding. Now, this info is all also detailed out in attachment 3B, titled The Summary of Potential Projects. And the scoring breakdown for each project can also be found in attachment 3C, the project scoring breakdown. And since you all have those in front of you already and as materials to prepare for, I'll go ahead and skip to our next slide here, which is our 2 projects in our tier 2, which we are recommending for funding. These are both the Santa Rosa Veterans Building infrastructure projects. And then lastly, here's our 1 project in tier 3 to consider for funding. It's the planning project that has a relatively low cost, which is a climate action plan for regional parks. Now, here I have the same high-level breakdown I started this segment of the presentation with, but here I'm only including the projects in tiers 1 through 3. So the projects we're recommending to some extent for funding today. And we're recommending that all 5 of the studies or plans get funded, 4 of the infrastructure projects, 2 of the pilot projects, 1 of the FTE, and the 1 model ordinance and software project. Now, you see here that the biggest chunk of projects falls under the studies/plans category, but when I go over to our next slide here, you'll see that when we break it down by cost, you'll see that infrastructure takes up the bulk of the dollars of our recommendation, which makes sense because, as I said earlier, infrastructure is expensive. We then have studies and plans, the pilot projects, the 1 FTE, and the 1 model ordinance and software project. This slide here demonstrates the amount of funding that could be leveraged with the projects in tiers 1 through 3 if they were fully funded with CRF dollars. In this graph, the darker bar denotes the amount requested from the CRF, so the county cost here today that we're considering. And the lighter bar shows how much outside non-county dollars would be leveraged with those CRF dollars. And again, I want to emphasize that this is showing outside funds, so non-county dollars. We have the potential here to leverage 3.4 million. This little graphic here shows which districts projects in tiers 1 through 3 would have direct impact in. Now, the Regional Parks Class 1 Bikeway Acquisition Project is listed here under districts 1, 4, and 5 because there are active and promising negotiations ongoing there. But there's also the potential for negotiations to expand into D2. That's just a little less certain. Doran Solar is, of course, in Doran Regional Park, which is in D5. And both of the VETS buildings are in District 3 at the Santa Rosa VETS buildings. Now, the VETS projects and the Doran Solar project are all demonstration projects that have the potential to expand into other districts if the projects are deemed successful and other funding is secured. Now, the most important point from this graphic, though, of course, is to show that the lion's share of projects we're recommending through tiers 1, 2, and 3 are county-wide projects that are not specific to any district boundaries. And that leaves us with the projects that we're recommending for further refinement and leveraging of outside funds to potentially reconsider for funding in round 2. These projects are, of course, promising in their own ways, but based on the policy priorities developed by the climate ad hoc staff, partner, and public input, we would recommend that these projects be refined or leveraged before funding with county dollars. We think that there will be significant opportunities for leveraging funds for some of these, and we would also like to work alongside lead departments and agencies on refining a few of these to be more in alignment with the county's policy priorities. So that wraps up our recommendations. I'll finish up here with our next steps. Assuming we move forward with our base recommendation of reserving half of the fund, today your board would decide on allocations for round 1 of the Climate Resilience Fund. There would then be a round 2 of the Climate Resilience Fund, for which staff would solicit proposals and work with leads on projects not funded here today to refine and identify outside funding opportunities. Your board would then reconsider the remaining projects and possibly others in that round 2. Staff will continue to update the CARE framework based on partner collaboration in state and federal priorities, and of course, accountability. Staff will track and update your board on Climate Resiliency Fund project outcomes. That concludes this portion of the presentation.
Questions and discussion. So we already went through some questions on the scoring module that was presented before us. Thank you both, Anna and Barbara, for all your work. I'm going to questions from the board. Questions? Okay, questions? Yeah.
First of all, thanks for a really well-organized presentation. The work that you've all put into this really shows in the presentation. The amount of thoughtfulness put into this is very impressive. I have a question about the Veterans Building solar project. We just dedicated a few months ago a huge diesel generator outside of that building. Is the solar meant to replace the generator, first of all?
Through the chair, we didn't have specific conversations with the department about the generator. Unfortunately, both Anna and I are somewhat hampered by being pretty new. So I apologize for not having information about the generator, but I can say that the intent of this project is to embody within the Veterans Building complete renewable energy system with backup battery storage that would allow it to be resilient to power outages, either as a result of a planned power outage by the energy utility or as a result of loss of power due to emergencies. And this was considered to be an important goal for community resilience as well, because many of our community members experiencing vulnerabilities do make use of that building in emergencies. So my supposition would be that it would in fact supplant the need for that generator, but I would be surprised if the county were not able to repurpose that generator in another location until we're able to provide this degree of resilience to all of our facilities.
Through the chair, I believe Caroline Judy is in the audience.
Okay, that'd be great. If Caroline is here, I mean, I'm assuming that this is, the intent is to create a microgrid that's not dependent on PG&E or a generator to keep that building open during emergencies. It has been one of our primary emergency shelters through many disasters.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Caroline Judy. Yeah, I can provide just a little bit of information. Here, get my video working. This system has been evaluated by KW Engineering. We've looked at the building loads. You're correct, supervisor, that we did install a backup generator. The intent when we installed that generator was that we would, and we were in process of pursuing the solar and battery backup system for the building that would have the potential to carry the entire load of the building. And as Barbara has mentioned, to ensure the resilience and the availability of the facility throughout all of the disasters that we've seen, to be able to operate in a grid independent manner. It is a 100 kW solar system, and about the funding that we've requested would pay for about 15% of the cost of the battery backup system. We have previously secured the Self-Generation Incentive Program award for the remaining part of the funding that's necessary for the battery system, which is part of the scoring that was considered in how we leveraged outside funding for this particular project. So I can take any other questions if you have.
I guess the other follow-up I have to that, Caroline, is the other project, the electrical upgrades, these go together, correct? One doesn't work without the other?
That's correct. I mean, the best practice in installing renewable energy is always to do an energy audit and understand what your energy load is, and then implement your energy conservation measures prior to installation of any renewable energy system. So as I mentioned, we have done that study with the KW engineering report, analyzing what load is from the Veterans Building. The systems also, currently there is no air conditioning in the Veterans Building, and this has been a particular challenge during fire season, which now unfortunately is year round. But when it's hot in the summer and we have a large number of people who have had to evacuate and are receiving care and shelter at the facility, there's no air conditioning. And so getting air conditioning, getting dual pane windows, doing some interior and exterior lighting improvements with LED will help to both make the building more resilient, more comfortable, a safer environment, and then also reduce our overall energy load.
Great, thank you for that information. Supervisor Rabbit.
Just a quick update, or I'm sorry, quick question for Carolyn. I know that not all the vets buildings are included in this, and I understand it's a pilot. I also know that there's different levels of maintenance that's needed at each building, including perhaps roof, parking lot. I know that we got those funds for Petaluma. Are we on the solar side of things? Are we talking rooftop? Or are we talking covering in the parking?
This would be ground mount, is what we've looked at with the 100 kW system. The rooftop, as your board is aware, you've approved a number of size and structural improvements to the Santa Rosa Veterans Building as well as the Petaluma Veterans Buildings. And rooftop solar, while it's a great option, requires a little bit more structural reinforcement than we necessarily have on those older facilities. And so we have significant parking, surface parking around the buildings, which really creates that opportunity for parking canopy.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just to be clear on the battery versus generator piece, my understanding is to really get the full load, or to provide the full load required for the building. As of right now, we're still stuck with a generator, albeit in this particular case with the battery backup, that generator will be used that much less over the course of time. But if we have a prolonged power outage again, chances are that generator will still be fired up unless something changes in the battery technology world.
That's the potential. So the other thing to consider, so these as our primary mass care and shelter facilities, both the Petaluma and the Santa Rosa Veterans Building, we want to have redundant backup power options. So solar and battery will help augment and work very well and allow us to operate independent of the grid when the grid is unstable. But there are times of the year when that may not be feasible, and we may be better suited to operate off of the solar and battery system. So the generator, the ideal is that we're able to switch back and forth and use whichever is the most opportune system at the time, whether that be the generator or the solar battery. And of course, we would prefer the greener option always than being reliant upon diesel powered generators. And we were very clear about that when we went through the process of installing the diesel generators at some of our vets buildings.
Yeah, and I very much appreciate that. If I may, just through the chair, indulgence of the chair, in Petaluma, there is a proposal that I'm very excited about that's attached to the PG&E substation that will be, and it's grown again, a land use issue, of course, because it's a change of use next door, but a $100 million plus battery installation, which will really give us some additional resiliency on that. And that's a major substation that provides power north and south coming in from the east. So we're getting there. There's investments being made, and I think that's exciting too. So as is this. So thank you for answering those questions.
Okay, for my part, just a couple things. Number one is when I see item number 10 with the forester position, I know that there's foresters who have been hired already within. I was told that one of the folks working in Permit Sonoma on our tree ordinance when we did a review was a forester. I know that University Cooperative Extension has hired a forester. I know that the Resource Conservation District has hired a forester. And I also believe that NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service, our key partner locally, has hired a forester. So I'm interested in how that all works together. I mean, if we need foresters to implement and do this work on a variety of different levels, I'm very open to that. It's just I know everybody's upstaffing, and I want to kind of get an idea of when I hear this from all kinds of different areas is what the need is.
Appreciate your question. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. We did have some follow-up conversations with Permit Sonoma. They indicated that the forester that they currently have is fully dedicated to specific project areas, and that in order to pursue some grant funding that is available primarily from CAL FIRE, but also from other entities, they are required to be able to dedicate a forester position work to that, and they don't have the capacity to do that with their current forester position because the time is fully allocated. If you have questions beyond that, and in particular about how the current foresters engage with one another and collaborate, I will refer to Tennis Wick to provide some information.
I appreciate that. I don't think that's needed right now. I mean, I also want to recognize that they led the effort to successfully get $37 million to match our 13 and a BRIC grant with developing that. So, any opportunity to go after those if it's already been flushed out, I don't think that's the most important thing. I do, however, in the next item, we will, one of the ad hocs we create will be a healthy forest one, and I think there'll be an opportunity to coalesce those different folks around it. Okay, for the scoring, I see carbon reduction at a fierce level, but then I would say, as opposed to carbon reduction, I would kind of title them as adaptation and mitigation, as flooding and other things like this. So Supervisor Rabbit and I, as a part of our resilient county or resilient infrastructure ad hoc, one of the things that we talked about is the need for funding to be able to do environmental work, is to do things like programmatic EIRs. And I know that flooding is a part of this, flood review is a part of this. Part of what I'm considering and thinking is, as we do EIRs for the county-wide in terms of forests and forest management, so we can clear projects, if we need to be looking concurrently with this work at potentially starting a cycle where we look at this, because doing flood management and mitigation actively, if it's going to require it, doesn't need to be done at the same time. I'd be interested in if Grant Davis or anybody is on the line who could speak to this a little bit. So the reason I say that is that in his work plan for the year is definitely a reboot on flooding, which also relates over to this. And I've heard from all of my colleagues is issues we're all facing with inadequate flood management on streams that aren't currently managed within the system. And I think at the same time is that there's this other issue, which is pulling money out of current districts that are underfunded with small assessments. How do we really get that bang for your buck for the future of Sonoma County? I would ask Marcy or anybody if Grant is on the phone and if he could lean in on that.
One moment.
Perhaps while we're waiting, I mean,
Mhm.
this has historically been a problem in the South County, specifically in Petaluma, where Sonoma County Water Agency does have a programmatic permit, or a permit in order to get into those streams that we manage. But that same stream might be managed by 2 or 3 other entities who do not have that same allowance, and therefore, really flood maintenance is the entire waterway, not just pieces of it. So it's good to see Grant there.
Good afternoon to the chair, members of the board, county administrator, and county council. The flood management question, we do have a ongoing proposal here, the assessment of flood risk management countywide. And there's no question that there's underfunding occurring to allow for the type of flood maintenance that we'd like to see. These are some zones that were established years ago to allow certain areas for us to do stream maintenance, or in some cases easements on property owned by others. But I think today, were the board to act on this, we'll be looking at areas where we have additional opportunities throughout the county, and we'll be very likely coordinating with Department of Emergency Management and other colleagues. So as Director Rabbit said, flood management, we have a stream maintenance program that's part of our biological opinion that was issued in 2008. That is going to be subject to update with the regulatory agencies. And it's very likely that we will go alone and just permit the stream maintenance program in and of itself and not incorporate that into the entire biological opinion.
Okay. Well, and maybe for the deliberation, we'll save a little bit of this. But Grant, I know there's also things like questions about in line with the environmental needs and the regulatory process, not only for overall long-term management, but currently we're being blown out in so many different areas. And so there's a question of the current ARM plan, Aggregate Resource Management Plan, and our ability to manage these kind of things for even emergency work. So as you talk about Department of Emergency Management, Transportation and Public Works and others, is if we're losing roads and losing other kind of things, is anyways, just kind of a determination of that. Anyways, that's my only question for now. I will bring the rest of that and other things back into deliberation. I want to go to public comment. And first of all, I want to ask Marcy if there's how many hands we have raised. And for everybody who's looking to provide public comment, please raise your hand on the Zoom so we can get a list and an idea how many folks we have.
Thank you. And just a reminder that if you're a phone-in attendee, you press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. And presently, Chair Gore, just about 6 hands raised.
Okay, we'll do a minute and a half for each one. Thank you very much.
And thank you. The first commenters are Thomas, Jenny, and Susie. Thomas, are you able to unmute?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes. Thank you again. This is another part of the machine gun, or maybe a shotgun, of these items. I mean, it's really fantastic, but at the same time, there are so many. So, if I could speak just to a moment, the water's really important. It doesn't really, you can't measure it in terms of all these other items very well, but it reduces greenhouse gases, improves health, and eliminates some of the equity issues. Supervisor Gore had a good question about the ARM and so on. The stormwater is really a form of emergency evacuation. So they clear the space and evacuate. What you need to do is have more catchment. So in your first item was if you increase the water storage, you're going to decrease greenhouse gases, and you have that in a residential program. You need that residential catchment program. Hopefully you could add an agricultural program to that. So in your first one, commercial and agriculture. In your second one, consider ag and storage as detention basins. In your third one, a separate food program instead of being combined. And then the fourth one, of course, Scotts Dam, geysers, areas, storage pipelines in Lake Sonoma and Upper Pool for pump storage, hydro in Sonoma, and Petaluma groundwater.
Thank you so much for the comments. And Jenny, if you could please unmute.
Yes, thank you. So I've got the list of projects in front of me, and my comments really are directed towards items 9 on carbon sequestration, 10 on the forester, 11 on grazing, and 14 on the climate action plan for parks. The first comment is that there are thousands of case studies showing that the best way to protect homes and communities from fire is through home hardening and the maintenance of defensible space up to 100 feet from structures. So I'm not seeing any spending here on home hardening and defensible space, and I'm wondering if you could address that. Secondly, climate scientists worldwide agree that the best way to sequester carbon is by protecting existing forest ecosystems. I don't see anything in here at all about protecting forests, and I wonder if you could comment on that. And then there's so much money being poured into vegetation management in various ways, but as far as I can see, no attempt to map or monitor the impacts of that vegetation management and to see whether it's actually doing what it's supposed to do. How does vegetation management actually impact fire behavior? And also, what impact is it having on wildlife habitat, birds, watersheds, and water
Thank
quality?
you so much for the comment. And Susie, if you can please unmute.
Yeah, I am Susie Grady. I'm the director of Petaluma Bounty, and I am commenting to support the UC Cooperative Extension proposal for community-based food networks, also known as micro-regional food hubs. We have submitted a collaborative application, which includes the COAD food group, as well as Petaluma Bounty, CURA. We hope to engage and involve Series Project, Comida para Todos, and a number of other different organizations that are involved in emergency food distribution. And I think that it needs to be considered because it goes along with the board's strategic priorities, including equity of raising and centering food insecure voices and redesigning our emergency food system, and allowing community groups and our local farmers to weigh in on which food providers get reimbursed for their, and hopefully include consideration of wage practices. There's a lot of possibility of leveraging state and federal funds, including a USDA grant, of which we were in pretty good standing with, and we will be resubmitting an application, not to mention increasing the amount of CalFresh funds, WIC, and pandemic EBT that ultimately goes to local farmers.
Thank you so much for the comment. The next commenters are Alexa, a phone attendee, and Emmett.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and Chair Gore. Thank you for your time today. My name is Alexa Forster. I'm calling in as a concerned citizen. I live in Santa Rosa. I have a comment and then a question. In recent years, I have seen this body make public commitments to decarbonization, traffic safety, and equity and social justice. I applaud these commitments, and I've come today to ask you to make good on them by elevating fare free transit to the list of funded projects. Others have spoken on the climate and equity advantages of making this bold investment in public transportation, but I want to add yet another important consideration into the discussion. Statistics compiled by the American Public Transportation Association suggest that there is a 90% reduced risk of being in an accident if you travel by public transit rather than car, and that those who commute by public transit have an 18 times lower fatality rate than commuters who travel by car. As a mother of two soon-to-be driving teens, these statistics matter to me. When I imagine a climate-resilient Sonoma County, it is one where my kids and all my fellow residents, regardless of age, ability, or financial means, are free to move about the county in a safe, affordable way that doesn't undermine the climate stability of our shared home. And while fare-free transit won't get us there all by itself, this isn't a reason not to fund it today. This is a reason to fund it and then ask, what else can we do? My question is, are the proposals submitted by departments available to the public? I was quite surprised that fare-free transit scored as poorly as it did, and I would like to review it for my own understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. For our phone attendee, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Carol Taylor. I live in Sonoma, Sonoma Valley, actually. And I'd like to talk about the fare-free transit. Even though the 1.3 million is the third highest price tag, it's the biggest bang for the buck when you consider that this goes across three of the pillars. We're talking about climate, we're talking about equity, and we're talking about healthy communities. This is invaluable. So to get people out of their cars, we have to know we can get to work on time. And I have been in another county where a county contract enabled the bus operator to be more reliable in their scheduling. Now, I don't know if that was an effort to meet contract terms or if it just gave them the leeway to know where their money was coming from and be able to concentrate on scheduling, but it had a profound effect. And secondly, in terms of equity, a monthly pass on SC Transit is $62 a month for an adult. So if you save even one person in a family that amount of money, you're helping a lot towards paying the bills. And we know that it's the low income people who are taking the bus in Sonoma County. And so without any administrative expense, we are, you know, benefiting the lowest income earners in the county. And third, ensuring, you know, healthy communities.
And
there's the pollution, of
thank you
course.
so much for the
but-
comment. I know you're not able to see the timer, but that does conclude the time. And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, Emmett Hopkins with Sonoma County Climate Mobilization. Thanks for the opportunity. So we all agree that we need to get to zero carbon emissions by 2030, right? And we know that transportation accounts for 60% of our activity-based carbon emissions. But of the 12 projects proposed for funding today, only one is within our transportation sector, and it accounts for only 9% of the proposed funding for allocation. So we need to ask, how is the list of projects going to move us in a meaningful way towards our North Star of zero carbon and a just transition by 2030? Fare Free is the one project on the list that is both in the transportation sector and is a building block towards system-wide transformation. Fare Free is proven to increase ridership. Local data shows a 50% increase in ridership after implementing Fare Free circulators. And when we scale this up to the whole bus system, emissions reductions would be far greater than an energy upgrade to a single facility. Fare Free also offers system efficiencies that save time and money for operators. And Fare Free invests in a zero carbon future while also making a difference in the lives of people who need the bus system most today. Yes, we need major improvements to our bus system if we want many people to use it. So let's make Fare Free Transit the first step in a series of investments in zero carbon, equitable transportation. And it's a great week to do it because this Friday is Transit Equity Day and Rosa Parks' birthday. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter is June.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is June Berchers, and I'm really happy to see this framework. I think it's great that there's this criteria, and I really support that. I think the problem comes in, though, when we look at actually applying the scores, that piece of it, from the greenhouse gases not being calculated adequately or consistently, and also other criteria, equity, et cetera, where the numbers as applied, there's really errors in how they've been attributed. And unfortunately, there hasn't been time to really dig into that, to actually look at that, discuss that. And so unfortunately, at this time, it makes that scoring pretty much just use, not of use for us for evaluating these. It's a good try. Next time, let's get that end part as we go forward done correctly, and then we could use the scoring. So jumping just to the actual projects, I strongly support number 13 and number 15 for the VETS building. And I strongly support number 19 for fare-free public transit for all the good reasons already mentioned. And I do want to mention that I strongly oppose and against number 11, the grazing program, because the number of assumptions it has and the greenhouse gas calculations have major errors there. There's an incredible lack of accounting for the significant greenhouse gas emissions added by livestock, and there's not an acknowledgement of the importance of protecting intact ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will close public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. I appreciate that. So we're back for deliberation. As we go into that, there was a couple things that were items of questions. I wanted to mention to the one commenter, I think it was Jenny, talking about healthy forests and veg management and home hardening, that there's other things we're tracking. In the next item, there will be a discussion of ad hocs or committees, and one of those will be the creation of a healthy forests committee to bring together our veg management investments with forest ecology. And at the same time, on our meeting next week, there is an item on consent which talks about LIDAR being procured not only for Sonoma County, but for the entire North Coast to track what we have and what happens going forward. And that's been a primary follow-up from some of the conversations about how not to just do veg management or the other. Also, the tree ordinance, I think, in this item with the forester identified is a testament to that. On home hardening, the majority of the BRIC program, the $50 million in the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities from area it's definitely for 3 different areas to identify home hardening and other things. I just wanted to, this is just information, not justification or anything. There's other things that are going on. I'm going to pass it to any of my colleagues for either comments or deliberations on where they'd like to see things go, or also clarifications for anything on the record. So I'll start with Supervisor Gorin.
Once again, I want to thank you, Barbara and Anna, for your amazing work, and of course to my colleague Linda Hopkins for co-chairing the climate ad hoc with me for a number of years, actually. And we knew going into this that we were going to have many, many proposals. And I really thank you for creating criteria to judge the proposals. We may second guess some of the judging, but can you explain, there's been a lot of comments on the free fare. And I know as current chair, soon to be former chair of the SCTA, that we had a survey within the last year or two talking about what would budge the needle, especially talking about transit. And we have free fare for circulator buses, certainly. Do we know whether free fares countywide would budge that needle? Or is this something that we need to work with SCTA further on?
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor Gorin, for your kind remarks and also for your question about the fare free transit proposal. Anna and I both absolutely believe that integrated and accessible transit is a central element of Sonoma County's climate resilient future. The project before you would use $1.3 million to provide fare-free transit rides on all of the routes that are not currently part of an existing fare-free transit program. And Sonoma County Transit has also offered to contribute about $50,000 in promotional activities for the program. As you're aware, currently within Sonoma County, college students, veterans, these can as well. And then there are the local shuttles that are in the cities of Sebastopol, Windsor, Healdsburg, Cloverdale, and out in Sonoma. When we look at the actual project details in the proposal, and for the commenter who asked, those details are available as part of the agenda item in Legistar, and you can download and read them. The entire document is over 180 pages. When we look at those details, we feel strongly the project would benefit from a couple of things. First of all, identifying the target ridership segments that it believes or seeks to improve the ridership on, and looking at the underlying data about what the barriers are to ridership on those segments. As you mentioned, Supervisor Gorin, our SCTA has some data on that, and we believe that an evaluation of that aspect of the project would make it stronger, because it isn't clear in the way the project is proposed whether the increased ridership seen on the local shuttle service would in fact apply to some of these longer system-wide trips. In addition, the project would benefit from some information being provided to allow the calculation of the vehicle miles traveled on the specific routes by the buses, so we can look at the distance of the service, calculate emissions around that, estimates of avoided trips that would result from transit riders using the transit system instead of driving in their cars. These are some of the key pieces that we didn't have enough information to be able to actually calculate some of the emission reductions one would hope to see associated with an increase in transit ridership. And we very strongly believe that working in collaboration with Sonoma County Transit and the Department of Transportation and Public Works, that we could enhance the information available and the analysis, and potentially even seek some matching outside funding because of the anticipated amount of funding that's going to be available in this space, and that would make the project more attractive for funding. And we would appreciate the opportunity to come back to you with those recommendations.
Thank you, Barbara. I also just want to make a couple of comments. Chris Rogers chairs the Future of Transit for SCTA, our vice chair for SCTA, and he's been working with our three transit agencies and SMART on looking at how we coordinate, reduce the headways, lower the headways, increase more frequent service, certainly better coordination, better scheduling, eventually moving to consolidation, but there are a lot of barriers and challenges with that. And we just submitted a grant proposal for, I believe, to MTC, asking for funding for electrification of the bus systems and the SMART for an additional train. And I know that Supervisor David Rabbit has served on the Blue Ribbon Committee for MTC, talking about transit and recovery of transit riders, probably nationwide, but we're focusing regionally. With COVID, transit ridership has taken a huge dip. We're recovering, but not quite there yet. So I want to thank everybody for advocating for this. With different technology, we may be looking at different strategies, especially for electric vehicles providing the last mile connections. I think we're at an inflection point for ridership and thinking outside the box for transit, but free fare should be part of the analysis as we go forward. Maybe not now, but going forward. Thank you.
I had Supervisor Rabbit raise his hand. That's okay. I'm going to go to you and then Supervisor Hopkins afterwards.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And just on this particular subject, it is true, serving on MTC, and especially this last year on the programming and allocations, we doled out $4 billion worth of COVID relief to the 20, actually it was less than the 27 transit agencies in the Bay Area, because there's a few actually unbelievably did not get some because of certain circumstances, but have been interacting with all those Bay Area transit agencies. And like you said, served for more than a year on what they called the Blue Ribbon Transit Recovery Task Force, which was really looking at what do we do in the interim? What do we do post-COVID? Bus ridership is down considerably. Downtown San Francisco is essentially closed. The Golden Gate Bridge is still operating at a deficit, and really, a little scary in terms of what the future holds, especially given where we're at. Hoping for better days ahead. And of course, all this is separate then from the means-based fares programs, which has really taken off this last year. And there's the Clipper Start program, which this county participates in. And that's for any Bay Area resident, 19 to 64 years old, that's not disabled, because there's a separate fare there, with the household income of 200% of the federal poverty level or less. And you get a 50% discount at Golden Gate and SMART and 5 other entities, a 20% discount at Petaluma Transit, Santa Rosa City Bus, and Sonoma County Transit, and 11 other agencies also honor the 20%. I will say this on the free fare, it's great for community-based services. And as was mentioned by Emmett, I think the 50% at circulators is probably true more so, obviously, for larger cities where you have buses that you could hop on and off. It is problematic for some of the longer distances in the intercity trips. They do have operational issues. We've learned that through the pandemic, when there were, even at one time, free fares. It's not fair to compare apples to oranges with the pandemic, but there have been those programs in the past. Go Sonoma, the new sales tax for SCTA, has included funding for exploring expanded fare-free programs starting in 2025. So that's when the new measure takes effect, as you know, and that's when those dollars will start rolling. Here in Sonoma County, Brian Alby's done a great job with experiments with fare-free programs. I think in Sebastopol, where they're due a circulator, and elsewhere. So I think at the end of the day, we need both. We need both. Fare-free will get you a certain bump immediately, but you may plateau until you have a more convenient system with better, more frequent service, headways. I think that's when you're really going to start getting people out of their cars. Luring them out with a free fare will get a certain amount of folks, my understanding, on the longer routes, having it really be as convenient as driving will really make people think twice. And so at the end of the day, we do need both. And how that goes forward, I'm not sure with all the other things that are happening and how it all fits together, but I do appreciate the discussion that we've had. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you very much. And I just want to start with disclosure that Emmett Hopkins, who commented earlier, is my husband, and there is no conflict of interest, but just in the interest of transparency, wanted to share that. And actually wanted to go back to a moment when my current husband was my then boyfriend about 15 years ago. I actually did my master's project on public transportation, and we literally rode around North America on buses and trains without taking cars, and studied transit systems in 4 different locations, including Portland, which had recently back then implemented the cutting edge policy concept of fare-free transit in a downtown area known as Fareless Square. And what is really important about this is that, first of all, this is a key piece of sort of transportation equity. And if we really believe in equity, we have to start thinking about working families who have one car and how they get around and how their kids get to school and how they get to appointments when someone is on a job site. The other thing that's really exciting about fare-free transit is that it fundamentally changes behavior, right? If you make something easy, if you don't have to remember to have exact change, or you don't get stressed out about the thought of figuring out how, to pay for things, you just get on a bus, people actually are much more likely to do it and have it become kind of part of their everyday habit, which is especially important when you're targeting students. And we've seen dramatic ridership increase in some of the routes that our students serving actually as a result of fare-free transit. I also wanted to highlight, I'm channeling my inner Hermione Granger today. I don't know if any of you all have kids who are obsessed with Harry Potter, but I did some research, in advance of this hearing, and I wanted to sort of share some of what I came up with. So I looked up some of the statistics on the Santa Rosa City Bus, which more than 2 million passenger trips take place on the Santa Rosa City Bus system each and every year. If you take that number and you assume what we have seen from actual implementation of fare-free routes in Sonoma County, which is that in 2019, we saw a 46% increase between sort of 2018 and 2019. And then between 2019 and 2020, we saw a 51% increase in terms of our fare-free circulator routes that we implemented. So I'm just going to sort of roughly say, hey, you're going to see a roughly 50% increase in use, right? According to the American Public Transportation Association, the average bus trip length is 4 to 5 miles. If you use 4.5 as an estimate there, assuming a 50% increase, 4.5 million mile trips. Basically, I kind of run the numbers, and I'd be happy to share this data with staff. You're looking at actually for Santa Rosa City, 1,596.6 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions avoided if you assume that every single passenger trip, again, roughly averaged at 4.5 miles, would have otherwise taken place in a single occupancy vehicle with an average mile per gallon of the American average of 25. So that's a really big deal. And if you then look at Sonoma County Transit, you get a 1,095.62 metric tons per CO2, and that's just in 1 year. And what we saw is that actually, even in the second year of a free transit route, we actually saw the increase again. So it wasn't just like a one-time bump, it actually went up the second year as well. And I think that's really important to note because you are seeing that behavioral pattern shift in the community. That said, not to be sort of a wet blanket, but COVID is a real challenge for transit systems right now. And what I will be asking the board to do is to commit to a fare-free pilot when the time is right, which I think is really looking at that work of Mayor Rogers and bring those sort of transit agencies together. And I think that we shouldn't just look at Sonoma County Transit. I think that we need to look at Petaluma, we need to look at Santa Rosa, and we need to look at Sonoma County Transit and make the entire system free and see what that does. Again, a pilot project is a pilot project. You can always sort of roll it back if we don't see the greenhouse gas emissions. But I really feel like this is one of those things where we could fundamentally change behavior, fundamentally increase access, and ultimately transfer cash into pockets of those folks who can least afford to pay for their trips to the grocery store or to school. And, there's a lot of kind of conversations around how do you target specific populations? But ultimately, the processes to try to get people free transit passes are themselves a barrier to entry for disadvantaged and particularly communities of color or non-English speaking families. They don't want to have to stand in line to prove that they, qualify for some kind of a bus pass. If we just sort of open the playing field and say you can get on the bus for free, more folks are going to be getting on the bus for free. And I think that in concert with an exciting branding opportunity, this sort of one Sonoma County transportation system could be really, really powerful. So I would hope that the board would commit to just supporting this. And maybe it is looking at that Sonoma County, the SCTA funding that's going to be coming online. I hate to wait that long, but it's not that far off. And depending on how long it takes for the consolidation. But I think that this is something that we should commit to as a community because, my district in particular is so car dependent. And I would love to tempt people to jump on a free bus to get into Santa Rosa and then maybe bring their bikes and use some of our awesome new bike trails that we're working on to really get around because we cannot rely on single passenger vehicles anymore. And that is the vast majority of our transportation emissions. So I also wanted to put in a plug for really supporting the community food systems. And my understanding was that possibly their amount requested had been reduced. And I didn't know if Barbara or Anna, you had any additional information about that in terms of it seemed like there was maybe a more certain potential external funding and maybe a slightly decreased funding request. And I would love to look into that and find a way to support that project because I feel like that also is a really important project for equity.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. And as we are here, I had also gotten a note about the community food systems and seen that the leverage request was, I believe it was $135,000 for the leverage of the grant. It would be good to get some clarity. I don't know if I'll just assume that's a question and see if we have either Barbara and Anna or if we want to bring Stephanie Larson or somebody on to answer that question about where we're at. I know that it's the counties from here all the way up to Del Norte, I think including Marin as well. And then it's also trying to capture a $1 million USDA loan or a grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In answer to the question, I would like to point out that the UCCE Community Food-Based Network project was the highest scoring project in the equity portion of the analysis, and I think that that's for good reason. It would use $593,000 to hire a 0.4 or 40% full-time employee for 3 years at UCCE to oversee and coordinate an emergency food network program. It would also hire a contractor to facilitate mapping of Sonoma County's emergency food network and provide sub-grants to up to 6 community-based organizations in distinct areas for community-based food networks. We understood that they were seeking outside funding through another grant. We have not heard any definitive commitment that the funds have been received, and so we did not count that as committed outside funds. We did give them credit for alignment with grant criteria. However, the program or the project proposal, the projected outcomes really are centered around community food resilience in the event of disasters, an emergency food inventory, and improved coordination and communication among stakeholders involved in food response in the wake of disasters. We believe that the project would be best aligned with the racial equity and social justice pillar. It does directly implement Goal 4, Objective 2 of that pillar, which is to collaborate with community members and stakeholder groups to develop racial equity strategies for county emergency response, economic recovery, and resiliency planning efforts. For climate and resilience funding, we believe the project would benefit from incorporating a stronger climate action or climate resilience element to the project, and that it would benefit from committed outside funding. With committed outside funding, we believe it would score better. And it was for these reasons that we recommended that we work more with the project proponents at UCCE to try to beef up some of those pieces and hopefully be able to bring the project back to you with a recommendation in the not too distant future.
And also to just to add, I think to the point that you all are mentioning, the project itself has the potential to receive some outside funding, for which that would mean that the ask from the county would go down to $135,000. And I have spoken with the project lead on this one, and it's not, last time we spoke, I think it was last week, it's not yet confirmed. So I think she was discussing the idea of possibly funding a part of it if that money is confirmed. But through our evaluation, we were looking at the proposals that were given and only confirmed cost sharing, not considering potential funding opportunities.
I'd like to see if Dr. Stephanie Larson or Mimi Enright are on, because I have an email that I requested that talked about USDA, two different proposals, but my understanding is that there's a request for a cash match for an application that would be in April or May of 2022. Marcy, can you see if either of them are on the line? And if not, maybe we'll contact them and come back to this in a minute.
Should be joining right now.
Yeah. Mimi, thank you for joining us. I had requested some follow-up too. There's been some desire to figure out if we can find a way to support the work you all have done on planning. Can you be crystal clear on this email that I'm looking at, which is $135,000 contingent upon successful award of the USDA Food Systems Grant, and the 25% cash match for an application due in April or May of this year?
Excuse me, and thank you, Supervisor Gore and Supervisor Hopkins, for elevating discussion on our community-based food network proposal. It is work we've been working on in detail, in depth, with food system colleagues here in Sonoma County since the 2017 fires, and elevated again during the pandemic with emergency food response. If I could set some context for you. In 2021, UCCE Sonoma co-led a team in submitting $1 million proposal for a USDA Regional Food Systems Partnership Grant to build a 6-county North Coast region emergency food systems collaboration spanning from Del Norte to Marin County. And our funding ask for Sonoma County included critical emergency food systems mapping and policy work, as well as funding to pilot 3 of what we call micro-regional emergency food hubs, or these community-based food networks. And while we were recommended for funding with the USDA, ultimately they prioritized funding to other proposals that had secured a full cash match. So we are already in strategy with the proposal team to reapply this year. We anticipate proposal release in April of May of this year. And really critical to our successful resubmission, we'll be coming up with the required 25% cash match from non-federally sourced funds. So this funding pool coming from PG&E settlement funds is particularly attractive to help us meet those needs. So for our $1 million proposal, we're going to need a cash match of $250,000. So we did submit a proposal to the County of Sonoma's Climate Resilience Fund to fund and pilot 6 micro-regional emergency food hubs for $593,200, including some other components and elements. As it has been discussed, while we rated well, we just missed the cut for what the CAO's office is proposing that the board fund today. But I do want to point out and reinforce Barbara's comment that that our proposal did receive the highest climate equity rating in the review. Frankly, I thought it was still a little too low. I'd love to see the detail behind that. And that our proposal also strongly supports the board's strategic priorities for climate resiliency, equity, and healthy communities. And we would be thrilled if the board fully supported our proposal today in this round of climate resiliency funding in that full amount of $593,200, But understand, of course, there are many competing priorities. And if you don't fully fund this project in this round of funding today, we'd like to ask that at a minimum, you allocate $135,000 that we could use as a cash match contingent on successful award of this reapplication we're doing to the USDA Regional Food Systems Partnership Grant. The cash match would allow us to extend the number of pilot sites in Sonoma County in that USDA project from 3 to 6 locations, so we can reach a broader geography across Sonoma County. And it would also provide us a really critical base to leverage with other partners to meet our goal of securing that full $250,000 cash match from non-federally sourced funding streams for that grant proposal. So it would just position us really, really well to secure that full $250K. So not only would the county investment allow us to leverage additional funds to build community resiliency, but
I appreciate that, Amy. I think that's good. I
Sure.
apologize, but I think that's good. So I just want to be crystal clear. A $1 million USDA grant for which the request would be $250,000 set aside for a match if we won that award. And then if getting that award, there is a secondary one that would come on with a review of the $600,000 request. And if that doesn't go through, the $135,000. But both of those would leverage on top of the USDA grant and then build those networks in Sonoma County.
Yes.
So there's a 6-county effort, and then there'd be the deployment of whatever we have after that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Larson, I might have some questions. Well, let me just go in right now since we're doing this. There's been some folks who have talked about grazing and about the impact of grazing and vegetation management and carbon sequestration. And I have always seen you with University of California Cooperative Extension is use grazing as a way to encourage carbon sequestration and for vegetation management concurrently, not vice versa. Can you just address that a little bit, since we've heard it a few times with not just today, but other times we've done veg management?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Gore, and to the Board of Supervisors. We use grazing management as a tool to reduce the fine fuels that would help reduce any kind of catastrophic fires that would lead to increased carbon into the air, into the form of from fire, from poor air quality. And so what I'm hearing from lots of people is that they want to implement grazing, but the infrastructure is not there. And when you talk to a lot of the fire professionals, they look at grazing as a management tool as well. So say we implement a lot of different tools, prescribed fire, shaded fuel breaks, then to manage those and keep our vegetation in check so it doesn't regrow is to implement some kind of grazing. So what I'm looking at is implementing a grazing program that ties in lots more communities working together, more landowners coming together to implement grazing, put in infrastructures so that the practices are more permanent and more long-term as opposed to short-term practices that just do a one and done kind of thing. And so when you start to analyze the amount of carbon that we can sequester through good grazing, prescribed grazing, it does change the GHG from putting it into the soil, healthier soils, more biodiversity, and less into the air through fire.
Thank you so much for that as well. I appreciate you both. Okay, so keep going. So I believe we have a couple items for discussion and deliberation. Obviously, there's we went through this before. There's the green list, which is kind of the highest recommendation. I asked a few questions. Others asked a few questions about it. Barbara, will you remind us the total amount that's on the dark green list and the light green list together, which are the two items that focused on the vets building as well, which are some big tickets?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. The combination of the dark green and light green, the strongly recommended and the recommended projects, the total cost is about $4.8 million.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to go to my colleagues. Continue going, Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you. I'm going to support the staff recommendation of the dark green and light green items today. There are other items here that I would love to support, but there are $12 million worth of items and $5 million worth of capacity here. I just want to talk about a couple of things here. One is number 18, construction of bike lane miles in the Sonoma Valley. Supervisor Gore, and I know how important this is to you. I want to keep the pedal to the metal on this, so to speak. We heard this morning from our state legislative advocates about the sizable amount of active transportation funds in the state budget. I want to see if we're going to be able to leverage that. And I want to find ways to get that done. Same thing with the fare-free idea. I've supported fare-free transit for a long, long time. I absolutely support Supervisor Hopkins' suggestion that we do this when the time is right. I hope the time is right soon, but I want to make sure that when we do that, that we're not going to do it's not going to be a one-year pilot project that we can't keep going after that, because while it's always great to get something started, it's never great to pull it back once it's there. This fare free should align with the intent and the funds that are available in the new Measure M, Go Sonoma initiative. It should align with the consolidation of Sonoma County Transit with other transit, with the future of transit in Sonoma County. And it, again, should align with the information we heard from our federal legislative advocates this morning about the competitive nature of a huge amount of transportation funds at the federal level, that they talked about being very competitive and based on equity and climate. So I would think that something like this would perform well in that competitive atmosphere. So while I can't support them today, I am supporting the staff recommendation, and I want to make sure that we can do these other things in the near future. On the community food network request, I'm wondering if we could bring that back when we talk about contingencies later this spring, as you suggested earlier in the meeting today, for some of the things that weren't recommended either through the strategic plan funding or this funding. Thank you.
So I've gotten initial comments from everybody. I think there's some, so I want to see if I can get us to steer us towards somewhere. I have one recommendation right here to approve all of the green projects, the dark green projects and the light green projects, and then to come back with a couple other items. I also have heard loud and clear from two colleagues who I share with, is one, it sounds like everybody in some degree is supportive of the community food hubs program. I would come at it from just a little bit of a tweaked approach, which was the $250,000 that's needed for a grant proposal as a cash match could be set aside. And the rest of it, if you get that grant, then I'm supportive of us getting $1 million grant with the region. So then we bring back for the next round of discussions, not even maybe contingencies, but the next round of this, or however we want, the other conversations that they talked about. It ranks higher. This second round, 135,000 or 600,000, depending on if you get the USDA grant. So, I mean, I think that's one area, one way to approach that, is so that they have the ability to prove to the U.S. Department of Ag that they're going for that that leverage. And then I think, the other thing that I want to do is once we, I didn't talk about free fare, but I've heard a lot of support for free fare, but really, how does it get deployed? What's the timing? How does it come back? Are there partners that we can link up with? Can we do marketing? I mean, a lot of exciting things. And I've heard about Supervisor Rabbit with attempts to do free fare programs at different times. It seems like there's a lot of expertise here. So, I mean, I'm also comfortable with setting aside that amount of money, as we've talked about sometimes in budget, as like an authorization, and set a time for that to come back to the board with the understanding that it's not appropriated. We're not going to spend it on anything until we have discussion. Or if we just want to come back and deliberate it again. But some kind of a program that sets up those matches sounds rational to me. After we get through this, I'll just say it right now. The only other thing that I'm interested in us continuing to develop is this conversation that we talked about for all of us in all regions, is this issue of where we're at with flooding and flood control. And I say that not in terms of looking at the big money of infrastructure for flood control projects, but the fact that we need programmatic EIRs and we need reviews of Sonoma Creek. We need reviews down I say down because it's downriver, but out west in West County. There's all this work going on Alexander Valley with emergency and roads blowing out that we're putting a plan together. I've heard about Lehigh and I've heard about the expertise there. So I think that there's, as much as funding the study for that, I would also be, not trying to give direction to, just to say, let's look into that as the next iteration of the climate conversation coming up, and or maybe even some other pots that we want to look at. So with that being said, I want to go back out to anybody leaning in. Start with Supervisor Hopkins, Supervisor Gorin, and come back over and see if we can get to it sounds like we're pretty close.
Thank you. I would support your proposal of sort of, was it appropriating but not authorizing, or authorizing but not appropriating?
Yeah.
Both the sort of food systems as well as the fare free transit. And I also wanted to respond to one thing, which I think it was Supervisor Corsi who expressed concern about dropping the ball, of not wanting to sort of have a 1-year program, but that then stops and sort of pulls the wool out, the rug out from under you. And one thought that I had is that we are also through SCTA, RCPA, was that you, Supervisor Corsi? Okay, I want to make sure that, we are working on a climate funding measure for 2024, and something like fare free transit, I think, would be something that could potentially garner positive public support. So even having a pilot program leading into that to say, this is what this could provide long-term, might be a powerful thing. But I do think that the timing is appropriate. And I don't know if we would want to punt it to the kind of climate strategic pillar, ad hoc of myself and Supervisor Gorin, or if we want to punt it over to SCTA, or if it's better in the infrastructure, which I think is that Supervisor Rabbit and Supervisor Corsi, or okay, of sort of looking at this from a perspective of meeting with stakeholders, but also really critically engaging in the process that Mayor Rogers is going through with the 3 transit systems. It makes zero sense for me to have some buses free and others not, because that's really confusing and hard for folks to understand. And part of the beauty of the behavioral change is just making it as easy as possible, right? So like in Portland, it's actually even applies to the light rail. If the light rail is within the confines of the Fairless Square, you can get on a bus, you can get on a trolley, you can get on a light rail. And, so it needs to be something that is, I think, easy for folks to grasp, and that makes it more appealing. So.
And Supervisor, are you supportive of the dark and light green items?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Supervisor Gorin? I guess first would be the same question, dark green and light green?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
supportive of that. I'm also supportive of the food program. Thank you, Mimi, for the clarification. And just reiterate, food insecurity is at a all-time high as we experience COVID. And the caseload for COVID food deliveries in Sonoma Valley has quadrupled over the past month from what it was at the peak last year. So timing is critical, and I want to see if we can actually help the struggling volunteer organizations quicker than what I think I hear coming back, which is really contingent on some grant coming forward for organization. And it may not be appropriate under climate change. It may be more appropriate under health and safety. Or COVID response. And so, because I think directly we are seeing this in response to COVID. So however we can get some more food assistance out in the community as quickly as possible, I'm supportive of that. And absolutely supportive of the discussion of free fare, but we should not be doing this alone. We should be doing it in conjunction with SCTA and Chris Rogers' Future of Transit ad hoc with the capacity for looking at coordination for the 3 transit organizations in the county, as well as potentially SMART. So, and it may be perfect to as a selling point for a climate measure. Absolutely, maybe some point in the future, but great minds coming together to talk about technology, the future of transit. What does that look like? Is it free fares or something else? And the one question that I do have and recommendation is Stephanie Larson's proposal for the grazing program. We have used grazing on our little sub-association. Our hillsides didn't burn. The sheep sheared it down. But, it's very, very important, especially for those woody areas. I would encourage, Stephanie, if you're listening, you probably are, to work with the Ag and Open Space Vegetation Management Coordinator, potentially for funding for the second round of PG&E funding. But I would like to see the collaboration. This is not just one program. It's a multiple strategies coming together on vegetation management. And I think those are my clarification on the 1.9 million. That was stuck in there as a placeholder. It's not going to be 1.9 million. It is the infamous Arnold Drive bike lanes, and it's mostly fully funded, and they will know when the design is completed in a few months exactly what that gap will be. So I'll be coming back to the board to fill that gap somehow. Won't be 1.9 million because Measure M has funded most of that.
Okay. Well, that's good news. And let's make sure that that's something not only for this, but also contingencies and or next budget. I mean, obviously we're going to have to go through all these.
But let me just add, there will be at some point, maybe beyond my term, some significant funding needed to construct the multi-use path up and down Sonoma Valley.
See, that was a great way. That was a good bait and switch you just did right there.
Wait, I saved you money, but not really.
1.9. Oh, it's not that. It's almost full funding, but I shouldn't say that
and the
because I
bike
need
path
it all.
along its street. So just saying.
I respect that. I respect that, Supervisor. I mean, and we've heard loud and clear that that's something that has been 10 years in the making and trying to deliver. And I know there's a lot of support for you out there. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, because I didn't cover that one in my comments, that I fully support that. We obviously need to cover the gap. And so I would just say you bring it back to us when you know what it is, in my opinion, right? And we find the appropriate source, whether that's contingencies, because this is an infrastructure gap need or what have you. But obviously that needs to move forward.
And I would just echo a concept of creating a bike project manager to deliver the projects going forward. Doesn't matter which district. We need more than just a roads person looking at this.
Okay. I think that's appropriate. So I'm going to come back over here. What I'm hearing so far is the green and the green, yes. Potentially a set aside of the 1.3 for fare free transit to come back into the future, and the allocation today of $250K for the USDA grant and the other programs to come back for future consideration. And once again, that doesn't have to be what we decide upon, but that's currently where I'm kind of tracking. Supervisor Corsi.
I agree with you on the 250K. How much are we under the 5 million right now with just the green ones? 4.8 something.
So here I can share my screen. I've got a budget tool. I didn't explain this beforehand, but what you see now in front of you are all of the projects. It's no new information except what I've done here is added in amount approved into this column, and you can see at the very top the sum of the approved and then the remaining, assuming that we have 5 million to spend.
Would you tell me what the number is at the top that's remaining? I can't see it from here.
So we're over by 52, just over 52,000, and that's putting in 250,000 as a set aside for the food network project. And I've left the fare free one blank for now, but I can add that in here too if we want to consider the 1.3 in this round as well.
Well, as I said, I support fare free. I'd like to find a way to get there. I'm less comfortable saying that we're going to just put it in the next round or reserve it for the next round, because it's a competitive process. And if we, that's 25% of the next competitive process is a decision that we're making before the competition happens. So I want to do that. I want to find a way. I think that you're suggesting that this belongs in the SCTA process as much as anything. I mean, we need to participate in that, but that might be a better place to do it than us doing it right now, right here. In in the interest of organizational excellence and keeping this under $5 million, I'm going to say that $52,000 that's over can go over to the strategic plan, healthy communities, because we're under $5 million on the strategic plan too, and we keep both within 5 million in one day, which would be a minor miracle. Yeah.
You could just move.
Let's ask staff that.
Okay, thank you for the input, everybody. Supervisor Rabbit, on that last point, I think there's two items, which is we discussed. One was the 250,000 for the food systems to get that started. And the second one was where you're at with fare free transit and the deliberation and discussion of that.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of all the shades of green that we've talked about.
Okay.
And yeah, the 250,000 I think is a smart investment. You can't leverage dollars without a local match. You can't leverage dollars without dollars to leverage. So it only makes sense that we move down that path. I do think on the fare free, I mean, again, I would want to make sure that the question before us, I think, is really about, because it's not equity, really, because equity is taken care of in the Clippers start process. It is about whether or not you improve the frequency of the service, the headways and whatnot to attract more people versus, I do think on the circulators within the probably Santa Rosa for sure. Maybe, you know, to be honest, in Petaluma Transit is really heavily dependent upon students. Peak hours are going to be the beginning and end of school, and there's less circulating around the downtown. So I'm there with you in terms of wanting to make sure that we move forward, but we have a lot more work to do in transit than just free fares. I don't think that'll get us to over the top where we want. I should mention that there's the Blue Ribbon Seamless Bay Area, and this is what really started with Sonoma County kind of being ahead of the curve in terms of the consolidation. The idea is not to have 27 transit agencies Bay Area wide, it's to have a couple. And right now, what you're going to see coming out of that is much like what we're doing up here is organizational coordination. Everything from you'll see same markings on vehicles and buses and ferries and so on and so forth. Fare integration, website integration, the transfers and the adaptability of everything working together, as well as even signage and wayfinding. And that's the first piece as we roll it out going forward. So more to come in that vein, and hopefully again, I think it's a bigger Bay Area issue, one that is moving in a good direction, albeit you could imagine 27 different entities, even the labor components of trying to get from here to there is daunting, but it is quite honestly taking advantage of the crisis we're in the pandemic. Within that sector that is moving in that direction.
It sounds like we're in agreement on about 95% right now. And so, I want us to go around because this is about the what and the how and see where we're at. And ultimately we're going to have to vote on this. I've kind of said it from my side is that, you guys know, I do like to spend money when it's on the table. I am comfortable with voting to set aside money for transit, to support that and to have that come back. I understand that means we're going to commit to it, but I also see this as the only item other than the food systems that really engages community and goes after more than us doing projects. So I'm okay with having that come back in multiple iterations, but I feel like there's two philosophies here. One, which is create a bucket that people can go after and try to create something. And then the other side is create more of it and come back and ask for the money for later. There's also the potential when we look at our contingencies, I say once again, or our allocations, not for the contingencies, which is for this year, but in June going forward, is if we do have general fund allocations that we want to do with that, and we want to keep $1.3 million into this transit program. But I think there's this question of us is, do we put a stamp and say we're going to create a program out of this? So I want to go around. I'm not going to be the one who proposes a motion. I'm not asking for a motion right now. I just want to still take a couple minutes to see if there's any thoughts about how to do that appropriately. Any proposals? Supervisor Gorin.
Well, as I said before, I think this is not just a Sonoma County issue. It's all of the transit agencies coming together, working with the SCTA. What's going to move the needle? Is it free fare? Maybe. Is it increased headways? Maybe. Is it all of the above? How can we phase it in? What does this look like? I don't know that a pilot project is going to make a lot of sense when you're talking about the disconnection of Sonoma Valley from Santa Rosa, Petaluma, Napa. And so I need more information. I think it's absolutely the way to go to improve the transit system. I don't know the best bang for the buck to do it.
I'm going to go to Supervisor, and what as much as we're talking through this, I do want to know. I want to be specific. I need to know from each colleague. Do you want to make a commitment to putting money down and allocating it now for even for the idea development, or do you want to wait and have that come back? Supervisor Hopkins.
I mean, I would support making the allocation upfront now, and then actually going to our partners and saying, look, Sonoma County has skin in the game. What are you going to do, City of Santa Rosa? How is the best, working through Mayor Rogers' process, like going and asking that group, what is sort of the most appropriate investment to improve transit accessibility and utility and utilization in Sonoma County? It's not going to be solved by $1.3 million, but that is, I think, a very powerful signal, both to the community as well as to our colleagues and other agencies, that we are committed to improving the transit system, and that, we'll work with them to figure out the best way going forward. So that would be, I guess, my proposal would be sort of say, yes, we're committed, and let's figure out the how in partnership with SCTA as well as our other transit partners.
You could also look at committing a goal as we go into budget of refilling this item, this budget too, back up to 5 million, if that's a policy goal. I do want to mention one thing, Supervisor Gorin, that you talked about, which is the grazing program. I've seen the work. I'm very supportive of what's going on right now. I think that would be a very good area to go into the healthy forest. I think part of the healthy forest ad hoc is going to be bring back, not to decide, but bring back a workshop to the board to give direction on the 17 million in not just the existing allocation of PG&E funds into veg management, the 8 million that we did, but the other 17 million that are there. And this whole board needs to decide upon that. But if we're talking about a veg management program with carbon sequestration, that's not for an ad hoc. But I mean, I want to commit that we're going to bring that back this year too. Okay. Any Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah. Again, I'm not comfortable making a decision on 25% of the next round of competitive funds. I just don't think it's fair at this point. I think that the proponents of this, including Sonoma County Transportation and Public Works, have heard our conversation. We'll probably be able to compete better the next time around. And I look forward to seeing what they come up with.
Okay. Supervisor Rabbit?
I would concur. And I think what we heard was support to move in this direction, but with really just timing. And what I would say is the 1.3 is really, it's not new money, it's replacing lost revenue. It's backfilling what the fare box recovery would have been. So in terms of having skin in the game, I think we just need to come up with a program, understand the full cost of that, the benefits that it'll derive, and then make the investment. And I think that it can be there, but I think that going forward, obviously, I would say that one item would have a leg up in terms of the next round of funding.
So I think what I'm hearing is that I've heard two people, myself and Supervisor Hopkins, who want to allocate a portion now. And I've heard two that say we want to bring it later. And first of all, I want to acknowledge that we're that the how instead of the what. Supervisor Gorin, I'm going to have to come to you and say, are you looking for this to come back to us, or are you looking to make a commitment now of 1.3 million, or would you like to see it come back in a different form?
I need it to come back because I think it's not a one-party conversation. Absolutely a great idea, and we need to put it in a larger context.
Well, I think no matter what we're hearing is that I want to start by just saying there's like maybe what I do, maybe either one of the existing ad hocs follows up on it when we get into the next item. But I'm hearing a lot of support for this kind of a program and for it to be deployed. So in between now and budget hearings in June, I'm hoping to see an item that we are going to vote on 5.0 that's an integrated item, and I'm actually confident on that. So I'll commit to, like, after this is bringing this back, we'll give it to one of the pillars in our strategic plan to follow up on. We'll talk about that in a minute on the next item. But for right now, what I see before us is what I'm hearing is an allocation of everything on the dark green and the light green, plus the 250 for the application for UC cooperative extension, and a suggestion from Supervisor Corsi to keep us under. I don't think we need to. You can put that in. That's probably will cause our that will take 3 FTEs to do that. So what we have, I want to see if I have a motion on the table in a second, and then we'll do a vote on that. Supervisor, before we do that, Supervisor Hopkins.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question because a few references have been made to the competitive process for grant applications, but I would like to know, was this broadly advertised to community-based organizations and other agencies as a funding opportunity? Because what I sort of saw was really kind of internal within the county opportunities, but not necessarily kind of that broader opportunity for community-based organizations to apply for funding. So it was sort of not quite the ARPA level of engagement in terms of really engaging with the community, which I know sets a really high bar, right?
Through the chair, this was a county department and agency funding opportunity only, as I understand it. What I have learned since I started is that this began with some staff interest in having some county and department projects that would advance the climate and resiliency agenda, that the climate ad hoc led what has been called a spaghetti on the wall brainstorming session to come up with projects that could advance that agenda, that the climate ad hoc held a public town hall meeting to get input into that. But that the projects themselves are only within the county family. That said, my understanding also is that your board last May gave direction that the funds needed to be allocated with a priority emphasis on achieving real reductions or real improvements in resilience in the near term, that they needed to effectively leverage outside funds, that we needed to consider equity as we're doing this. And so all of these things fed into the creation of the framework that we use to score the project.
Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate that clarity. Go ahead, Supervisor Hopkins.
Just one follow-up, which is that I would really love to see, as we sort of embark upon the second round, really that, kind of metric ton of greenhouse gas emissions reduction, because I'll send you my math so that you can verify it. But what I'm looking at is, if we look at sort of the past reductions associated with fare free transit and we project that onto the system that we currently have, we're looking at over 1,000 metric tons of CO2 reduced in 1 year, compared to the VETS building work, which will be roughly 42.6 metric tons of CO2 per year. So we'd be looking at, 26 years to achieve, what we could achieve in 1 year of fare free transit. And I will definitely send you all of those assumptions and that math, because I think that kind of analysis is really important when you look at just kind of, orders of magnitude. Thanks.
I agree with you.
I very much appreciate that.
And I think one other thing, Barbara, I think we're one other thing that we should, any idea of when we would be going into the second round of this? Are you looking for direction?
With your board's direction, we will start right away with the second round. We've already communicated to those project proponents whose projects were not recommended for funding in this round that we wanted to start work, beginning next week with them to start coming up with those detailed analyses that Supervisor Hopkins was referencing, and also looking at ways using the framework as a guide to improve the way each project achieves the board's priorities so that we will be able to bring them back to you with recommendations that reflect stronger project proposals. And again, emphasis really on using this remaining $5 million to also fish for those outside state and federal dollars that you heard this morning are going to be rolling out over the next few months.
Well, I think all that is great. And what we need to also decide, like this question about metrics and how it goes, is that once again, with this, there's projects that are both based on greenhouse gas emissions reductions and becoming carbon neutral. And then there's other stuff, which is adaptation and mitigation, right? Flood management. How do we get into that? And I think so as you go through those conversations, what you've learned from this one, I would encourage you to either meet with board members, and maybe we're still going to have the climate ad hoc, the climate action and resiliency ad hoc in the greater board. But before you go out for more proposals coming in or reviewing these ones again, I think it would be good for you to meet with board members and see if we need any other items or if we're good to go. Okay. So
excellent. Thank you.
With that being said, I'm going to look for a motion to approve the items that were mentioned before. Would somebody, you, my colleague to my left, maybe propose that?
I move we accept staff's recommendation of the shades of green and the $250,000 for matching grant for UC.
Moved by
UCE.
Supervisor Corsi. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Supervisor Gorin. I will say, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you very much for a great presentation today. We're going to bring this back to the board. County Counsel Bob Pittman, before we go to the next item, I'm going to let you report out from closed session as I'm required to do and forgot to do earlier. And if anybody
Thank
needs a
you,
bathroom
Chair
break, go ahead
Gore.
and take it. We're just going to keep going.
So this afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 2 and 2A on today's agenda. On item 2, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with the Human Resources Director regarding the public employee appointment for the Director of the Department of Health Services position. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to the Human Resources Director. On item 2A, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to confer with the agency's labor negotiators for all employee organizations. No reportable action was taken. The board gave direction to their labor negotiators. And that concludes the closed session report out from today's closed session.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, colleagues, let's keep going. So, so the first thing is that I'm going to kind of look to the, actually, I'd like to take, I just need to get a couple pieces of paper together. I'm going to take 3 minutes before we go to board member assignments. And if you need to use the restroom, go ahead and do so. But I just want to concur and be ready. And then we'll let you guys know if we're going to go immediately into, when we're done with that, into public comment on items not on the agenda, and then back to our final item. And I think that's more appropriate to try and, for the first time and since I've been moved into this position, to hit public comment close to when it's actually specified. So I think we'll leave supervisorial district staffing for after that. But I'll come back and see if that's an issue for anybody.
Thank you and welcome back, Chair Gore. We're ready.
Okay, thank you very much, Marcy. So just a reminder, we are going to go through our next item, which is board member assignments, and then we are going to go into public comment on items not listed on the agenda. For those of you who are ready to either submit comment in public or online, we will get to that. And then we'll come back with our final regular agenda item, which is district staffing. And so without further ado, Marcy, I believe you're ready to do a screen share on this item. We do not have a staff presentation, just as an intro. Every year, we go through a process of identifying board member assignments to different standing committees, regional entities and bodies, joint powers authorities, council of governments, all these other things that we do. And then we also identify ad hocs for priorities that need some work before they come to the board. One way that I have some people who are telling me right now, hey, we demand that we get a date for that. And I say, well, if you want a date, we could workshop it and then we could send it back to an ad hoc, right? But for a lot of items that require a heavy amount of lifting, coordination between departments, state and others, that's kind of a key here. So what I'm going to start with are not ad hocs, but things that we have talked about already on this first page, and a couple other I'm going to add to it. So this kind of honors the work of our strategic plan and our 5 pillars, and the fact that each of us are appointed to 2 different pillars. So what you will see on the top one is that was really put there.
And since that's tiny, you're going to forward this to us?
I will read it, but you also might want to look up on the one that's above you to the right, Supervisor. So on this front page, it's good that you're asking the question, Supervisor Goring, because you are loaded here. The first thing is that we've had a couple conversations as the board about the future of the climate action strategic plan pillar liaisons. That's Supervisors Gorin and Hopkins. We just had Barbara and Anna present to us on 5 million out of 10 million in funding for the climate. There was previously a ad hoc that was a climate action ad hoc that both of you were on before as well. That created kind of the framework for that set aside of PG&E funding and the initial work here. This is just honoring the fact that I think one of the things that I personally would like to see for our board is also, is there anything missing from our collaboration from RCPA, Sonoma Clean Power, our Board of Supervisors, our goal around carbon neutrality, our investments, and other things. So this is really to continue the work and the implementation of our strategic plan. It's appropriate for you two as individuals to continue your meetings with staff. We do not need a charter and a work plan for each of these. These are check-ins for you guys for priorities that are already there. And so I would also include onto that is, personally, I'm just going to throw this out here. I think that the conversation around transit, since it came up around this, would be a good one to pursue there in partnerships. And then the other thing we talked about was something that might go back into resilient infrastructure, which is flooding and flood management and preparation. So that climate action, that's the first one. The second one, this is just trying to reflect on things we've talked about, is the organizational excellence pillar liaisons. And so Supervisors Rabbit and Corsi, we have a lot of things that include working with the CAO's Office of Human Resources to bring recommendations to the board on Goal 1. Now, this is strengthening operational effectiveness. And then the second thing is reviewing with staff and overseeing a Permit Sonoma management review project scheduled for the board later this year. The first one of those would be looking at governance options and looking at a time that comes before the board. Those are, when I say governance options, I'm speaking specifically about reporting authority, our department heads, whether they report directly to us, whether there's a hybrid, how many of them report through the CAO to us. Do we give, we've had these conversations over the years. It's just a good opportunity for you all to lean in with staff and for us to identify a time that does not need to be time sensitive right now. What I'll do with County Administrator and with the vice chair, maybe agenda review, is find a time for another report out on some of these items, whether it links with other things on the calendar or vice versa. So the other one that I put here, and even though I say it's a healthy and safe communities pillar, you'll see on the appointments or the assignments list that we're going to add Supervisor Gorin as an alternate to the COC homelessness. Supervisor Corsi, you're currently in that position. Supervisor Gorin, this is really, there's a strategic plan going on at the COC. You've long voiced your, and you've long talked about publicly and on the dais our need to not just continue to invest, but where is our strat plan? So I think the goal is for you guys to be able to report out to us on where progress with the continuum of care, and then with homelessness is what's our plan that supplements that. And we obviously have the KPMG report and others. So the goal is that you have an opportunity to kind of go and slice and dice, and we create an opportunity for you to report out. The other one, which is it's not based on a pillar, but I just put down something that we had discussed, which was after the Sonoma Developmental Center item. I mentioned, even though we were virtually, is the opportunity to work with Supervisor Gorin, not on the EIR, not what we discussed, but to go meet with the state on strategic opportunities for housing, conservatorship, affordable housing investments. So I want you all to know that the goal, I talked to Supervisor Gorin about this. The goal is for she and I to work with the staff that's already allocated to this. I'm going to take her lead, but support as the chair of the board in identifying other opportunities that we know need to be investigated. The other thing that I have is I'm adding this because there's been a couple different things that have been brought up over the years on it. So under the racial equity and social justice ad hoc, I wanted to put land acknowledgement policy and also the discussion around Indigenous Peoples Day. These are two items that are key to our tribal engagement. Supervisor Hopkins and I have, I want to make sure I'm respectful to Supervisor Rabbit and Corsi, who have an area that also is covered by the Grayton Rancheria. But what we want to do is get to a place where we look at these two policies we've talked about. Do we honor Indigenous Peoples Day? And Marissa Montenegro would be the lead for this work. I see this more as developing what is the standard that we have, standard operating procedure for tribal engagement. So something that's already going on, but I just want to let folks know that I think we're going to continue to look at those two. That is myself and Supervisor Hopkins on the social justice and racial equity ad hoc. And the good thing is that Marissa's already doing this work. So if any of you want to engage in that in any way, there's already a process moving forward and a staff point. The other thing that I mentioned, and we don't need to list it at the bottom, except just to say, just like I talked about adding an alternate to the continuum of care. Likewise, Supervisor Hopkins, it's already listed here, but is an alternate to the broadband committee. And I thought it hadn't been listed before, but when we get to assignments, we'll look at the broadband committee and go through that. But what I really hope that you guys can do is we've allocated money out of ARPA for and given direction that it's probably for the development of a multi-jurisdiction. What I'll do is we'll go. What I could do is a couple things. Is after we don't have to vote on this, I can have them. They can bring them out, and we can have a pause in between when we vote or whatever. Yeah. The other thing is that by way of this, maybe Noel and Marcy, if you could bring out the lists, because what I'm going through had a couple additional ones, but go ahead and bring out copies of the assignments and the ad hoc committees. And so thank you for that. Appreciate that. So just once again, you're already appointees to broadband. We have a potential development of a joint powers authority or something that deploys that money. Just a reminder that you're going to be the primary leads on checking in on that. And so we're going to get the other items printed and passed out. The things that do not I'll have those brought out while I'm talking through ad hocs for this year. And I don't believe there's surprises, but we'll bring these out in a minute. And I'll slow down at the end for you guys to go through stuff. The ad hocs that would continue from last year are Measure O ad hoc, which is currently set for a date of ending on May 31st. And that is Supervisor Corsi and myself. And we asked publicly if it was time to finish that ad hoc. Our interim director, Tina Rivera, asked to keep that ad hoc for a few more months and items to move forward on. And I think I want to be able to honor that. We have a call that I wasn't able to make, but we're going to reschedule it for this Friday. And the goal is to phase that ad hoc out. If you look at the screen, either in front of you or above you, and I will, once again, as I say, I will, we'll get the printouts as soon as possible. There's a second one here, which says just EDB, Economic Development Board. And I have listed Supervisor Corsi and myself. This was out of a discussion for our interim director of EDB with Ethan Brown about his request to the board formally. Here's your items. His request formally for an ad hoc to help him identify the current study EDB is reviewing and how do we achieve multi-jurisdiction work? What's the appointment structure? And also the transition of some of this work. So when we create the charter, I'm hoping that I'm looking for this not to be a workhorse of an ad hoc, but more of a check-in with an interim director and moving forward. And once again, open to any colleagues as we talk through this. So to my colleagues, you now have a paper in front of you that says ad hocs, and it has X's listed for each supervisor. So the Measure O and the EDB is both Supervisor and Vice Chair Corsi and myself. There's a third one listed here, which is Project Labor Agreement Review or Policy Update Review. This came from the calendar discussion at our last board meeting. Supervisors Rabbit and Hopkins expressed an interest in diving in on that. I have listed that as a review. You all would work with the county administrator and staff to flush out the review of said policy and identify a time that it would come back to the board. There's another one, which is a long-standing issue, but a couple other items are added to it. This is septics, AKA on-site waste water treatment systems. We have a review that will come to us for the OTS, as it's called, the OWTS manual. And at the same time, there's been a long conversation about composting toilets. And are there items that we want to bring forward with that discussion? There is also an opportunity for those colleagues to further dive into something that I initially had listed here, which was compost toilets, tiny homes, and this issue of where we're at with people who are living currently in yurts and other things, and a policy discussion to be had. So Supervisors Rabbit and Hopkins, you have worked on this for quite a few years. You've been on an ad hoc. So the request is to get us through these, this deliberation. I have healthy forests. I have healthy forests as listed as really integrate and work with a lead as the Ag Preservation and Open Space District, and then the other groups. And we have some significant things coming before us that, including a regulatory review of our tree ordinance, the $50 million in BRIC grants, the $17 million in unspecified veg management dollars. And then we also have members of our community who are interested in this discussion about healthy forests and vegetation management. And is it a versus or an integrated system you can pull forward? So that is one that is also listed here.
And if either of you feeling a little stressed, this is something that I'd like to dive in on. So
okay,
for consideration.
That's good to know.
Since I've been advocating for the tree ordinance for years.
Yep. Okay. And once again, I think the key here is to set up any conversations that need to happen before that need to ultimately go into some kind of a workshop of the Board of Supervisors. And Supervisor Gorin, a while ago, we had kind of a vegetation management ad hoc, and I remember Supervisor Hopkins and I were on it. And what we needed to do also was make sure we agendize some of those meetings to have you and other supervisors included. So I think that's one thing for ad hocs to keep in mind as well. I would say the next one, I have Supervisor Hopkins and Corsi identified. This is for an evacuation zone access is what I placed here. This is to work with Department of Emergency Management, Ag Commissioner, Office of Equity, Health Department, County Council, CAO, and others to look at evacuation zone access and evacuation zone policy. Now, there's a specific area here. I could have listed this as one item that we are being asked to review, which is an Ag Pass policy, right? But at the same time, there has been a lot of discussion. Anytime you talk about one area, what are other areas in our evacuation zones, places where people should have any access? And if they should, how do we integrate with the state and others? And what are requirements? And if there's a permit, what are requirements that would be put on said permit? So the goal is to have Supervisors Hopkins and Corsi flush that out with the, let's call it the state and with our local partners. And this was a conversation last year, predominantly with the Ag Department and the Office of Equity. But anything that deals with those, we have three entities that dictate where evacuation zones are. That's Department of Emergency Management actually is the subsidiary. They're not the primary. It's law enforcement and fire. And so there's a liaison opportunity there and to come back and figure out if that's a workshop or with identified actions. And then the last one I have listed is a public art review policy. I have Supervisor Gorin and Rabbit identified, who would both express interest in engaging on this. Kristen Madsen has talked about a percent of art ordinance, but there's also in my conversation with her, whether or not the board has the appetite to take on fees to go towards art. There's a huge amount of opportunities to identify public art deserts, to identify something like the Sonoma County Integrated Parks Plan for art focus, things in our areas. There's also, she currently has a request for proposals out that they have funded through a foundation for a review of this issue and others, and it would be for Supervisors Gorin and Rabbit to dive into it. So I already had Supervisor Gorin, you lean in and talk about healthy forests. I have, and I'm interested in our conversation on that. I mean, one of the reasons that I wanted to be on it, and I know Supervisor Hopkins and you as well, is the three of us are pretty much 100% of the forest land in Sonoma County. I think 85% is between districts 4 and 5. And then you have the eastern branch, the eastern front, as we all know, that keeps going. And then we also have, do I have any other comments from my colleagues on any of the items listed here? Supervisor Corsi, I'll start with you.
Just a clarification on the evacuation zone access. That's been hitched to the farm worker labor initiatives. And I just to clarify that none of that is mentioned in here. This would be strictly on the access issue, not the 5 for farm workers as it's known.
Well, I think you all can decide also how you review. It does state in the middle of it that it's evacuation zone access with a focus on farm worker protections and other issues, right? But farm worker protections is, put that in there as a primary thing to investigate and look at, whether that's an Ag Pass program through the state or things that we look at locally.
Okay. I actually hadn't read through it carefully
sorry.
enough. That gives it
Okay.
a broader
Yeah.
scope than I thought.
It is a little bit of a broader scope. The reason, I mean, I'd allow anybody else to weigh in, but I remember Supervisor Hopkins during the most recent fire, a big discussion about, when you have an evacuation zone shut for 10 days, allowing people to get access to their pets, their other livestock, not maybe people who aren't livestock, but have pets. We currently allow people to go in to get their meds but it's kind of like an ad hoc system where they have to talk their way through an area. So I don't know if there's any thoughts from you or anything you want to add, but that's, while we're looking at it, we should probably look at, while we're looking at farm worker protections and others, we should look at some of those other items. Yeah.
Yeah, Supervisor Corsi, I kind of agree with you where I think that having some clarity of sort of the charter and the purpose would be really helpful, because I think that because this issue has generated so much interest in the community, transparency and clarity is really important in terms of setting the community expectations.
And ultimately, the charter, I think this is a good point to bring up, is that by proposing these ad hocs, there's no pride in ownership about the name or the charter and as it's written. I think the goal for me as chair is to say there's an issue here. And if you guys, like when we come back with the charters, I would love for the ad hoc to be working with the county administrator to bring that back.
I just want to add that, you know, we've had a lot of pressure, and I'm sure we'll hear it again next week about getting the farm worker protection part of this in front of the board before June. I think that we ought to be prepared next week to answer that question, whether that will happen or not.
Okay. I'd love for you two to lean in on that item too. And I will as well. We'll talk about that next week on the 8th.
Okay.
And obviously a time, if there's a majority of the board that wants a time to workshop it, even if the ad hoc works up towards that and then reports out like we usually do, I think that's totally appropriate if we agendize it. Okay.
And I think that Linda and I have some time to get together before then, not to make any decisions, but we'll at least be able to talk about it. So.
Perfect. That's great.
Thanks.
Any other items? Supervisor Hopkins.
Just a question on, so are we looking at transit and flood management as separate ad hocs or as being folded into others? I just was hoping for clarity on
My
that.
proposal was for transit to be part of your climate action follow-up as your liaison roles, and then for flooding to be in, it could be, it's just like you said before, it could be like transit could be in resilient infrastructure with Supervisor Rabbit and I, or it could be in the climate action pillar. I think it's, I'm open to either, but I was not looking at it as a side. I was looking at it as a pillar discussion.
Great.
So you know what? Why don't you guys talk about it in your pillar, and we will respect the Brown Act and not have a conversation. And we'll continue to talk about it in ours as well. I don't think that's, we're having different meetings with different staff members, but it'd be good to look at it.
Great.
Okay. Maybe the focus for you all on the climate action one is this idea of programmatic EIRs and the need of it, or, whatever there is in terms of the environmental remediation needs. And for us, it's infrastructure and infrastructure funding, but I won't confine that. Thank you. Supervisor Corsi, anything else other than that one item? Supervisor Rabbit, anything else? Okay. Let's see here. What's the last one? Okay, I'm going to move over to Marcy, if you can pull up Board of Supervisor assignments. Okay, since I'm looking less up at up there and more, and this is for the public seeing these, but also we have them in front of us. The first thing is that a lot of these there's no changes. Aging Together, Supervisor Corsi primary, Supervisor Hopkins is the alternate. For the first 5 commission, we have Supervisor Hopkins as the lead and Supervisor Gorin as the alternate. For Health Action, I currently have Supervisor Corsi, and I need to appoint a alternate. And I was going to look for Supervisor Gorin to be the alternate for Health Action. And you can respond if that's appropriate or not. The next one, which is the Homeless System of Care Leadership Council, we have Supervisor Corsi continuing as a primary. And we have Supervisor Gorin listed as an alternate for that, as I mentioned in the previous item. So that would be added as an alternate, and a request to lean in on the organizational planning. Upstream Investments stays with districts 2 and 3, Rabbit and Corsi. The WAC, the Water Advisory Council, David Rabbit's kind of WAC anyways, so he gets to stay as the primary for the Water Advisory Council, and I would stay as the alternate for it. LAFCO, our Local Agency Formation Council. We had some interesting stuff last year with people's schedules. We currently have still as the primaries, myself and Supervisor Gorin, with Supervisor Corsi as an alternate to that. The North Coast Air Basin Control, which is a group that I have never met with, but we're appointed to every year, has Supervisor Gorin Hopkins again as the North Coast, kind of northern Sonoma County up into the coastal lands. Sonoma Clean Power would stay as a primary with Supervisor Hopkins and an alternate with Supervisor Gorin. Remote Access Network Board, Supervisor Rabbit, staying in that position. No change to the Renewal Enterprise District, JPA, Supervisors Rabbit and Corsi with Supervisor Hopkins as an alternate. SCARA, the Sonoma County Employee Retirement Association. After 3 illustrious years of service, I want to thank Supervisor Gorin for your service there. I want to thank Supervisor Rabbit in the past and Supervisor Corsi for taking that on. Another one that has never really met, Sonoma County Indian Gaming, Local Community Benefits. No change, Rabbit and Gore as primaries, Corsi as an alternate. SCTA, Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and the Regional Climate Protection Authority. I want to thank Supervisor Gorin, the outgoing chair there, and for her service. And I have Supervisors Hopkins and Rabbit continuing, and Supervisor Corsi moving over to that. We have the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District, which would be, it's always the chair that joins the District 1 supervisor. So those are 2 primaries. And Zero Waste Sonoma, I have Supervisor Gorin as a primary and Supervisor Hopkins as an alternate. And it was good to see the funding items for Zero Waste sitting in there as well from our climate and other areas. ABAG, the Association of Bay Area Governments, no change. Rabbit primary, Gorin alternate. BACMed is Supervisor Hopkins retaining her position there. The Northern Sonoma County Air Pollution Control District. This is was formerly a county agency. It went into an independent authority. Supervisors from District 4 and 5 are big portions of our districts are covered by this, and not many. I think Supervisor Gorin has just a little sliver up there. That would retain with Supervisors Hopkins and I. BCDC, Bay Conservation Development Commission, Supervisor Gorin and Supervisor Rabbit. Eel Russian River Commission, I'm the primary for that with Hopkins as the alternate. And FYI, I am going to host a meeting of that here in Sonoma County. It has not met in 8 or 9 months. We've had a call with Lake County and others about re-engaging that Potter Valley project in the future. So we're going to have a forum there. Golden Gate Bridge District is Supervisor Rabbit. The North Bay North Coast Broadband Consortium, I have, as I mentioned before, as you see it, Corsi is the primary, Hopkins still is the alternate, and a series of back and forths for Gorin and Rabbit. North Bay Watershed Association, District 1 as the primary, District 2 as the alternate. North Bay Water Reuse Authority, Gorin as the alternate, Rabbit as the primary. And North Bay Water Reuse Authority, Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District, Gorin as the primary and Rabbit as the alternate. I have one change in the North Coast Resource Partnership, which is Supervisor Hopkins moving over to Supervisor Gorin and myself maintaining a primary on that. So Districts 1 and 4. And the Northern California Counties Tribal Consortium, I think we've met once, Supervisor Rabbit, in about 8 years. I don't think that had a specific purpose. I think County Council, I'm going to keep our appointments where they are with Supervisors Rabbit and I as the primary and secondary, but that had a very different purpose at the beginning, and it was the potential for gaming in Napa and Solano and Sonoma County. I think that one would be one worth looking at and seeing if it needs to stay where it is, if it needs to stay as an entity. So just a request on a follow-up on that. We have the next one. There's, I think, an empty page in the middle of your binders, but if you switch over, we have something called the Public Policy Facilitating Committee, probably the worst name in government, which is a review of the biological opinion, a yearly review of the biological opinion on the Russian River. Supervisors Hopkins and Gore in the old days, District 3 joined, as obviously it's a big delivery system for the area, but it's based on compliance with the biological opinion, fish flows, EIR, and other things. And so you have been to one. Okay, good. The next one is Community Advisory Board of the San Public Transportation of, I believe it's the San Francisco Bay Water Transit Authority. That I don't know much about that, but I know Supervisor Rabbit's been on that for a long time and will keep you there. There's one that will change, which is the Russian River Watershed Association. I think I erroneously put that. Supervisor Gorin, if you want to do it, you can have it, but it's really the. Okay.
Through the chair, us in Zoom didn't hear that.
Okay, so we've moved the Russian River Water Association back to the way it's been for 6 years, which is not Supervisor Gorin, but Supervisors Gorin Hopkins. We currently have liaisons that attend those meetings. That's a Russian River Watershed Drainage Group. SMART, our appointments to SMART would be Supervisors Rabbit and Corsi. Supervisor Corsi is a former guy who advocated for and worked with SMART. I think your expertise is going to be good there. And then for the CSAC Board of Directors, we're retaining what we have, which is Hopkins as the primary, Rabbit as the alternate. I'm the immediate past president, so we have an extra seat there for one more year. And then the Rural County Representatives of California. Supervisor Hopkins and I were really engaged on this at different times, but if anybody else is interested in, well, it's a great group. But I have Hopkins as the primary and myself as the alternate. I have 3 groundwater sustainability agencies, 3 GSAs. That is Supervisor Gorin, you're the primary on 2 and the alternate on 1. I think we can see them all there before us. Santa Rosa Groundwater, Corsi and Hopkins as primaries. Petaluma, primaries is Gorin and Rabbit. Sonoma Valley, primaries are Gorin and Rabbit. Alternates are Petaluma or Gore for Petaluma and Gore for Sonoma Valley. Interestingly enough, area's not in my district, but that's the Brown Act. So with that being said, I do not have other items. I do want to state Supervisor Gorin that if you want to lean in on the Healthy Forest Initiative, I am happy to have you step into that and work on it with Supervisor Hopkins as the chair this year. I'll make sure I continue to liaise through others, but if you want an appointment and assignment and that's something you're passionate about, I look forward to you guys.
It's a natural extension of the fire recovery.
There you
So,
go.
Yep.
There you go. I think the goal for me, for you all, is to look at, and I'll probably set some kind of a workshop that you all can follow up on, but is the linkage of the funding that is also there. I mean, yeah, we can talk about healthy forest, but we have a tree ordinance. We have a vegetation management program that has to come back. And we also have, third is the BRIC program and the integration with that over to Skype, Sonoma County Energy Independence Program, and Permit Sonoma and all these others. There's a lot of work to be done there. So we'll probably set up a time for that to come forward, but I want to look around at my colleagues and see if there's anything else that's on the table that has not been discussed. Or any questions? Yeah.
The only thing I bring up, I was just checking with my staff on schedules, because I know the upstream investments, which I totally appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
I have conflicts about 75% of the time. And they have to do with the other assignments. So
Okay.
If anyone is interested to pick that up, so be it. I'm not sure if we're not well served by
And which one are you?
upstream investments.
Oh, okay. I've been on that.
We have 2 spots there. I mean, the reality is, I think we all know having a representative is a good thing, and that representative represents all of us anyway. But I just wanted to bring it up because I know it ends up being an issue.
You know, I'm a big proponent of procurement change, and I know we're going to have a RFP and a review come, so I'll join you on upstream investments unless anybody else is focused on that. But I think that's really the goal of it. So I'll move over upstream investments from Rabbit to Gore.
And that makes sense because they've had long conversations about exactly that.
Yeah.
Integrating it
Okay.
and then contracts.
Perfect. Okay. And anything else, supervisors? Yeah, Supervisor Hopkins.
I mean, just that, and maybe I can follow up with you sort of independently. You know, if you really want to be on resilient forests, I could also step off. I really do feel like we would all be served. You know, it was something that I wanted to do, but COVID got in the way. You know, as chair, of having some kind of a county-wide publicly noticed forestry tour, so we can actually go out and see on the ground what's happening, look at the recovery areas, how they're coming along, and that might sort of allow us all to engage formally, even if there's an ad hoc kind of working in between things. So. Just kind of food for thought, but we can also figure that out outside the board. Like, I think it's great to get Supervisor Gorin on if she wants to be on there, and we can figure out or flip for it or whatever. I'm not, you know, no pride in being there.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to me. I did a recovery drive when I was up there cutting the ribbon for Mountain Ranch, new retrofitted fire station at the top of the ridge there where the fire came over. And the areas, Franz Valley, Mountain Home Ranch, Sharp, have recovered fairly well. Porter Creek, contrasting with that, I took a drive up St. Helena Road and oh man, it is really sad. Not only the road is in horrible condition, but the amount of trees that are just dead and dying is pretty, and a lot of small trailers on precarious hillsides. It's worthwhile a drive for all of you to go up St. Helena Road and go off the into some of the side roads. It's amazing that we even permitted houses there, and it's going to take a very long time to recover. And I have not been up Mill Creek, but I think that would also be similar.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, the point here is that we have 3 supervisors who all want to be on this one. And as I said too, I'm willing to do whatever, but you know, I'm going to take Supervisor Hopkins' suggestion and maybe look on our calendars to in March or April is notice a meeting that maybe is not here, but that we and all 5 of us could come to, or 2 or 4 or whatever it is. I'll work with our schedules and try and get all these folks together so we could have a good discussion, maybe even just a special board meeting on the future of those programs, because the goal is alignment. And then after that, we can create an ad hoc if it follows up. But I think there's enough interest that we need to bring this forward. There's also, let's just be real, there's at least $75 million attached to this kind of work and a substantial tree ordinance. So I might look to bring that forward to the board, either in the field or at the board meeting, at a special board meeting or something else to kick it off, because I think it requires that. And then we'll talk ad hoc afterwards. Is that fair? Okay. So let's take off healthy forests and we will work to agendize that in some way. Any other comments from my supervisors? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be a busy year. We got a lot of good work to do. I believe I have to go to public comment on on this item. So I'm going to go to public comment. Marcy, can you let me know if you have any hands raised? And immediately after public comment, we're going to go to nobody out in the auditorium. Immediately after public comment, we're going to go into public comment on items not listed on the agenda. So this is for individuals speaking specifically to our assignments. And if you want to talk our assignments, please focus on which one you are interested in.
Thank you. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you'd like to comment on item number 3 on today's agenda. And there is one hand, Chair Gore.
Minute and a half, please.
Hi, if you can, please unmute.
Thank you. Wow, what a taskmaster. It's very interesting. There's so many things. How does one, such as myself, help and engage in some of these ad hocs, such as the climate related to transit, so on? resilient infrastructure and healthy forests, for instance. Is that possible for citizens to help engage in that, possibly even septics? Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. And there are no additional hands for comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. And to the one commenter, I'm glad it was mentioned. One of the things that I would ask my colleagues to look into as well is with any of these items, is as you go through deliberations, as much as you do your internal meetings, there could be an opportunity to do a public forum on any and all of these items. So, for myself, like, if I'm with Supervisor Corsi on the Economic Development Board, we could go do meetings, we could do strategic outreach, but we could also come in here one day and set up maybe not a full board Brown Act meeting, but we could also come here and listen to public comment and talk through it. And so I want to encourage my colleagues to do that as well and consider that as we come forward. And that's, I think, Thomas, appreciate your comment on that. Do I need a vote to approve these? Let me pull back up one of these. Yeah, okay, let's take a vote. Okay, all those in favor of the listed ad hocs and assignments with respect to the other pillars, I'm just putting those as an FYI. So the assignments and the ad hocs, all those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you very much, Marcy. We're going to pass it over to you for public comment on items not listed on the agenda. We'll go immediately afterwards into our supervisorial districts item. So can you ask folks to raise their hand and let me know what we got here. I think we're going to go for 1:30 as we've been doing normally. And I want to thank everybody for your patience.
Thank you. If you can please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this section of today's agenda, or press *9 if you are a phone-in user. And thank you so much. We have a few hands raised at this time. So if I can ask Jamie to please put that slide up. Thanks so much. I think it's going to be Thomas first, followed by 2 phone attendees.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the non-agenda items. One in particular, how can there be any that aren't covered? There was, as I said, it was an entire armature of items. But one that I think with respect to the new county center that it's kind of one of those things that falls between the cracks a little bit, which is the first and last mile relative to transit with respect to your development. I think it's critically important for you to have something that mitigates. It's incredibly important for Santa Rosa that has something, and also very important for SMART, all of us. And, how can that be facilitated both by the county and by the city? I know, I believe that Mayor Rogers may be the new chairman of the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, but I'm not sure. But maybe that's the position, but exactly how does that get facilitated? But thank you. That's my question.
And thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, folks. This is Roseanne Schneider. I will be reading from a document by John Jenkel in the 9/11 Truth Campaign. As we all watch out-of-control government spending, we thought you'd like to know where we stand financially as a nation. The last time we looked, these were the numbers. Our United States national debt, $29,606,464,746. United States national debt per person $86,203. United States national debt per household, $223,000, 267. Total U.S. unfunded liabilities, 126 trillion, 681 billion, 184 million, 139,497 dollars. Social Security unfunded liability, 15 trillion,
Thank you for the comment. That
911 billion.
concludes the time. And thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
This is Mary Morrison of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. We, the Willie Brown betrayed people, are victims of the greatest crimes in U.S. history, 9/11. For 19 years, our elected public servants have concealed the planner of 9/11, the late Ken Lay, the boss of bankrupt Enron, aided by 6 weeks new 99-year World Trade Center lessee Larry Silverstein. They and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey cover up to this day the above controlled demolitions, the first of 3 World Trade Center controlled demolitions on 9/11. There were 2,760 reported unplanned victims in the Twin Towers, including 270 first responders. Probably thousands more were demolished, all thanks to our President, George W. Bush. 9/11 attempted wife killer Bush and thousands of other traitors hide the truth about 9/11, quote, as he determines to be necessary, end quote, under Constitution aborting Martial Law 107243. They also conceal A, 1,500 Willie Brown brokered U.S. companies that exploit slave labor in communist China. B, made in communist China satellite-directed energy laser beams that ignited California wildfires and demolished over 5,000 Sonoma County homes on October 8, 2017 in less than an hour, but murdered only 24 residents thanks to our county sheriff, Mark Essick, getting thousands of people to safety on Sunday night. The question is, how did he know about them?
Thank you. That does conclude
B.
the time for comment. Again, if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
This is Rob McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Continuing on with John's document. C, over 800,000 Americans have been murdered in the last 2 years by Communist China's COVID-19 plague. D, Communist China's #2 foreign agent, pedo Joe Biden, treasonously opened our southern border for cheap labor, drug smugglers, and child traffickers for our pedo president and his pedophile pals, including U.S. Chief Justice John Roberts, former VP Mike Pence, and former Presidents Obama and Clinton under Martial Law 107243, and E, the Communist China's #1 foreign agent, wizard of deception, Willie Brown, our shadow president in hiding. Our elected public officials' silence on the above is destroying our 231-year-old democracy in favor of 74-year-old Communist China. None of 5,000 plus local home demolitions by Communist China, laser beam ignited so-called wildfires, were reported as such by local or national media. Thanks to Willie Brown, the grand intimidator, advertising broker. They are so-called wildfires. If any media reports one word of this China-Brown connection, they get no big advertisers. Big advertisers and mass media are controlled by Wiz Willie, Boss Dem Willie Brown.
That does conclude the time for comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. For this person, I did again.
Thank you. Rich Hannon, Island Truth Campaign. What next on? Big advertisers and mass media are controlled by Wiz Willie, Boss Dem Willie Brown, Phantom president since 1980, is Communist China's top foreign agent. Ask VP Kamala, Willie's we pay girlfriend. Hello, Willie. Did we get this right? Or are you hiding in Communist China? 1. On Monday, January 10th, 2022, our Sonoma County Super Puppets held a public meeting at home by Zoom, minus Supervisor Susan Gordon. The first agenda item at 8:30 a.m. was public comment. At the end of public comment on matters not on the agenda, new chair James Gore denounced the 9/11 bounty hunter public comment about 3 million people who don't belong here as racist. Chair Gore criticism displays his malicious intent to diminish the 9/11 Truth Campaign and his 19-year effort to save our democracy by exposing the truth about 9/11 and by enforcing our constitutions to restore constitutional government. Chair Gore's surprising criticism diminishes the 9/11 Truth Campaign. It's not only unprofessional and rude, but more importantly, he gives aid and comfort to Communist China in its effort to destroy our democracy, which amounts to treason by an elected public servant. Consequently, treason charge under California Penal Code Section 3742 against Supervisor James Gore was reported in the
Thank
county
you.
of
That
Sonoma.
does conclude time for comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, John Jankel, continuing our little message here to Mr. Gore. The Sheriff's Department has a case against you, case number 220112-008, because you said my remark was racist, damn it. Who the hell do you think you are? And I hope you go to jail. Another pending local arrest. Our President Joe Biden is a reported pedophile. Apparently, pedophiles have taken the control of our governments. There are thousands of them in California. Pedophile President Joe is a 5 times documented traitor, as detailed in our petition for redress of grievances, Exhibit 1, a 25-page petition. Stand by, I gotta get the next page here. That is that if it had been received, due process of law, in a court of constitutional law, could have prevented 5 times documented traitor.
Thank you. That does conclude time for comment. And Chair Gore, board.
Thank you very much, Marcy. Appreciate you and this. And I know we're gonna move straight into our next item, but I want to wait for my colleague to get back. So currently, why don't we just stop for about three or 4 minutes and we'll start. Anybody need a bathroom break? You guys okay, or you want to keep going? We're good. Supervisor Hopkins, hello. Let's keep going. So we are on our last item of the day. So we are on supervisorial district staffing. And I want to thank Christina, I believe it's Rivera. Yeah, here we are. Christina Rivera for jumping on with us, and County Administrator, and bringing this forward. This is, I thought, a very succinct, and that I say that in a positive way, staff report. So pass it over to you and come on back. Let's do this.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, Christina Rivera, Assistant County Administrator. As noted in the report, we are recommending a district staffing levels that have a floor and a ceiling, and we're recommending that it is based on a formula that is described in your package.
We are not recommending that any of your positions currently allocated, which are 3 full-time equivalent positions in each of your reports, we recommend that those remain the same. But we do, going forward, look at this opportunity to manage within a minimum and a top type of level. It would be no less than 2.5 full-time equivalent based on population, but no greater than 4 full-time equivalents based on individual districts and incorporated population. So with that, the net result, do you agree with this guidance, would be that in the case of District 5, we could be looking at an adjustment of about a little bit under 1 point FTE, exactly, to be exact, 0.89 FTE. That ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board? Questions from the board? Supervisor Gorin?
Well, I think this sort of took me by surprise. I remember the conversation that we had during redistricting and the comparison of unincorporated and incorporated. I know from long years of working with colleagues, all of our staffs work so hard, and I'm so grateful that we've been able to add to our staffs. I remember, and Supervisor Rabbit would as well, when we had one district director. And yeah, we've had a few things going on since then, fires and pandemic and the need for Spanish translation. And oh yes, we have staffing needs for our municipal advisory councils. Welcome to that club, David Rabbit. And so the needs of the responsibilities are endless, especially answering constituent email. I guess I'd like to hear from the board. Well, let me just say, in talking with my staff, we just about translate everything into Spanish because we have a heavily Spanish-speaking community. And Karina, we love her to death, hosts the Charla Comunitaria once a month in total Spanish about COVID and lots of different things. Mental health on Thursday, desperately needed. And we have staffing for 2 MACs and a CAC. Would I like more support? Would they like more support? Absolutely. But I am concerned about the public perception of us adding to our staff. So I'd like to hear from folks and the responsibilities for each of you as we move forward, recognizing that I have a lot of unincorporated folks who are constantly looking for services and connections to services. So I get the incorporated versus the unincorporated, but I'd like to hear from each of you.
Sounds good. Colleagues, lean in, go ahead. Yep. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you, Supervisor Warren. And I also want to be clear that, while obviously this agenda item moving forward does benefit the 5th district, we in no way engaged in the analysis or anything else that sort of came up with, the metric that was proposed. So I just kind of want to say that up front. And I'm, took this very seriously. Like I actually thought that it would lead to upstaffing in multiple supervisorial districts, but
it could.
And it could. I think that our biggest challenge in the 5th district is, I actually wrote them out ahead of the board meeting, 18 different towns. And by a town, I mean actually a town that has some kind of community-based organization that regularly petitions our office, has either a post office or businesses, right? We actually have close to 30 kind of technical towns, but some of those are just very, very, very tiny. And so we actually wind up being kind of the de facto city manager for these groups. Like we're the first contact point. And, whether it's the need to liaise with Transportation and Public Works or the U.S. Postal Service or Recology, like it all kind of funnels through our office. So we're just, my staff, I want to give them a huge shout out because there are no days off. And, it's sort of weekends getting text messages from constituents. And sometimes, we were out in Bodega on Saturday, going out there. And so that's kind of our biggest challenge is just managing the day-to-day constituent management for the unincorporated folks, while also keeping up with the countywide issues that we all experience, on the board. And so it's just trying to make sure that the balance, because otherwise we find ourselves unable to follow up with the things that are actually coming before the board for a vote, because we're kind of chasing all of these different local constituent issues where they don't really have any other contact point within county or within government period, except for sort of our office and our interface. So, and then we do, which you also have, Supervisor Gorin, have the multiple MACs. And one thing that I would say, because our office has struggled with this as well, is can we get some kind of translation, particularly for written communications from our office that is countywide, that is available to all 5 supervisors? Because I think that would alleviate some of the burden that we're experiencing within our staffing. And then also being able to sort of leverage our public information officers and others to be able to get the word out into our districts. There might be ways of sort of better leveraging also existing staffing resources. And one last thing that I would love to hear my thoughts on from other colleagues, which is I think that, probably all of my staff kind of perform outside of their job class. And I would be interested in sort of looking at like what is kind of appropriate in terms of the position class. Just because, we have, folks in my office are pretty much like special projects, almost like what the CAO's office does. And so I want to make sure that we're operating within the confines, but I have a sense that we're operating outside of the confines frequently.
Yep.
That's probably for another time.
Well put. Supervisors? Questions?
No questions. I'm going to be supportive, but it just reminded me of how it once was with one, and the history of the additional staffing was interesting because initially it was, well, we all had one district director. When that district director was either sick or went on vacation or whatever, there was a need to backfill. I get that. And then we backfilled and that became a half position or a half-time position. Then there was a need to provide benefits, quite frankly, to that position. So it grew to a full-time position and then it rolled from there. I totally understand and appreciate Supervisor Hopkins, especially with the preponderance of unincorporated area, because I know the work that we do, the direct constituent work, 99% of it is from the unincorporated area. The other stuff is just responding to policy issues, which is a lot different than trying to put out fires and deal with land use issues and arrange those town hall meetings and all the other things that happen in the unincorporated area. So I think it's only fair that we go there. I do think that at some point in time, some sort of review just to kind of, because we've grown to this extent. I was even thinking as you were talking, and we put the MAC out for Pengrove. They haven't necessarily decided that's the route they want to go, which is interesting, but it remains there. I wonder, is it more efficient to have a couple of employees in the county administrator side of the office only deal with MACs to take the pressure off of the supervisors, staff that are dealing with their individual MACs? Is there, and maybe that's something that the organizational excellence folks can look into, just to kind of make sure we check in, because it's creeped over years for sure. And are we providing that better service? I think we are in many, many ways. At the same time, I think it's probably not a bad thing to kind of stand back from a higher elevation and look and see what we're doing.
I think one of the parts of looking at this is as we talk about, it's numbers of incorporated, but it's also communities and diversity. I tell people often that the 16,000 people that left my district this last round and moved to Central Santa Rosa, I probably got less communications from them. I did a lot of work going into those areas, but less communications from them in 7 years than I do from Geyserville in a month. And then we have the other ones, which are bigger communities. The bigger unincorporated communities, let's say, used to be Roseland, but also now we have Mark West, Wickiup, Larkfield, the Springs, those both being around 12, 13, 14,000 people, and talking about Pengrove being another one that's kind of a bigger one. And then we have Guerneville and, Supervisor, I'm not trying to give you a win. I am just saying I acknowledge the fact that there are 18 towns in your district, and it is the Wild West outside of population. So I am, in general, supportive of this. I do like, as we've talked about in the past, the idea of office budgets, which is a different conversation than this. It's like if I want to put the money towards that, or if I want to put it towards community grants or other things, but currently we can do that too. I'm looking at hiring somebody out of my office budget for a part-time office assistant to process paperwork, do scheduling, help with emails for 15 to 20 hours a week. And that means I'm going to put less, through the procurement process, grants out into the community, but it's also part of what I'm going to do. But the funny thing is I spend more time in Geyserville than I do in the entire Mark West area. And that's they got more civic engagement and they're peaky than most places that are huge. But I'm personally always willing to take this up. And I think we could also set it up for, we did it last year. We do it every year, the discussion about our office, where our budgets are. But I think this is justified for the great country of West County. And I'm not surprised that the numbers do it. Supervisor Gorin, I want to reflect that you're not far behind with 34,000. Maybe there's a threshold conversation. We could review that or as a part of a governance review. I'm totally open to that. I also want to acknowledge, though, that Supervisor Corsi, I'm all surprised, 12,600 individuals. That's a lot of potholes, permits. That's a lot of poop. That's a lot of, what else have we got? So I just acknowledge that you went from 8,900, and there's always been a joke about this, but the reality is that you're in a unique position on the board to dive into also an area that has, huge Latino population, huge need for people who don't know about our services, huge economic and security issues. And there's also a discussion, I think, that maybe when we do this, we bring back also a review of the district formation dollars that we talked about, where there's already two districts. And I think we're going to see an item come back and we can talk about this, but I think there's a lot there. So any comments before I go, or questions, comments more? I'm going to go Supervisor Rabbit.
Just one last thing. Just because we set a maximum amount of employees doesn't mean you need to go there. And just putting that out there. In fact, I've not gone to that level historically. And, I think, and that was true of District 3 for a period of time. I'm not sure where we sit today, but still is. So, and it makes sense. I mean, that turned out to be when we had to have our 10% cut. It came from those two districts on our side of the office. But I'm just saying that, just because we set the maximum, it's really up to each individual office of how they operate, what the expectations are, the workload, and how you parse it out. And there's a lot of variables there, but I don't want anyone to not have the tools they need to do the best job possible.
I think there are a couple of other issues, not just the amount of constituent response, because we all have that to varying degrees. Oh, trust me, we needed 3 people to deal with the mail from SDC over the last couple of weeks. And that ebbs and flows, whether we have a fire or the pandemic or a land use issue like SDC or a cannabis issue. But there are 2 other issues. One, first of all, if in fact we're considering hiring a part-time employee with no benefits and or prorated benefits perhaps, and no availability for pension, that's somewhat a sort of a equity issue. I don't know how easy it would be to recruit and hire such a person. That person would probably not be working in an office, probably be working out of the home. And so we have that as a part-time employee. And then there are 2 other issues. My field representative and administrative assistant essentially perform the same function. And so I know Supervisor Gore, you have 2 field representatives. I think it's important for us to do a classification study about responsibilities and what they do. I think it's important to recognize those employees that actually act as field representatives. And then I think the other issue is you finance some of those out of your community investment funds. We do as well. However, how are we planning on paying for this? Just because we authorize it, does this mean that the general fund is going to assume the payment for all of our staff expenses?
Through the chair, yes. We would take it out of contingencies today, I believe, but then build it into the budget for 22, 23.
Okay, so I'm assuming that that is true, that it will come out of the general fund. Then that being said, that I think it's going to be difficult to recruit and hire someone. We may be able to do it. My first priority is to do a classification study and elevate the class to the 2 field representatives, and then have authority with support from the board to hire a part-time employee because of the need for, we don't have as many towns, but we have a lot of separate communities out and about, extending almost into Pengrove. So yeah, I reach over to that mountain occasionally. And so I'd like to have the board support to have authority to hire a part-time employee as well.
Yeah, good points. I want to state that you could currently, us working with HR, you could use your district funds, either side of them, depending on what they are, but to hire an intern or an extra help employee. And there are, extra help lists that you can work on with Spencer and Christina Kramer to review those of people who are extra help employees who are looking for more extra help funding. So you could look at somebody young, intern, if you wanted to look at it that way. You could look at it other sides. I'm not asking for more money right now to do that. I'm just budgeting appropriately within my area. It means that I have $25,000 less to put into community grants. But I'll tell you the truth, I think that's a decision that we all have about what we do and what we serve. So I don't want to assume anything based on that. So I do believe that we need to we need to talk about this as a part of budget. And so, because the discussion really there within about classes and other things, I mean, for example, the 2 individuals that I went through to put to field rep, I didn't do it flippantly. I worked with Christina Kramer. We identified what the goals were that they needed to achieve. We changed their, and I'm not BSing either. We changed our job descriptions. Christina was very clear about that too. It wasn't for me to give those individuals a raise to do that. So a lot more responsibility required on them, a lot more time in the field, not just you get this position and you still stay in the office. If you are a field rep, you really are a field rep. And then that additional money comes out of our office budgets. So, if we want to not have that be tied to our office budgets, that portion, but tied to other things, and then we should have that conversation as well. So Christina and Cheryl, I think, as much as you would probably love for us not to discuss this anytime soon again, I will tee this up for April 25th through 27th for an initial discussion during our budget workshop. But at the same time, I have an item before us that I want to see where we're at right now. And Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, question. And yeah, I have a field rep and I pay her with the TOT funds. I want to understand whether what Supervisor Gorin is talking about is objecting to what we're doing today or asking for something else to happen down the road. And I actually thought that what we saw today was a reasonable way to go about this. And if we're talking about something else, I'm not ready to commit to something else at this point.
And I think we should put this in the context of the budget and have some more thought behind it. But I do think it's a matter of equity for my employees to have them recognized with their classification if they're performing similar work. We have absolutely a need for bilingual assistance, maybe bilingual premium for both a part-time and a permanent employee. I'm not sure what that looks like. I know that the needs are different in each district and the skill set of each employee may be different. But so I'm looking at a lens of equity, both from a budgetary perspective, as well as doing analysis about what our districts really need. And I'm comfortable with having that discussion down the road.
Okay. Others want to go to public comment? Marcy, do we have anybody for public comment?
Thank you. If anybody would like to comment on this item, it is number 3A on today's agenda. Please raise your hand or press *9 to raise your hand if you're a phone-in user. And there are no hands for comment.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. I'm going to come back to the board. I heard some preliminary, it seems like support from a couple of different items on theirs. I want to see if there's a motion on the floor to approve. Well, let's talk about this. Do we I mean, Supervisor Hopkins, I think you appropriately have said that you didn't want to lead on this, so you have it, you're not putting the motion forward. I have said I'm supportive. I've heard Supervisor Rabbit say he's supportive of this, which would allocate another FTE to your district. I would still be supportive of that. I'd be looking for a motion on the table. I would also want to bring back an item that would be a preliminary discussion during April on our classifications and a revisit on this, and maybe another conversation about budget. I don't think we would get to finalization on that, but we could talk in April and maybe give some guidance and then bring it back during budget for anything that we would need to talk about further. So.
And I would like to add or amend the motion to add the same staffing augmentation to District 1, given the fact that have a large number of unincorporated area of constituents.
That's okay. There's a motion. What's your motion?
Well, I hadn't made it yet.
Okay, sorry.
So I think I heard the motion at that end of the table. I would, I do think that we need to, I recognize Supervisor Hopkins not wanting to take the lead. At the same time, I'm wondering if I appreciate staff's approach. I do think the unincorporated ratios, thresholds, whatever you call it, is a criteria, is a good way to go. I mean, but I at the same time do think that we probably should revisit this in totality, kind of talking about everything, and maybe it's become a large workforce where it was much smaller at one time. But I will make that motion, and I'll go ahead and include the amendment. At the same time, I don't know where these dollars are coming from, and that does scare me. And I usually would never make a motion in that regard, but I trust my colleagues to not spend it unless they know where it's coming from.
Can you clarify? I just want to clarify the motion on the floor. I mean that respectfully. Is it would it be a 1 FTE for District 5 and then a point?
Can I
maybe
make
you
a
can
recommendation?
Yeah.
We could look at the formula. I think if we modify it to 1 per 10,000, it gets us a different result. Ms. Rivera, you want to talk about that?
Definitely. So County Administrator Bratton, I think as part of your discussion board, there's the opportunity to look at a different threshold. And obviously, if we reduce the threshold from 12,000 to something lesser, we would be able to then get a calculation that allows for looking at not just District 5, but the other districts as well. So, and I'm trying to find my spreadsheet to give you calculations for different thresholds.
I see what you're saying.
I believe it added 0.5 to District 1, but it may have popped District 5 up above 4.
Definitely it would, yes.
I would be fine with keeping District 5 at a full 4, but allocating the 0.5 based on a lower threshold, if that would work for Supervisor Gorin. Would that affect District 4, which I think has the next number of unincorporated?
We're both kind of sitting around, but I'll tell you the truth is I'm fine with bringing this back for a discussion for my purposes. I'm not going to advocate for a combined solution right now about where we're going. I'm trying to honor the process that I do believe that District 5, with the diversity of the unincorporated population, does have that. I mean, I believe that District 1 has a large population. I think it's different than District 5, but I'm okay with committing to the FTE positions, but we could also look at it in terms of office budgets. So I don't know where you guys want to go.
Well, I've always been a supporter of looking at it from the perspective of office budgets. And so it's up to us to determine what the appropriate expenditures from the budget should be. And the population of District 1 is very diverse, very large population of seniors and the needs for seniors as well as Spanish-speaking community. So and spread over mountains, fires. So I'm not sure what I'm asking. I'm not ready to support this motion yet.
Yeah,
I need to
well,
think it through.
I think the other thing is that I want to state this, is that for all the diversity you talk about, we could all say the same thing. So that's not the thing that is going to change a discussion one way or the other. I mean, it's also, as Supervisor Rabbit says, our work is dependent upon our culture and what we build into that. Like if we desire to put that many people out into the community to do outreach rather than wait for calls, I don't say that with any value statement or whatever it is, or if we're focused on health and human services or permits and other things. I'm thinking of this in terms of governance. I'm thinking of this in terms of how many unincorporated communities we have to manage. If we want to, if this is convoluted and we want to bring this all back and have a discussion about where we go, I can do that too. But trying to figure out where we're going. It's always awkward when we talk about ourselves in our offices. Because quite honestly, Supervisor Gorin, I was coming into it saying, God, I have a clear metric. Like for me, I'm going to support District 5 with an FTE and bring it all back. If you say, well, us too in District 1, then I'm obviously going to say, well, what about me and my staff? And so I'm, I'm not saying that's not where I want to be making my decision.
Through the chair, since I was trying to get the motion out there, but at the same time, if it's through Robert's rules or whatever we follow, to rescind that motion and just ask that we maybe revisit this with a little more clarity, especially for me. I mean, I'd be looking for clarity on where's the money coming from and what's it going to go to instead of what the original intent was. Less so the numbers. I recognize whatever that ratio is, we'll have to work out, but I'm worried about how we also pay for it.
I'm not advocating for more staff for me right now. Supervisor Hopkins, you got any thoughts you want to lay in?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that I think that my staff is going to be pretty devastated if this comes back, and would appreciate some kind of a timeline. I was carpooling with Elise, our field rep, out to Bodega over the weekend, and she had worked like 20 days straight and just, totally exhausted because unfortunately, like everyone has our cell phone numbers, right? And it's 24/7. And so being able to kind of divide up the communities in terms of who's responding, it would be really, really helpful in just managing our workload and our sort of staff burnout. So I don't know. I mean, I
told you, and I think the question here is what happens today or others. If it doesn't happen today, I think we bring it back during April, and I expressed my support. So
I guess what's going to change between now and April would be my question, because either we can look at a 12,000 metric, which is, staff's initial recommendation, or if Supervisor Gorin would support a 10,000 metric, which would get her a half FTE, capping the 5th district at 4, even though that would technically be 4.5. I think one extra person would make a huge difference in our ability to stay on top of those community requests and concerns. So Supervisor Gorin, how would a 10,000 metric work for you?
For a half-time position?
That's what it would be if you dropped the threshold to 1 FTE per 10,000 unincorporated residents, because I believe you have 35,000.
Yes, that's the calculation.
Yeah, I really need to think about what this means for the budget. And if I have to take it out of I don't have the funding the District 5 has for TOT, nor District 4. So when
you have double my budget for TOT.
Yes, but your MAC is funded independently. No. Okay.
That's not
well. I'm not going to. I think
it would be general fund,
think
though.
We need to go to a budget per office, and then we just don't have this problem. We can spend it as we want to spend it.
Okay. Well, this is the fun stuff. I am going to have us bring it back in April. I am supportive of what we had before us with an FTE. I would probably be even supportive of taking District 5 to a full 4 FTEs and District 1 with county money, with that 34,000 going to an extra 0.5 FTE with the county. I've had a lot of requests for other things. I think we'll bring it back with that being a proposal for 10,000 and for a review on that. Yeah.
Can I just make the motion to approve the staff recommendation and see where, if there's a second or the vote, just because I'm just not sure what's going to change between now and April besides
You can always
my
make a
staff's
motion.
exhaustion and morale.
Move to approve the
As
initial staff.
The initial staff recommendation.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay. That's a motion to approve in second. I'd like to do a roll call for the original staff recommendation, which would be 1 FTE. And if we look at that, that's a District 5, 1 FTE, and then we come back to talk about the rest of us. Marcy, can you do it?
Supervisor Gorin,
No.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore,
Well, I'm going to be a yes on that, and I'm going to bring it back for the rest of us. So, and I've heard Supervisor Gorin loud and clear. Motion moves 4-1. We are, that is our last item for today. Okay, I believe we have let's see here. Do I have acts and determinations? I do not. Thank you very much. I'm going to delay report out, even if we have it. I'm going to delay report out to the next meeting. I'm going to ask us to stand up and adjourn this meeting in respect to the different individuals that we have departed us. From the 1st District, I have Phyllis Gurney and Henry Hank, John Shuckler. And from the 4th District, we have Ken Moulton. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.